Oi,
Aman
aman
Yur.
cok. Putar di YouTube-nya anjing. Goblok banget. Masih
Aduh,
sampai mau
nggak mulai-mulai,
sampai
Cok.
mau nonton jam 4 pagi anjing.
Dulu lo yang pertama live juga gak sih Brazil?
Iya live juga sama kayak lu.
Ya emang kita berdua ya coy.
Bangke lah.
Mati lah guys. Gua nggak tahu guys. Ini jujur aja guys, gua aja nggak tahu siapa yang tadi jadi cowok, tapi kayak seru banget sih.
Ini bekas RRQ bukan? Korintian sama Rizky ada pemain bekas RRQ nggak? Waktu itu
Cok.
masih agak rame soalnya jamnya masih oke dan pemain RRQ gitu
iya.
loh. Jadi
Iya cowok, dulu tuh masih oke lah. Ini tuh gua udah nggak tahu nih siapa.
feeling gua tuh penontonku tuh masih 5.000 loh. Ini kayaknya 1.000 aja nggak sampai Cok.
Sekarang berapa cowok penonton lu?
Belum tahu ini baru live kayaknya 100 masih.
Gue 300 aja.
190. Bangke lah. Aduh.
Guys, enggak, gue nggak habis mabok bareng, gue sendiri-sendiri guys tadi maboknya, gue sama bini tadi.
Lah, live Grand final apa?
Oh, anjing baru tulis
Apa Grand final MPL Brasil.
MP Latam Jo,
Brasil
MP
aja,
Latam.
Cok, penting, Cok. Nonton di YouTube-ku.
Lu ada hawapan kan tiba-tiba live MP Latam ya, karena MPL Brazil tuh seru banget ya guys ya. Gue udah penasaran banget coy.
bohong.
Apakah mereka tuh
Jangan bohong karena dibayar Ken. Cok anjingnya asli. Karena dibayar guys.
Anjing.
Bangke.
Yur. Jangan gitu Yur, anjing terang-terangan banget cok.
Lu aja juga waktu apa tumpengan acil juga terang-terangan.
Ya iya, tapi kan itu gua nggak dibayar bangsat, ini dibayar anjing. Jujur-jujuran aja kayak lu dibayar berapa? Aduh, nggak bisa disebut lah itu.
Aduh.
Gue nih pala gue masih agak puyeng guys, udah gitu ngantuk pula nih.
Ini jam 4 Jok. Anjing.
Seru Yur tadi Yur.
Seru.
Kenapa seru Yur?
Apa?
Bentar guys, gue nih sambil nge-trading nih guys. Jadi gue bakal banyak lihat HP.
Lu trading apa Ken? Bitcoin.
Ya gue masih belajar cok future.
Lu ajarin gua lah, siapa tahu gua dapat duit.
Wah, Yur, gua sih ngeliat lu kayaknya lu nggak boleh deh Yur main future.
Kenapa? Gua orangnya panasan ya.
Iya, duit lu hilang cok kayaknya cok, susah
Itu
kayaknya.
orang yang mau main feature harus orangnya nggak boleh panasan.
Iya nih, gua kasih contoh ya, misalnya ya. Misalnya misalnya lu ini deh, pencet long di Bitcoin harga 100.000 contoh
Oke.
ya. Terus lu pasang stop loss misalnya 99.500
Ya.
gitu. Jadi kalau stop loss dia turun terus ya udah berarti udah ke stop di 99.500 kan. Tapi habis kejilat tuh di 99.500 itu naik terbang. Lu pasti emosi.
Emosi, nggak bisa.
Gak bisa, makanya mendingan tuh kayaknya jangan main dah. Psikologisnya parah, Cok.
Ya mak,
Kalau gak bisa nahan emosinya kayak orang gila, Cok.
mainnya
Lu
jangan
bangkrut
satu,
pasti, anjing.
ya mainnya jangan apa? Jangan satu lot, 0, aja.
Ini gimana ya? Bentar deh, waktu ketemu dah, gua kasih lihat dah. Oke? Rabu lah.
Rabu kumpul di rumah siapa?
Di rumah gua nanti.
Waduh, gua sih kalau misalnya lu gua banyak cok unek-unek gua anjing. Gua takut gua cuma nangis di depan lu, malu gua.
Woi, ini lagi kok.
Gua malu cok kalau mah nangis anjing.
Gak apa-apa cok, tapi emang namanya komsel itu tuh emang buat nyurahin hati gitu cok. Lu nyurahin hati tapi ada campur tangan Tuhan jadinya di situ.
Lu nangis ya waktu itu?
Kalau Pastor Sandy sih udah bisa ya, cuman tinggal gua tanya Victornya aja. Lu nggak restream MPL kan hari Rabu kan? Atau restream? Ya udah, gue sih baru start restream juga pas RRQ doang hari Kamis.
Kalau gua restream cuma pas EVOS doang.
Nah, cok, udah di stage anjing akhirnya.
Gua restream cuma pas EVOS guys ya. Gak usah ketawa kan anjing.
And the two titans about to clash. Influence
Tapi EVOS kenapa ya sampai nggak lolos?
Tolol banget anjing.
Going up against Corinthians.
Apa sih sebenarnya playernya atau pelatihnya sih yang tolong? Apa dua-duanya?
Lebih ke arah playernya sih menurut gua, tolol bang.
Guys, kalian lihat MP Latam ini ya, lagi interview gak ada suaranya, cok.
Ada anjing.
Yur, tapi lu inget kan yang kemarin MP Latam, cok, apa namanya? Seksi benar, cok, MC-nya. Kali ini dia pakainya lebih tertutup aja.
Hah? Maksudnya lebih tertutup? Oh iya. Yang waktu dua cewek cantik banget kan?
Iya, terus pamer tetenya udah kemana-mana, cok. Ini ditutup aja. Lebih. Mereka kayak udah belajar ya guys ya dari kesalahan karena terlalu terbuka yang kemarin.
Emang
itu.
kenapa, cok? Justru gua kena dua orang itu gua jadi gak tidur anjing. Kalau gini gua tidur, cok.
Tapi oke lah, ini ada tampangnya masih, cuman tertutup aja. Enggak guys, gua nggak matiin guys, ini emang suara interview nggak muncul. Cuman suara ininya doang, suara back soundnya doang. Pialanya masih
Siapa yang mau
gaduh.
uang 200.000 guys nih lihat. Aku lagi ada cash 200.000. Gak tahu di meja gua bisa ada 200.000 gak jelas.
Final di mana? Di Brazil lah guys. Mana gua tahu di mana ya.
The MSC and representing the Latam region, right?
Of course, one direct slot to the EWC MLBB
Lu bisa nonton konser apa kan?
Bini gua nonton konser Ghibli.
Apa Ghibli, cok?
Ghibli tuh yang anim itu loh, yang anim tapi anim Jepang, yang tapi bukan pure anim.
Itu gitu ya nonton konsernya full.
Aduh, gua juga kagak ngerti. Gua kagak ngerti, Yur. Gua cuma nemenin
Udah
doang.
lu nemenin lu, tapi ingat ya kan, sebagai cowok lu pura-pura menikmatin, cok, harus.
Iya, gua juga tahu bang. Itu emang tugas.
Tugas cowok guys ya. Cowok tuh ya guys ya. Mau nggak suka nggak apapun, harus mengerti ceweknya guys. Itu yang udah gua pelajarin guys.
Kalau nggak suka kenapa ya?
Wah, kalau nggak suka harus suka pokoknya. Kalau hubungan lu mau harmonis guys ya, apapun yang lu nggak suka, kalau cewek lu suka, lu harus suka guys.
Dengerin guys, kata petua orang tua itu.
Wah, nggak bisa.
Anjing, kok toto? Oh, kirain udah mulai, cok.
Karena gini guys ya, cowok itu makhluk yang masih pakai logika. Jadi dia kalau misalnya menyukakan diri itu masih bisa. Kalau cewek itu udah makhluk perasaan, dia nggak bisa menyukakan diri yang memang dia nggak suka gitu loh.
Betul.
Yang penting gini, kita nggak suka nih, kita mensukakan diri, kita lihat pasangan kita happy, kita nanti ikut happy gitu loh. Nah itu aja guys pikirannya, yang penting.
Udah bapak-bapak banget cok Yuri ini.
Bapak-bapak.
Tiba-tiba stream jam segini. Ya gimana ya guys ya. Ini namanya kerja guys.
road. We have 2 weeks of playoffs.
Kalau nggak gara-gara MPL Brazil, gue masih mabok tadi.
Lu di rumah ini kan? Apa Pak laptop? Lah,
Di rumah, Cok.
terus hotel lu tinggal?
Iya, bangke bini gue di situ sendiri.
Lu terus lu selesai balik sana?
Balik sana gue, Cok. Anjing.
Bangke. Ya nggak apa-apa lah.
Masalahnya tuh ini, Yur, gue tuh kemarin udah booking, dia belum ada jadwal kan.
Ya. Loh, iya tiba-tiba Cok ini kan?
Iya, makanya orang gue udah booking, pas banget, Cok, anjing.
To the grand finals, right, Vey? Especially given the fact that
Jatuhnya pas banget lagi hari Sabtu. Anjir. Yurino kayaknya masih gak ya. Dia mah kayaknya minumnya kebanyakan, guys.
Minum matamu.
Lo minum apa, Yur, tadi, Yur?
Minum apa ya gua? Gua cuma minum Glenlivet biasa aja.
Berapa botol?
Satu aja. Percaya.
Kok lu?
First up, DreamMax and 9Z Globant. 9Z Globant got their
Apalagi lu
hands
rame-rame
on
gitu,
the
Cok.
Sun Shin, and that was the biggest mistake that DreamMax could make this entire
Gue udah gak
season.
bisa, Cok, minum whisky sekarang.
Sama Ken. Gua tuh kalau whisky udah mudah banget. Lu kerasa nggak?
This was a battle of the
Kayak bau, lu berasa kayak bau muntah nggak sih
Kalau gua kayak kerasa bau apa bensin anjing.
Iya, makanya. Gak enak
Gua daripada whisky, gua mending tequila atau vodka yang nggak ada bau.
Oh, ini tequila, coy. Pasti, Cok.
Vodka juga nggak ada bau kan, cuma kalau tapi vodka nggak enaknya tuh lu bisa kayak apa gerd kalau lu kena gerd kayak panas gitu loh. Panas plus satu lagi kalau lu bangun tidur kepala lu sakit.
Iya, makanya udah tequila aja, Cok. Anjing, gue pengen tidur, Yur.
Sama, Cok.
Dominating fashion, not giving a single chance for 9Z Globant off the back of Upatizi's maniac on the Granger. And of course,
Bourbon, aduh, gua Bourbon juga buat gua agak bau, guys.
Bourbon tuh apa, Cok?
Tequila itu sama, apa namanya, spirit juga. Kalau tequila tuh enaknya ini loh, guys. Dia tuh menurut gua baunya tuh paling gak ada bau di antara semua
Gak ada
alkohol
memang.
lain. Terus zero sugar, Cok.
Oh, tequila itu zero sugar.
Iya, ini nggak ada sugarnya, Cok, tequila itu.
Jadi
Jadi itu paling aman, guys. Apalagi gua pre-diabetes, Cok. Obrolan para drunken master. Enggak, guys, cuman kita ini udah sering minum, jadi udah tau lah apa yang enak gitu. Weekend Union kapan lahir? Gini, guys, gue tuh nggak mau langsung punya anak. Capek, Cok. Sebelum ngurus pernikahan aja udah capek, apalagi ntar tiba-tiba bini gue hamil. Waduh, kita harus ngurus-ngurus lagi dah itu.
Istri lu udah mau hamil belum?
Enggak, akhir tahun gue baru mau
Trot luar lu.
Goblok. Ya pokoknya belum mau aja, Yur.
Ini pembicaraan jam 4, Ken. Yang bangun udah umur 21 plus, aman.
Pokoknya gue belum mau jadiin lah. Dia ya masih di luar dulu lah.
Emang bisa Ken keluarin di luar?
Aduh, jago gitu.
Gua
Aduh capek, Cok. Waktu itu ngurus nikahan aja capek banget anjir, apalagi ini. Walaupun tetap yang lebih banyak yang ngurus tuh istri ya, guys, ya, waktu ngurus nikahan. Cuma tetap aja capek itu capek berdua, Cok. Walaupun cowok kerjanya cuma bayar, tetap aja capek. Udah nyoba future ya lu, Ken? Udah, gua udah nyoba future. Dan so far gua udah ini, guys, udah apa namanya? Udah profit 40% untuk selama 1 minggu ini.
Lu gak ngajak-ngajak gua Ken, parah lu ya.
Aduh, Yur, lu pasti bangkrut, Yur, main ini, Yur.
Lu kalau udah ngomong pasti enak kali kau yang ngomongnya.
Enggak, gini, gua nanti kalau ketemu gua apa namanya, gua kasih tahu nih. Cuman lu harus susah, Yur, udahlah pas ketemu aja, Yur. Enggak, lu nanti harus ikutin arahannya, Cok. Kalau
bonus
nggak
box
bisa,
because
anjing.
it's only
Bangkrut,
special
Cok.
on this
Kripto kan
season.
tapi.
And let's also not forget, if you get cool
Iya, itu
gems,
main
you get
kripto. Lu
cool
mainnya
diamonds,
pakai
and you
dolar.
Wah,
gotta
replay
show
anjing.
off your
Lu ada
cool
Mas Dean,
skills
Cok, masih
only
jam
at
244.
communitygaming.io.
Yang nonton 244 ada Mas
Because right
Dean
now
anjing.
in the website, all of you guys can check it out directly. The path of professional
Gua butuh.
starts in community gaming.
Yeah, and
Faye
not just that,
itu
right?
orang
While you get to
Indo
the path
yang
to being a
it's
professional,
Faye
you wanna
here,
make
dia
sure
caster
you look
English
really
tapi.
good, right? Because look at me, look at Faye, we're looking prim, we're looking nice, we're looking first class. Of course, how do you get to look like that? By getting the Techno Cam on 40 series. You get to look MVP in your photos as well as MVP in your game with the new snapshot feature that freezes the motion action in place. And hey, like like our friend Steph Weezy who was here earlier as well during the entire
Oh,
season
buka
of
replay
Latam, he
bener.
said that hey,
Matamu Mas
just
Dean,
gets
buka
to slow
replay
down
ini
60
asli
seconds,
jancok
Takashi
live
saying
nih.
hi and hello
Live.
while he's using the
Baca
auto
Cok live.
skill.
Live
And that
anjing
is
ya
really
kau
good,
ya.
the snapshot feature indeed. So you
Dasar
want to
haji
get that,
kikir,
you wanna be
anjing.
MVP in the game and in your photos. Right?
Guys, lo pada tahu gak sih guys?
Definitely
Ini
would like to
ada
thank
briefingnya
all
di
support
apa namanya
us
briefingnya
for the
kita dikasih gue
whole
sama Yurino
season leading up
itu
to
dilarang
the
ngomong kasar cok live
finals.
ini
Thank you
cok.
very much. And of course,
Ya, dilarang ngomong kasar tapi nge-hire-nya gua sama Biken. Kan goblok, Cok.
and through all of these amazing sponsors supporting
Bayangin guys ya,
all of our viewers.
dilarang ngomong kasar.
Oh,
Tapi yang di-hire Donki dan Biken.
English test.
Itu
oh
anomali.
saya di mana ya? Yurino?
Anomali, Cok.
But I'm quite excited though.
Kayak gue juga gak ngerti guys apa maunya
That
cok.
will be a different
Ya kali kita disuruh family friendly ya.
Kalau sopan kalian tuh hire itu just no limit gitu loh. Eh,
Of course you want to be at the Exdome Arena. Of
Dan
course you want to
Terus kata si MPL Brazilnya ini katanya kenapa family friendly kata banyak bocil katanya yang nonton guys. Ya kali ada bocil nonton jam segini, cok.
It is absolutely insane that both these teams fans are roaring. There's a lot of
4 pagi nih, guys.
at the same time, and you can check.
yang dulu kita jam berapa ya Ken ya?
Sports at the same time, ESE Sports, but before that,
Yang waktu itu tuh kebetulan RRQ-nya menang cepet,
Menang
Yun.
cepet dan kalau nggak salah masih jam 12 malam ya atau jam 1 gitu loh.
Enggak sama, cok. Kita kelar tuh cepet jam 5 udah kelar kalau nggak salah, Yun.
Tapi mulainya nggak jam 4 juga.
Ya, lebih cepat. Ini agak ngentot sih, jam 4 belum mulai, cok.
Bangke anjing.
Of course, and they're of course getting ready. They're offline.
Jam 4
And
disuruh
a lot of the
nonton
time,
turnamen.
a little bit of sneak peek.
Ngentot.
This before grand final. So
Tapi gua harus bersyukur ya guys ya. Namanya ini pekerjaan nih.
Pekerjaan ya dapat duit guys ya. Ini bisa gua hidup sebulan guys dari sini.
Lumayan guys. Jadi gua harus tetap excited gitu. Influence rage. Buset kan MPL kelas pagi. Yoi. Kalian lihat ya guys ya penontonnya anjing. Sian cok sepi kali ya guys ya. Lumayan buat modal future. Enggak guys, gue tuh nge-future juga gue pakai modal dikit dulu, cok. Enggak mau gede-gede gue. Gua beneran main future nih gue pakai modal itu $2.000 guys. Maksud gua bukannya kecil gimana ya guys ya, cuman kalau dibandingin dengan orang-orang yang udah orang-orang gila tuh, misalnya influencer kripto, wah mereka mainnya udah kayak orang gila guys. Itu tuh $2.000 tuh modalnya doang, modal nahannya ya guys ya, bukan gua masukin margin $2.000 gitu, bukan dong. Wajib tuh dingin. Yoi. Jadi yang gua open position tuh cuma paling $100 sampai $200 gitu loh. Tim yang terkuat di MPL Latam siapa, Ken? Harusnya itu. Tuh, gue juga nggak tahu, Cok. Nonton aja gak pernah, Cok. Gimana cara gue tahu tim yang terkuat siapa, anjing? Lu ngefans gak sama Timothy? Menurut gua, kalau kita mau kaya, kita emang harus ikutin dia sih. Dia terlalu pinter, Jo.
Halo. Halo guys.
Gak kaya kalau gak full.
Amazing to see.
Welcome
full
back
margin,
to
ah.
JOKI Barbar Channel.
Lu cepet kaya, cepet bangkrut anjing kalau full margin,
Man,
Jok.
I'm telling you, they thought it was over when they were going against Infinity. It felt emotional to see thinking. It felt emotional what they were throughout the entire journey, and to hear it from one of the players as well. And he said it all to all the entire state of Influence Rage, to all the fans out there. You know, they thanked them for all the support, and of course now they need it more than ever, especially if you're in Brazil, if you're in Sao Paulo, if you know anyone that's in Sao Paulo, just call them, hit them up, like, hey bro, you gotta go to X-Dome Arena. That's where
Selamat Hari Pentakosta, Bang. Yoi.
Latam lu dari Randiur.
I do not think there's a better grand finals for MPL Latam.
Berarti lu gak tidur apa gimana? Ya gak tidur lah guys, mau gimana, Cok?
It's in a mall, so if ever you guys finish in a little bit early, you can walk around here and there. But hey,
Gua rasa
I don't think
Yurino
that
aja
the
bisa
breaks
ketiduran
are
ini,
that
guys.
Kalau
long,
kita ketiduran gimana, Ken?
because filled with action.
Gua rasa sih nggak apa-apa ya, yang penting kita nggak
Yang penting muka kita nampil, Cok.
I see the story that everybody's just lining up, trying to get a seat, and if ever you don't.
Woi, lu di mana bisnismen? Woi, Cherry.
That room.
Kesana gua ya. Lu di mana, Cherry?
Yeah, I feel like it's that room is gonna be
Bangke Cherry mau
loud
kesini
as
anjing.
ever, if you ask me. It's gonna be super loud if you are gonna be in there.
Lu live subuh ya, ini lu jangan nyalain gua, salahin MPL Latam, Dok.
If you are for Influence Rage, of course. And the Chimo, hey, by Corinthians is what they're gonna be screaming. So, Bay,
Jakarta
I know
Pusat
we're
tuh
gonna see the
ngapain di
predictions
sini
later. I know we're gonna
sekarang,
get later on into that.
Cherry?
But before we get into that, are you a Rager or are you gonna say by Corinthians?
For this one, I'm a rager, Kronos, and I predicted 4-2 for today.
Wow, a
Sepampang
Rager through and through.
itu.
And a big shout out to Otun as well for, you know, he has been telling us, I think he's been telling you as well, WLB as well, how much the effort that they're putting in behind the scenes. And of course, same with some of the
Numpang
coach
stream,
Blackjack,
siap,
who said they've
Cherry.
been practicing quite a lot.
Yur katanya EVOS
And
jual slot MPL, mana mungkin
preparing
EVOS
for
jual
all
slot
sorts of
MPL,
scenarios. We'll
goblok
get into
aja
that later on,
mereka.
of course, but just Influence Rage might just be the only team. Actually, they are the only
Ini
team that are
Meliodas
pulled
siapa
off
lagi,
sort
Cok,
of an
Meliodas nih?
upset against the Corinthians in the upper bracket finals. They were absolutely
Homo,
steamrolling
Cok.
the
Mau
opposition,
nemenin
right?
gua, Cok, abis live streaming anjing.
That one
Lu
time,
jangan
I mean,
homo,
did
Cok.
that influence your decision?
Gua masih suka apem, Cok, bukan suka pisang anjing.
I mean, to be honest, at that day, I kind of called it as if like it's
Ya dibayar Latam pasti. Emang dibayar, kenapa? Nggak terima lu? Iri ya? Iri. Goblok.
During that day, I actually voted for Corinthians, and goodness gracious, Influence Rage.
Duh guys,
they
gue kayaknya harus
exceeded my
ngambil bantal atau guling deh guys.
I'm looking forward on how they
Gak
will-
bisa
Main
ini
100 juta,
gue.
matamu 100 juta. Kalau 100 juta gua juga bakal ngemis-ngemis untuk dapat nih terus, Cok. Tapi yang pasti belasan lah guys ya, puluhan lah ya. Iri. Gak usah iri kalian. Jangan-jangan bikin ratusan, Cok.
The way they went through, right?
Lu ratusan kan ini kan?
Steamrolling their opposition. 4-0 or 4-1, I don't even remember because
Bang, kayak gak dijawab, Cok, sama Bikin.
4-1. Now that I think about it, the way that they dominated just showcased that hey, they are ready to be immortal. And you want to find out how
Kenapa, Yur?
Lu dapat 100 juta ya ini ya?
Immortal? Here's the clip showing
Ya, kagak lah, anjing.
throughout the MPL Latam season 3.
Tapi lumayan lah guys.
Sobre a caminhada, a trajetória do Corinthians.
Udah guys, gue udah ngambil guling lah buat menemani gue nih.
Como foi o desenvolvimento para esse MPL? Bom, nós se reunimos
Aduh
em
anjing, gue
GH
udah
em
pengen banget
fevereiro
tidur,
com a
cocok.
formação eu, Luiz, o Pacache e o Buzizio. Já
Si-
pegando muito
Ngentot gak mulai-mulai.
Nggak mulai-mulai ini udah mundur. Ken. Nanti kita janjian ya sih. Kalau 4 game nggak selesai kita game kelima sampai 7 tidur. Kok.
renomados, né? Com um grande nome no cenário, então a gente estava bem animado para começar.
Bah.
Aduh, gue sih bener-bener berdoa ini 4-0 sih ya.
Perdendo um jogo só. E dois
Kalau nggak
jogos
4-0 sih ngentot
né?
banget sih dia.
E já o terceiro jogo, a gente trouxe o Ressu, que é um jogador filipino, que agregou muito pro time, questão de experiência. Conseguiu passar algumas coisas e crescemos juntos.
Bentar guys, gue tuh harus profesional. At least 4 game pertama tuh gue harus pelek coy.
Bem, e em relação a isso. Seguimos, né, passar pelos
Kalau 4-3 sih nyentot cok nih dua tim cok.
resultado já nesse time. Nos playoffs a gente trouxe o Flip,
Sumpah,
que é o
gue udah disediain selimut cok di sini.
Que ele estreou nos playoffs, na verdade.
Sumpah kak, ini biasanya gue ada kayak kaki buat duduk ke ada anjing sekarang.
Depois a Entity 7.
Kalau 4-3 gimana? Gue sumpah, game ke-5 sampai 7 gue tidur guys.
E a gente tava com uma expectativa bem forte, na verdade.
Anjing.
Influence Rage, mas infelizmente não.
Guys, gua nih MPL aja cuma nonton RRQ.
Loh ini
Tiba-tiba nonton MPL Brazil.
Loh ini mantan playernya nggak lolos semua nih. Oh itu Luis lolos. Oh jadi Corinthians sekarang mereka.
Apa ini RRQ Akira tadinya?
Akira, cuy itu ada Luis.
Oh iya,
Ini yang
serius.
Corinthians.
Oh, oke lah.
Yur mau tidur Kak Rana. Apa Kak Rana? Mana Kak Rana? Gak ada cok.
Kak Rana nggak ada hubungannya guys di server ini.
Yang
guys.
ngasih bukan Kak Rana ini guys.
E trazer orgulho para os brasileiros. E é isso, gente. Eu acho que no mais é isso. Eu espero
Nanti yang Yurino yang aku kenal dulu mabuk matamu gak gelem mabuk meneh.
no ao vivo mesmo em casa. Espero que vocês torçam pra gente. E eu tô muito feliz, muito contente. E é isso, gente. Beijão do Frost.
You have my support, Frost. You have my support. By Corinthians. That's what the grand finals are gonna say tonight. Hell, Juve. We're gonna show the Ragers. Nah, I'm kidding, guys. I love Influence Rage all at the same time. Absolute love coming from my side for Influence Rage. I love the coach, man. I said it again. I've known him for a while. I've seen his work for a while, more than knowing him, in fact. And then had the reach out to him and keep right back.
Udah ngantuk nih, aku tidur dulu boleh gak sih guys 10 menit sumpah.
Absolute amazing human, but
Tidur
at the same time,
dulu
Frost,
10 menit.
the way he explained the journey, the introduction of the Filipinos, Bay. Did it change your mind a little bit? Did it change your mind a little bit?
Definitely changing here and there, but of course we are getting ready on the stage here. Oh, there's Coach Blackjack. Hey, long life for him. We're definitely seeing a little bit of the keys to victory by Pronox's for Influence Rage, because it is important to know how they are going to play it out for these grand finals, because it's a best of 7 series. You don't want it to miss out. In the keep the picks and bans worked in the previous games. Be careful with the opponent's aggressive early game, and keep playing by looking for fights in the mid game and forcing opponents' mispositioning. On the other hand, though, for Corinthians, all of their lineups and keys of victory by Pronox is all there on the screen, and very focused there with Coach Darkness, eyeing out for a good draft. As you said, Kronos behind the scenes, whoever they're going to win this, it is a great mastermind playing it out at the end of the day.
I agree, man. It's definitely the mastermind that's coming through. And we know, we've seen that coming out from Influence Rage, right? That mastermind. And who is the ones to lead both these teams from those shot calls through the brain, through the mastery that's going to come from the draft? Of course, Luis and Paquito, head to head, both these roamers, man. If anyone's to set the pace for these teams, it's these guys, right?
Baca komen yuk, jangan cuek. Bikin aja udah tidur, gentat guys. Woi Ken,
main initiator.
tidur cok, bikin anjing.
Played out and how they wrapped up the game so well from the regular season, leading up to the playoffs.
Tuh Luis tuh Corinthians.
A long journey, as we've seen the video on how they play, but I feel like it's going to be a little bit shifting here and there, because some fighter junglers will be brought into the land of Dawn. So probably some of the rollers could actually flex into some damage or high burst, or even hiders too. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I think it's we have to see how
Si
it goes,
Bren
of
kan
course.
udah tidur.
It's gonna be
Ken.
It'll be one indeed. But of course, I think you did speak about the keys to victory for Corinthians, right? But for Influence Rage, though, did you say the keys to victory? Because I know you love to do these. If you didn't, I'm gonna put the phrase right now. I'm gonna say it anyway. But they gotta look to force mistake in the game, and not only that, don't focus on only banning the opponent's jungler, because that's what everyone does when they go against Chef Flick, right? Chef Kronos.
Aku baca komen dari ini guys, handphone bentar ya. Sapa aku Yur, halo Atlas
He has a
Fin.
wide pair of, he has a wide pool of heroes.
Piken makan gaji buta. Aku juga makan gaji buta, Cok. Gua biasanya nonton at least ya 3.000 4.000 guys. Ini 200, Cok. Jam segini orang masih tidur di dalam mimpi anjing, guys.
To confuse the opponents, especially when not having that first pick. Take the advantage of having those 2 picks on the red side, and then again, it's all up to who's gonna get first blue, who's gonna get red. That's gonna be a big factor to play. So knowing, I feel like Coach Blackjacks definitely knows what to do. Of course, Coach Darkness knows what to do as well. It's just who's gonna fall for whose trap first, or who's gonna be the first one to set that trap out.
So it's also a part of doing mind games, but say what happens in chaos, you don't want to repeat that. So so far, by data-wise, we see that people from, or even teams from the red side, they try to follow whatever the teams that try to pick on the blue side. So make sure to not whatever on the blue side dictate you want to try to adjust, because you don't want to fully adjust, right? Sure, there's some adjustment that needs to be made, but hey, you still got to play with your own style. You still got to be comfortable in your own pace. So I feel like that's one of the important keys for both sides of the teams today.
Man, the more you mention about these teams, the more excited I get. And look at that. Speaking of excitement, it's definitely the one that we want to see. It's both the teams ready to take stage. You can see both are looking to get into the draft soon enough, and those are of course our Brazilian casters, ladies and gentlemen, Bane, Enrique, and as well as Nyx. And hey, Vay, you got a slight bit of talk to tell about them. If you do, they're funny guys. They're absolutely entertaining as well.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun, kind of jealous of Tom stream being offline, but hey, it's their perks of being there. We on the global desk, you gotta sit out, wait here, but still, same excitement, still the same of availability there for everybody else. And I feel like they're really enjoying their time there.
I agree, man, but I was gonna ask if production can show us, a little bit of casters once again. I wanted to point out. If later on, maybe if we're not gonna get it. Hey, I got my wish. It came true.
Hey.
Bay is jealous of Enrique's hair. I'm telling you. If off the stream, Enrique was turning around. He had some really long, luscious hair. Hey, if MPL Latam, if the Brazilian, anyone from the Latam region, we use some shampoo sponsors, like Enrique, he can definitely do it for you guys. But at the same time, it's not a bad way. Like sponsors. Why not?
Yeah, not that. Hey, calling out, wishing for more.
Yeah, men's dandruff.
Cuek orang tua. Gua at least mata gua masih buka, Cok. Piken ditutupin bantal anjing.
And I think Enrique definitely has
the bikin ngorok,
ngorok. Way to be jealous. To be honest, they look handsome.
Ini terpaksa streaming apa enggak nih? Sumpah guys, demi nama apapun, MPL Latam is the best, lebih the best daripada MPL Indo.
Slight bit of a peek earlier on to how the teams got there, but Vay, I think about how many of the people that we know kind of cosplayed Nabis. I only remember Nabi, if I'm not wrong, right? Did you see any other one? I don't remember anyone apart from
Nabi, Layla. I saw Layla also. Yeah, she's very pretty. The hair is very long, and I know a few of my cosplayer friends. They mentioned that long wig hairs are sometimes hard to manage. So really, give applause and also appreciation for that. And I feel like everybody's quite fun. The cosplayers are greeting everybody coming in. So it's an exciting day to be there.
Yeah, man, it's an exciting day to be a part of MPL Latam overall. Even if you're not there, don't worry. We got you. We're bringing the action globally. And I know, I'm excited. Vase as well. And I'll be honest, the two of us are containing our excitement. We're putting it under containment. We're trying to keep it locked
Udah
in.
ngantuk masih
so that
ngelek,
we
enak
explode
aja.
at the right
Sorry,
time.
ngelek.
And we want to explode with y'all. Because again, the players are looking like they're ready to go. Look at Jesus. Right, he definitely knows what it takes to be one of the top players coming in from the Philippines.
Rambutku ini udah mulai,
flying
nah
all
ini
the
botak
way.
dikit loh.
I think that's gonna be a slight bit of a
Anjing,
difference
anjing.
maker as well. That's super
Udah mulai dikit cok
important,
rambutku. Wah.
especially with the fact that they're going
Stres, guys.
against influence rage. and
Padahal rambutku dulu
influence
tebel
rage
banget
in
loh.
Different countries of their own.
Ini lihat nih, mulai kelihatan nih.
Because I've actually felt
Oh,
before
aduh,
here in
kulitnya anjing,
Indonesia
anjing.
how the teams, it's just way different on the, how do you say, the atmosphere is just different when you step onto the stage, and I can really see that on how Jesus' eyes are all up on his team. It's just a different shift of very strong players coming in also. But hey, talking about Corinthians, they have very good oppositions too. Player stats right now.
Buset,
for
dia itu sama
influence
gimana lu
rate,
jam segini
still
nih
the same
stream.
lineup, though.
Di endorse-an.
Chan,
Ini
Fatima,
bodo amat mau
and
penonton
also
200, 300,
the other players
400.
that we've seen featured
Dibayar,
in,
Cok.
They are quite
Yur,
hefty
kenapa nggak
also.
mulai-mulai ya, Yur?
Tanya lah sama MPL Latam, anjing memang MPL Latam kon.
On playing it. And I hope, hey, probably a Hanzo will
Udahlah,
pop
gua
up
gak
for
berani
Latam.
ngomong guys.
We'll see.
Enggak 100 juta guys. Ini
I'm
gua
telling
bisa
you,
ngomong
man,
nih di
I'm
bawah
not really
50
sure
juta
how
guys,
this
sumpah.
would go down. The Hanzo
Tapi cukup lah
is
buat gua
something
hidup
that
sebulan.
Definitely, they don't need to give in the hands of Hotun. It's a staple. It's a staple. In one of the social media posts, you know what I did, Vay?
Ah ini
I asked him,
kan
like, hey, are we gonna
mantan
see
RRQ.
Hanzo? And he said maybe Layla
Cuma
Jungle.
Luis, Cok, sama
That's what he
Upatsi.
said.
Lainnya pemain baru kan.
Kind of brought up by Joe
Anjir, gue cuma ingat Luis doang, Cok.
Upatsi gak sih guys? Upatsi dari mana ya?
They are facing greater heights also against Corinthians. Same lineup from the playoffs. It's Jesus, Flick, Frostland, Nave, Luis, and Upatizi.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, like at this point, Upatizi, all eyes on him to kind of carry out the late game. But it's the two Filipino duo, right? The Filipino duo, Jesus and Flake. Those are the ones that brought a slight bit of a change, that adjustment that Corinthians really need. And look at the fans, they're excited. It looks like a jam-packed arena at this point. I know there's definitely a line outside waiting to get the players. And look at Paquito. He also needs the support, of course, from the Ragers. And I think right now, Influence Rage are looking to try to take any sort of advantage they can get, knowing that momentum is on the side of Corinthians at this point.
Quite interesting to see, because hey, they are discussing some strats, they are discussing, and of course finding the most comfortable way of playing their offline. And you know what, right now it's just
Waduh,
just really happy
cok
to see
anjene
that everybody's
asu,
just
asu.
here and there. And
Mulai ngantuk su guys.
you sound a little bit there, 'cause
Tumben Yur. Iya nih
Camera
tumben
proud.
anjing guys.
Did you see the new
Ngantuk
cut
asu.
he had though? Like a nice clean beard that he got rocking at the side. It seems like he went to the barber, just went and got a nice fresh cut. You know, it's just like that quote they say, I like your cut, G. But in this, hopefully that brings some extra luck to them. And I think they were really locked in when it came to going to the scrims, right? Because they were scrimming until the very last second, until the very last day. And I actually wanted to have a chat with a couple of them earlier on, but then they said that they're scrimming nonstop. Same thing coming Flick at the same time. And these are certain important things to consider, because they have their eye on the prize. And we know that both these teams are going to go to the MSC, right? We're going to go to the MSC, and that's going to be super important. But how do we get to the MSC? Do we get there by being the champions, or do we get there by being the runner-up and getting the wild card stage?
Kenapa
Because you
nggak
and I
boleh-boleh,
both know, Vay, that being a champion, getting into that main stage, gives it a reassurance that you're one of the top dogs indeed, right?
Ngantuk, Cok. Tidur dah.
yeah, you get there by playing
Guys,
correctly.
Weekend bisa tidur, saya juga bisa tidur guys.
Whatever, bro. You know what? Speaking of playing, I want some. Where's my starlight? Where's my?
Tahu udah mau jam 5.
Where are my skins?
Belum
You
mulai,
Oke, Cok.
tai.
said you're gonna give me something if we get to the
Bisa sampai
finals.
jam berapa anjing?
Don't
Jam
know,
9
but of
ini Yur,
course,
kita Yur.
We both
Kalau begitu
are going to
9,
give something
gua
to our
sumpah
viewers
jam
in the
game kelima
English
tidur gua,
chess.
Cok.
And a
Oh, gua
lovely
jam balik
code
hotel
going to
sih
pop
gua,
up for
anjing.
all of you guys.
Lu
Don't
tinggal
forget
balik
to
hotel,
receive it
jadi yang
because
lain kursi.
Here, it's 4F1.
Gua tinggalin kursi lah, tai. Aduh, pusing gua, anjing.
Jadi tinggal kursi kalau nggak dibayar gimana gitu.
UZRJJ. That's some code.
Entot sih.
Redeem your skin now. Redeem it faster before
Nggak bisa
Bruno
juga,
does,
Cok,
as
Cok.
usual. So
Ayah.
everybody,
Hey,
I
nothing
hope you
usual
get a great
about that.
skin and comment down below, of course, or even tag us on the Instagram for MLBB BR Esports and MLBB ES Esports to hey show off your new skin.
Gila, guys,
Because
ini
it is a
MPL-nya
great
ini
way of
lebih
growing.
ngaret
Somebody-
daripada
Somebody-
MPL Indo, Cok.
Somebody invited me.
Somebody
Well, I was trying to
invited you on,
redeem the
right?
code. Somebody invited me for a game. Yeah, I'm about to say, why you're inviting me? You gotta know I'm actually cast to the MPL Latam finals. I texted him, then bro, I can't. I'm
Di
actually
jadwalnya
cast to the
itu
MPL
ini tuh
Latam
jam 3,
grand
guys.
finals right now. And he's like, oh my god, it's happening right now. It's like,
Sekarang
yes,
setengah
join. And
5,
he's like,
anjing.
English stream. I'm like, yeah, I don't speak Portuguese, man. Like my Portuguese ain't the most fluent one. So he's actually joining the
Yur,
stream
itu
right
stage
now. So
mereka
that's a good
deket
way to
banget,
get
Cok.
everyone to join. So ladies and gentlemen, just go share the stream with everyone. We have
Ini
rewards to be given out.
Ini MPL nggak mampu atau gimana, Cok, listage?
At that trophy.
Gua bayarin di
That's
sini
the
anjing.
MPL trophy that's coming through as well at the same time.
Piken nggak berani jawab, guys.
Glorious,
Kalah
glorious
barbar, Cok, sama gua.
trophy and one lift away
Apaan,
from
anjing?
MSC, and I feel like everybody is just really waiting on it. And I see a few of the audience holding on to that light stick. Kronos, I want a light stick now.
Yeah, and I feel like this
Sumpah.
trophy, man.
Ini sih gua kerasa ya,
This
stage-nya bukan MPL Brasil, MPL Zimbabwe, Cok.
trophy. Absolutely glorious in the way it looks.
Yur, udah, Yur.
Yes, it's,
Jangan dihina terus.
it's close to immortality, as close can get.
Bangke,
But at this
bang.
point, that's clean, right? That's absolutely clean.
Tapi asli loh, guys, stage-nya itu
And, I
deket
don't know,
banget,
like,
Cok. Kayak
some
bener-bener
of
kayak
the teams that I know,
turnamen
they
warkop
kinda
gitu loh, guys.
have, like, bad juju. 'Cause
Berarti mereka kalau
they don't
ngomong
wanna
itu
touch
suaranya
the
bisa
trophy
kedengeran,
before
Cok.
you won. Don't
Ya
wanna
mungkin
jinx
enggak sih,
the same
ketutup
thing.
headset juga sih.
It'll probably work
Betul,
there.
betul.
It'll probably be different in Latam, but I'm pretty sure
Ayo.
everybody is just stoked and everybody's just ready for the draft because I feel like they're discussing like, hey, what do you want to play today? Hey, which one?
Gua
you
sih
can?
pede, guys ya. Gua kalau di MPL Latam gua masih bisa jadi player jago, guys.
There's a lot of things going on.
You know one thing that about trying, yes, they could try whatever. One thing
Berangkat, Yur, berangkat, Yur. Gue yang
Nobody
restream.
actually tries to touch the
Enggak,
trophy.
Cok.
It is
Nggak akan,
actually
Cok, gua berangkat kecuali
for-
gaji
if
gua
it's a
500
trophy
juta,
before
anjing.
the game starts, the game ends.
Kalau gua
That's a
500
big
juta, gua
no-no.
berangkat,
I
ya.
believe in that as well. Yes, it's a lot of what do you call those things, Vay?
Ya udah, kita doain, guys, biar dia
Otak,
berangkat. Gue yang
otak gua mahal, Cok.
You know when you believe in something, but
Kalian tahu, guys ya, otak gua tuh brilian. Makanya gua ngelahirin anak kayak Econ, guys.
I'm kind of.
Oh, okay. It's our time to
Top up
look-
gimana, Yur? Top up jelas ya, guys ya. Cuma di donkigendut.com. Proses 1 detik.
Man,
Jelas ya, guys
where,
ya.
like you believe in something, but it's like it's something like fiction. I forgot. How can I? How do you know? Oh my God, Bay, I'm thrown for a loop here. Basically, the reason why people don't touch the trophy, right? They believe in that fact that it's not gonna get them the victory. It turns out to be bad luck, right? And
Bad juju.
that's something
bad
that's
juju. Let's just leave it
yeah,
at that.
yeah.
Ayo.
It's not. So
Yeah,
wow,
no,
what's
not
the
because of
word?
that. I'm kind of
It
thinking of the
slipped
word
from my
too.
head.
Like it's at the
Superstition.
tip of my tongue.
Superstition,
Yeah,
superstition. That's the word.
superstition, yes.
Superstition.
Yes.
Man, we got so excited. I got coffee in my veins right now. I'm super pumped. My ears are all red hot from thinking all about all of that. A lot of MLBB in my brain, and all of a sudden, superstition's not fitting in. Need to hydrate, folks. Need to hydrate for sure. But I think that superstition definitely going to be important for the fact that none of these teams want to touch the trophy before they get to the final spots, before they start playing it out. And I feel like that's going to be super important. Influence Rage Corinthians. Again, both these teams, they have not much history. Corinthians have a bigger history, right? In different areas, of course. But I think, I feel like Corinthians have a bigger fan base than Influence Rage. But Influence Rage, I don't think they're bothered by it.
Hey, again, we've seen their journeys, both none of
Ini
them
gila Kak, mulai-mulai Cok.
easy,
Emang
but
ya
a little
niatnya
bit
membuat kita
Yur, mending kita main catur, Yur.
Hah? Catur di mana Cok? Ayo.
from Corinthians.
Gimana Ten? Aplikasi apa Cok?
Bentar, gue cari dulu website-nya, Cok. Chess.
Chess online Cok. Ayo.
Chess.com gak sih? Ini lah ya.
Anjing Cok. Bentar.
Play online.
Chess online. Apa Cok? Ini chess online kan. Ini chess.com.
Chess.
Ini play online kan. Ayo.
Anjing, play as a guest. Terus gimana cara gue mau invite lu main ya?
Hah? Cara invite gimana Cok?
Play event.
Harus login ya?
Aduh, harus login anjing. Sumpah, Cok, ini nggak bakal mulai, Cok, ini, Cok.
Harus sign up dulu kan.
Gimana, guys? Main
Cok lah.
catur gimana, guys? Kalau harus login males nih. anjing.
Beginner Cok. Hah?
Kalau sign up ribet gak sih, guys? Aduh, harus pakai email ribet, guys.
Hah? Apa Cok?
Bentar, Yur. Mendingan cari yang lain aja, Yur.
Gak bisa Cok. Gak bisa guys.
Salah. Oh iya, tapi cuma chess.com
Pakai
ini
baju
doang,
panas
anjing.
banget Cok. Lepas baju anjing. Dah. Enak guys, gak pakai baju telanjang nih udah paling enak Cok. Ini baru donkey ya guys ya. Live nggak pakai baju, siapa lagi kalau bukan donkey?
Apa ini, guys?
Anjir mboknya ancuk iki Cok, MPL Latam nih guys. Mboknya ancuk tahu gak? Mboknya
Okay,
ancuk.
if I'm not wrong. Especially with the tank junglers that are going around, the box has been popped up a lot of
Waiting
places.
for the opponent.
Alpha is barely seen these days. Martis is non-existent. The Fredrins slowly starting to come back. So with the Alpha, with the Fredrins, with the Boxias, and even the Lucas at a certain point, with these heroes being present, the 1-1 just slowly creeping back. Do you feel like the 1-1 we might be seeing the 1-1 today?
I really do feel that is a possibility of happening today. Because if you've seen these two players from Upatizi and also Fury, both of them have quite similar hero pools. And both of them they kind of really love
Dari Discord
the
ada
character,
Ken
they
Catur.
really love
Emang
the
iya.
creature, but depending on the priorities later on, if they're banned out, it opens up a new possibility of the 1-1 coming in, the carry coming in, and if ever a Bruno will come in. Let's see, because if the teams want to try to play out
Kita main Eggball pool gak sih Ken?
their jungler route, they would have to have a
Eggball pool gak sih? Coba sih.
So
Bisa gak Cok?
kind of leads on to that
Ayo
competition.
Ken.
Emang Eggball pool bisa ketemu?
Loh,
Again, head-to-head, we did see
bisa, Cok.
Luis
Bentar.
and
Ayo.
the initiators for both these teams.
Anjing,
And,
gua nggak ada
it's just-
kabelnya lagi, HP gua udah
bukan,
mati,
pakai Google Cok.
used to kind of lead their own teams. They both like to play
Oh, bisa ya?
position. They are good at the support. We've not seen a
Nggak
lot of
bisa,
AoE
anjing,
coming out
eh.
from them. But then again,
Anjing, semuanya pasti login,
Nah,
cowok.
bentar, gue lawan musuh dulu Ken ya.
is the one that will be leading the charge. We saw Opatizi,
Sabar, guys.
but now here's a video of Influence Rage as well with some with what they have to say.
Wah ini MPL gila
Wah,
guys.
ini
Kamu mulai gitu.
ini musuhku tolol banget, Cok.
Héroe con mímica y sonido con Free Paquito. Ahí está. Mira, arranca así. Y cuando se ahí hace.
Ada game aktivitas Ken.
Él nomás parecía un perro este pibe que viene. Te hago otra señal, mira. Hacer una mímica. A ver. Este es el héroe y va haciendo así. Cada vez que avanza la partida. Ya sé.
Coaches.
Lu kontolnya apa sih? Lu jancok. Wah, goblok banget nih game.
Imagínate, pío. Amigo, es clavadito. Laila, vaya.
Iya, Cok.
Hace. Y cuando es así, vaya, después va. No sé, boludo, no sé.
Wah,
No sé.
apa?
No sé.
Ada chess, Cok, di Discord.
Apa, Cok?
Itu pokoknya di bawah Discord itu ada yang lambang joystick loh, lu lihat gak sih? Lambang stick.
Di bawah, paling bawah Discord.
Ya, yang di bawah Discord sebelah kiri ada lambang stick tuh.
Hah?
Terus chess nama gamenya, lu pencet terus ada gamenya Chess in the Park namanya, Cok.
Mana, Cok?
Hey,
Mana, Ken?
I gotta hand it to Hotun. I gotta hand it to
Facecam
him.
lu kanan apa kiri?
Bentar, Ken ya.
It's so funny to see how they
Bener gak sih, guys? Ini
the heroes that it's
Lu
not
tolol
even listening to the
banget,
song, but it's
anjing,
a
anjing.
parade. I think that just shows their brotherly bond of like, hey, you're
Anjing,
just
gua main sama siapa, Cok?
Bentar, gua main X-Ball Pool dulu. Kalian tunggu, Cok. Gua tuh jago main ini. Lu kok
Oh, gitu doang. Oh iya ya bisa ini main catur nih.
lah kok musuhnya jago, Cok?
Ada game apa lagi dia, guys? Sudoku. Kalau Sudoku gua jago banget
mau
ya.
mecahiku guys, sok pecah kontol aja nih Raini asu.
Kita main Sudoku dulu aja, guys.
Jangan tutup gini lah, Janco.
Anjing Sudoku together, Cok. Kasih gua keras, hard juga nggak apa-apa gua, guys, kalau Sudoku, guys.
Masuk, Janco aja nih.
Oke. Kita kelarkan Sudoku ini dulu, guys. Ini hard ya, guys ya. 5. Bentar, guys. 5 1 1 1 1 1. Satu.
Ini stick murahan anjing, gak gelem mundur bangke.
1. Empat. Sembilan.
Janco aja nih.
5. Wah, susah juga ini, guys.
Ini stick murah, Cok. Anjing.
Oh ini 5
stick
ini.
murah, panahnya masih pendek guys, jancuk. Protes saya.
Oh beneran belum mulai guys, gila guys, ini MP Latam. Cok mau sampai jam berapa nih?
Duh ini gimana?
Jur, kalau nggak mulai kayaknya bukan salah kita guys, Jur.
Iya cok, kita boleh nggak restream nggak sih?
Enggak, kalau nggak mulai ini, entar coba kita tanya lagi dah. Tiga ratus orang nontonin gua main Sudoku. Luar
Ini
biasa
300
kalian.
orang nonton gua main. Wah cok, panas nih.
Wah, susah ini.
Sama bot kalah cok. Kalian rasain cok main pakai ini anjing guys, kalian ngomong enak banget. Loh, mereka sampai. What the? Menang aku cok. Lah mereka dia menang anjing. Neman jembut. Ayo, harus ngelawan lagi enak itu. Kayak enaknya harus main di handphone guys. Apa main di PC kayak? Loh, gitu. Kamu mukul loh. Gak jelas. Loh. Apa ini? Dilepas gak mau mukul. Loh malah buka iki toh.
1, 3, 8, 9, 8, 9, 1, 3. Tiga, 8, 9.
Gak terima aku anjing. Lawan bot loh iki cok. Bot dok. Hei, Yurino. Gue jago ini loh guys. Gue dulu jujur ya guys. Gue main Iqbal Pool jago banget. Ini gue gak ngada-ngada anjing. Sekarang lawan bot kalah cok.
Ya ampun. Belum mulai anjing.
Minta bayaran naik gak sih Ken?
Anjing, gue agak stres.
Nah, ini gua menangin guys ya. Efek kiri buat mecah atas ya. Efeknya gak jalan, Cuk. Ini game taek guys ya. Wis gak podo me bilet asli. Di efek kiri lurus, Cuk. Gendeng ah.
Satu, dua.
Loh. Malah ngono. Gak gelem mundur padahal bawa paling aduh. Stek. Oh, kayu anjing. Stik
Gua boleh salah
tolol
berapa
nih, guys, ya.
kali.
Tolol, Cok, stik anjing. Mundur paling bawah. Karep mula, Cok. Ini namanya stik lokasi. Stik lokasi. Loh, entek, Cuk.
Tiga, 8, 9.
Hahaha. Goblok bot. Emang bot goblok. Duh. Gak lama-lama menang, Cok. Cak mulai su. Kita main game apa sih, guys? Lah kok main game ini? Tolong Kak Vero, gak kuat kita Kak Vero, belum mulai Kak Vero.
Wih, Veronya aja kayak udah tidur, Cok. Aduh, ditinggal kita yur. Ayo catur yur.
Ayo kalau ada.
Ada di Discord anjing.
Bentar.
Nih, gue balik ke catur dulu, bentar. Udah nemu belum, Yur?
Belum, bentar gua lagi main ini, Ken.
Wah, ini MPL-nya sih udah gila, guys. Masa ngaret 2 jam, guys?
Ini gamenya Econ bener.
Wih. Cok, draft pick in 50 detik, Cok.
Ya udah, bentar sabar.
Akhirnya guys, anjing. Anjing nggak ada suaranya, Cok.
Econ udah gede. Bangke ya kalian ya. Oi.
Gabut banget live jam segini. Aduh, guys.
Apa, Cok? Gampang banget nih, guys.
Nah, ayo dong, beneran draft picknya. Wah bangsat guys, katanya udah countdown belum mulai juga, tai. Akhirnya draft pick guys, cuman gak ada suara ini anjing.
Akhirnya ada draft.
Udah. Ayo Yur, udah draft pick Yur.
Bentar.
Aduh.
Game kali ngantuk. Menengok jancuk. Blok. Ayo kita traffic akhirnya guys ya. Ayo, Ken. Nanti pasin gak sih sekarang detik berapa lu? Stop di detik berapa?
Gua 39 8 maksudnya
Lu pause dulu aja, Ken.
For the drafting phase.
Ya udah, lu berapa sekarang? Pause.
28
Ya, gua di 28, kita start bareng-bareng ya. Lu pause.
Oke.
Best of 7 series.
Udah.
Nah, gua 10 detik lagi.
Finals is in
34, 33, 32, 31. Ayo 1, 2, 3 play.
First game starting off, you can see
Oke.
they take Corinthians on the blue side as Influence Rage get
Kenapa yang mau buat tuh restream MP Latam? Dibayar lah guys, apalagi cok.
Luyi banned out, Hayabusa taken off the table as well. Fanny alongside the chip banned out on the other side.
Nih kita udah nunggu dari jam 3 ini guys.
Because if they want to ban out the assassins, usually from the regular season and also the playoffs recently also, they want
Semoga
to focus on
ini gue berharap sih guys, ini ada satu tim yang kuat banget jadi 4-0 langsung.
Ini ya, gue berharap kiri, Cok Luis, Cok 4-0.
If ever both of
Iya, Mas Luis, tolong Mas Luis.
Mas Luis lawan Mas Pakito.
Tolong 4-0, Cok.
Strong front to back lineup would look pretty good right now for the first game.
Yeah, at this point, the Baksha, the first pick for Corinthians, I wouldn't be surprised if that came through. But looking at the fact that the Hayabusa's banned out, a joy
Itu mana, Cok? Si gendut
is
itu guys. Si
so good
gendut apa?
here for
Tanknya.
Corinthians. Give it to the hands
Guys,
of
gue
Flex.
kasihan, Cok, lihat
Joy is
studionya, Cok.
absolutely tasty.
Ini kalau gua ngadain
Flick
turnamen MPL kayak gini
at the same time.
juga bisa, Cok, nggak perlu MPL guys.
But they just cannot let that go.
Survivor. Kasihan banget bang.
Bangsat, Cok, guys.
This Kimi
Ini
works
kayak kerja
well
kelompok,
with
Cok. Gua kayak
Sure, we do have some debates on.
Lu bayangin guys, cuma meja, lampu, piala MPL di tengah, Cok.
So far for Corinthians,
Oh my
the Kimi
God.
works well with
Anjing.
lane. And for Influence Rage, since they know they are facing the typical high damage.
Kasian
hero
banget,
or the
sumpah, guys.
typical run and gun
Kursinya
deep
pun
with
kayaknya pakai
Corinthians.
kursi kondangan mereka
I'd
ini.
like to see if ever they want to bring out their friend in Baksha, it can be a good composition for now. A Harith getting picked up by Fury, knowing that
Kasihan guys, itu tim sebelah kiri Corinthians gak dikasih minum lagi.
Gak dikasih aqua lagi.
Cuma tim sebelah guys yang dikasih minum, pilih kasih, Cok.
The Cho, the Herod, the pickoffs already present, but then there's not much to follow. I feel like the jungler is gonna be a big difference maker. Yes, the Cho is gonna be good with the way of the dragon, but they got.
Yur, lu nggak ada suara juga kan, Yur?
Apa? Ada suara?
A single target hero is gonna be a little.
Maksudnya ininya loh, videonya.
Ada.
Lagu doang kan?
Ada suara orang komentator.
Make sure if they go for the Joy, you're really taking a big risk. Because against the Cho, Joy's not gonna have the greatest of times.
Serius, Cok?
If you ask me though, take the Joy, take the Boxia, and then let's.
Lu nontonnya di yang mana sih?
Yang MPL Latam Mobile Legends Bang Bang 17,1 juta subscriber.
MPL Latam Bang Bang.
Ya, Mobile Legends Bang Bang yang
Oh, anjing. Pantas gue lebih cepet,
Lu
Cok.
tahu ya kan ya? Yang nontonnya 200, 17 juta subscriber. Mending gua Cok 350, guys.
Or will Corinthians finally succeed
What
with
the
the
fuck, guys? 200 Cok yang nonton.
On the second draft ban phase right now. I feel like closing
Gua pikir
heroes right here.
gue udah kecil banget aja.
Boxia would work out if ever Influence Rage don't want to pick it up.
Yur, lu detik berapa, Yur?
Gua 47, 46 lu?
Boxia would also be good here.
Tuh, ini gue lagi pick siapa sih? Lu lagi pick Corinthians bukan?
Bentar. Pick ya Corinthians. Lu detik berapa?
Aduh, gue kecepatan sih. Gue 18.
Bentar, gua yang kali 2 aja deh. Aman kan? Pasti gua balap lu. Pelan-pelan aman.
So this is the style that we like to see come out quite often from Corinthian, and instantly after going for that Joy and the Granger being picked up, Influence Rage respond back with a Lucas, right? And that Lucas kind of slows down the tempo for Corinthians. So this is what Influence Rage did in the upper bracket finals, and now they're trying to replicate that here in the grand finals as well. It's game number 1. So I feel like definitely again Influence Rage.
Yur, Faye ini orang Indo, Yur.
Iya, katanya orang Indo.
I feel like why fix something that's not broken? But at the same sense, I feel like on this time, Influence Rage, even though they are on the red side, it's not just simply
Influence Rage.
because Corinthians basically already give off the test answers of like, hey, I want to go aggressive, I want to go hyper stat.
But at the same time,
I feel like the response from Influence Rage is quite smart, picking up that troll and that Lucas, as you mentioned before. Slowing down the tempo is the key for now. But question is, can you hold it off that long? Because these heroes from Corinthians, they are the scaling type of heroes. Because you don't want that for your late game. So what's your solution for an early suppress for Influence Rage? Those are the type of the heroes that I'm actually trying to think of.
Hold it off that long? Because
An early suppress, what could it be? A glue. A glue is good ban, just so that the Joy doesn't get dove upon too much, and I feel like here the Gatot Kacha, a great ban. You're right, Bay. They need to find some sort of a suppress to hold down the Joy apart from the Cho.
Sekarang udah terlalu
And again, same with the Lucas. At the
Tanya
same time,
tanya Brandon ya guys ya, kata Brandon sih Bitcoin bakal 20 M.
and it's gonna be super important, gonna be super crucial. Here, however,
Cepat atau
I feel
lambat
Influence Rage
Bitcoin
still
akan 20 M.
Beneran itu, Yur.
Lu yakin?
like that's absolutely
Beneran
nasty,
itu.
correct?
Gue sih tim Timothy garis keras, Cok.
Oke.
How
Could be
about a
difficult.
Matilda?
Gimana caranya munculin muka lu, Yur?
Nggak bisa lah, Cok.
Oh, kalau lagi live nggak bisa ya?
Bisa, tapi kayak kita harus saling munculin gitu. Kita jadi kayak ngambilnya dari Discord gitu mukanya.
Ah, udahlah, ribet lagi.
Kind of minimize on that.
Ayo.
Still can reach it, but you still need some items to help out. But on the other hand, though, Influence Rage, if they want to play tanky, sure you can tank off.
Itu Faye mantan saya Mas Yur. Enak kali kau ngomong. Aku juga bisa ngomong, Cok. Itu guys, kalian tahu apa Kylie Jenner juga mantan gua guys.
I don't think
Angelina
that
Jolie
it's,
mantan gua, kenapa?
very,
Enak
how
kali
do you say,
ngomong.
very nice to just like leave it all for Fury on the Harris. So you really gotta rethink. Baxia is just taken away from them. So if ever Infiltration, one of the
So rambut cilik nih udah gede belum?
Assassin?
They've done this before. They've done this before, man.
Ooh.
Vey, look at it
Oh,
carefully.
lapar.
Valentina EXP
Makan
lane.
sayang, enggak, kamu breakfast saya nanti.
Valentina EXP.
Kalau aku
What he did
ngantuk.
before.
Yor,
And,
bini lu
I
mantan
feel
gua.
like this is gonna be a good
Bukan, itu
counter
mantan gua.
for
Ups.
that Lucas
Enggak,
in the
guys.
jungle.
Mantan kan udah jadi
Or the
istri.
EXP lane, but now on the other side, what is it gonna be? If they get the Hilda, and again, just
Tuh,
a
MP
lot of
Latam,
ways to
cocok,
mitigate the
anjing.
transition period for the Corinthians.
And so far, at least somebody blocking off or trying to keep up with the Baxia rolling around. And again, run and gun style indeed for Corinthians, and for Influence Rage, though safe front to back. But I feel mid power spike is their best scenario if ever they want to take over Corinthians, because if they miss out on the early, they hit the mid. Both can fight well, but hey,
Guys, masuk ke match-nya aja lama banget,
going to
anjing.
be quite hard for for Influence Rage to just stand up against Corinthians.
Hey, that's true, ladies and gentlemen, because it all begins here. Game 1 of the grand finals. No more second chances, no more warm-ups. Every decision, every rotation matters now. Influence Rage enters the Titans. Everyone wants to dethrone.
Anjay.
But Corinthians, they're not just here to complete. They're here to conquer. Buckle up, Latam. The road to immortality starts with game number 1.
No more warm-ups.
Of course, from Influence
Semangat match
Rage,
1, masih ada 6 match lagi.
Corinthians here on
Anjing
stage
memang ya.
right now, whoever who's tuning in on the English desk, of course, still with me, Faye, and also Kronos on the desk. Okay, so far seeing
Lah,
Corinthians
panik,
wanna
Cok,
go
gitu doang,
aggressive,
flicker.
but I see a little bit from Influence Rage. They want to try to
now,
fake out those
whoever
resources whenever you can,
Anjing.
because no flicker.
Belum apa-apa, killnya udah 30
I
tadi.
see a little bit rushed though, but a good early jump scare from Influence Rage.
Oh, he gets the retribution to make sure he gets the creep as well. And I feel like that's the invade that Paquito has this time on Frick. And you can see they're popping in those emotes, right? Way from earlier, the TNC emotes that they did in the upper bracket finals. They're just showing that, hey, we've done this before, we can do it again.
Emang,
1 match 1 jam.
But
tolonglah, Cok, kalau 1 match 1 jam, kita jam 12 baru selesai.
But again, quite exciting to see these two get
Kalau kelar jam 12, kita langsung pergi makan sih, Yur.
Makan, Cok, gua.
skills. And of course, right now, Influence Rage, they are rotating on the same pace as Corinthians. So I
Yur,
feel
Wah,
like
dibayar
guys.
berapa 2 digit,
still
guys.
has that steady onset point.
Kalau ini sampai ada nge-lag ya guys ya, terus pause, wah ngentot sih anjing.
Because Hotun tries to steal that EXP crab away, but so far it's still given on the hands of Flay.
Yeah,
Malah
now we're
galuk
getting
biji
started,
peler.
and
Matamu
turns
galuk
up
biji
2
peler.
minutes into the game. Who's gonna be the first one to take it? Corinthians trying to set up to that position, but you can see Rage already get
Wih,
the
ada
hand
Cino, Cok.
and get the area.
Woi, ada Cino. Woi, Cino.
Covered a little bit on the Influence Rage
Ada
parts right
Cino,
now,
ada
but, hey,
Jotun.
Corinthians started to pull that away. No team want to contest. They want to get to that power spike. They want to get slightly a bit ahead. Flick comes through. The traction pole almost being used, but he goes to the shield.
Woi, Luis.
Screams a beacon, but at the same time,
Sakit banget tuh anjingnya, lihat.
Beast, he goes for it, and that is
Rata, Cok. Emang anjing ini terlalu kuat sih awal-awal.
Yur, lu detik berapa, Yur?
40, 41, 42 lu.
Wah anjing, gua ketinggalan jauh. Wait.
Kali 2.
Paquito, he looking like
almost getting taken down right here.
yeah, and right now they're trying to get the invade, as you can
Gua
see.
51, lu berapa?
They're getting too loud.
3-2, Ken.
Tun goes in, unleashing the beast.
Ya udah, gini, gua pause. Lu ngomong kalau udah 8.
02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07,
Trying to make
08.
it out and still able to do so.
Okay. Okay, even right now from Influence Rage, they are trying to settle in.
FC.
They kind of want to go and try a little bit more aggressive on Caribbeans because that was basically the first solution that got in their first slot in the season for the grand finals. And so far, they're trying to go head to head with that. But Corinthians, though, they managed to balance out
Suaranya kok double ya?
even though they are the early aggressors, because even right now, though, Corinthians want to try to execute on that play down at the bottom lane so far.
Kenapa tembus ya suara gue
Kapan?
ya?
Kalau gitu kita pakai suaranya bikin aja guys. Aman kan? Gua matiin suara Kim. Gua pakai suara Kim lu aja.
Oke,
Nyalain
oke.
suara Kim lu.
Udah gede belum?
Lah, nggak masuk sekarang, Cok, suara Kimnya.
Okay.
Ya udah, kalau gitu gua nyalain Kim gua lagi.
For even right now, with Paquito, they're trying to pull it in. For even Influence Rage, it's just trying to find an opening on how they want to try to play it out today. Because Corinthians, they're just sniffing out a good position. Because from Influence Rage, right now they are opening up on the turtle because from Corinthians, Luis is just rolling in infiltration, trying to find a great money here, but a little bit of a problem. Hold on, still gets that turtle quite good, quite okay, but only that objectives and no kill trade.
Ini harusnya para pemain MP Latam ya guys ya. Kalau gua lahir di Brazil, gua mendingan main bola sih guys.
Daripada jadi main ini ya. Oh,
Daripada main Mobile Legends.
enggak.
Lebih
Kau tahu?
terkenal,
Gua kasih
ya.
tahu Ken, kenapa mereka akhirnya milih main Mobile Legends meskipun laki. Lu tahu jawabannya tapi gua nggak mau jawab anjing. Ketawa Cok mikir. Lu tahu kan tapi jawabannya Ken?
Iya.
Anjing gua nggak berani jawab guys. Takut shaming gua.
Few basic core items for them to start, which is also good.
200. Wah, Ranger.
Enough to take the Ranger down.
Aduh, at least tadi tuh mulai jam 3 lah guys. Gue masih ada tenaga dikit lah anjing.
Ini gimana ya? Kita kalau udah gak kuat abis game ini gimana ya, Ken?
Gak tahu Jur.
Sumpah gak kuat nih gua.
Nontonnya pun gue udah nggak tahu. Coba nonton apaan ini.
Gua sampai gak tahu gameplaynya apa Cok ini. Lu tahu gak?
Apa?
Gua kayak gak tahu gameplaynya gimana itu.
Tahu.
Going back onto the base is just coming in for the turtle. A good objective take that Influence Rage can definitely get. But a question.
Menang siapa Yur? Kira-kira Yur?
Hah?
Menang siapa Yur?
Menang kanan. Menurut lu?
Ya udah. Gua pegang kiri ya Yur ya.
Hah? Berapa juta? Ayo, 1 juta.
Jangan 1 juta juga anjing, gede
Berapa?
banget Cok.
200 lah. Traktir makan lah kalau kita ketemu habis gereja.
Ya udah, traktir
Ya,
makan
ya.
ini ya. Gua pegang
Apa yang?
yang game ini ya, game ini ya.
Ngobel mulu, lucu ini orang tua gemoy. Jemput aja nih asu.
Oh, wait. No, at the moment, I'm leaving.
Guys, aslinya gue tuh orangnya swabar banget loh. Percaya gak guys? Sumpah guys ya. Gue live kayak gini, tapi aslinya gue tuh orang yang sangat sabar. Semua orang tahu gue tuh gak bisa marah guys. Serius nih.
About a 2K goal lead in the pair.
Tumben ini morning person.
No doubt
Bukan morning
that-
person,
not savage
nyentot nih belum
gameplay yet,
tidur,
though,
Cok.
but Influence Rage is definitely gaining a lot of space in order for Fury to just tank down and just take down that turret down below.
Yeah, I feel like definitely looking to take. They got that tier 1 on the bot side. Now they're looking to turn that into a slight bit more of an advantage. They got the tier 1 on the top lane as well. Look at Influence Rage turret structures, though they're standing tall. And now they're slowly forcing the equation onto Corinthians. The tier 1 on the mid lane is the only one left standing at this point. And with the traction pull being used, oh, they get the CC onto Chan.
Cici sama siapa? Sama
To
Beacon.
get out of harm's way, but look at Louise already taking out half HP. Paquito's there. Go for the way of the dragon at any point. Choosing not to do so yet with the Lord coming up in about 5 seconds. May Corinthians are not looking like they're in a good position, but Jesus gets out with the way of the dragon. Cheetah goes through as well. He has to dash out, but still.
Susah ini Grangernya udah nggak owning. Late game udah kalah nih Granger sama Harit, guys.
Some resources being there, being taken care of, which is good. And from Influence Rage, it is a good time if ever they want to try to start on that Lord. Because even though Corinthians, they want to try to set up this pace, but I don't think that they it's kind of hard. Or actually, they can go head to head with each other in this Lord pit fight.
No, conceal comes through. They're trying to find a target. Louis is gonna be the one, and they go for the shield unity, but at the same time, nice flicker play as they get the Zaman Force drop down. They get 1 kill. Louis is the first one to fall. And here
Udah menang gua Ken nih.
he goes into the back line.
Lah.
Unleashing the beast, but
Lah.
he's caught out in the midst of 3.
Lah.
Meanwhile, Hesu creating space for his other teams,
Kan.
and now they go.
Oh,
Cheeto
nggak,
getting
aman,
pulled back
aman.
by the traction pulse. Seems like he'll be going down indeed, but Hesu being traded by Fury. He is unleashing his own. Corinthians, they find something, but again, 2 steps forward, but 1
Lo
step
masih ada main guys sih?
Masih. Pita gua 100-an Ken, lu berapa?
To see, even though Corinthians want to go aggressive,
Gua masih
it is
legend, bro.
time for them to just want to get those
Udah nggak pernah main,
jungler items here and there. Because if you're somewhat starved so much, and even I feel this is the time where Paquito really is just very active on searching some targets and trying to hindrance Flick from getting a lot of jungles here and there. So Influence Rage, they really have a live camera walking everywhere against Corinthians.
Yeah, and I think you know, like speaking of Paquito,
Yeah,
you spoke
itu
about
Luis
how he's
X
looking
Akira,
to find
guys.
the right targets, and not just that, they're
Ya, Luis doang.
prioritizing the targets, right? And
Upatsi
they
itu
know
juga
he's
Akira bukan sih,
the
guys?
one that
Upatsi.
starts the team fights for Influence Rage. We spoke about this before the draft even started. We saw the head-to-heads. So far, Luis is just not able to provide the kills to his teams, whereas Paquito, he's just able to kick them back. And now looking, going for the concealed play. He's looking to find a target. But the threat just being present constantly is too much. Traction pulse, trying not to put anyone back. Crimson Beacon comes
Woi,
down,
dapat
they're looking for the Lord.
Ay,
They're able to get there with flash
goblok,
combo.
Cok, tim
Saman forces
sebelah
drop
kiri.
down. Luis has the revival to help them survive, but here you can see everyone has to run
Anjing.
away, grouped up together.
Kurang
The
berani
damage
nabrak.
coming through, and Paquito just being a complete distraction. As Influence Rage, yes, they get their hands on the Lord, but at what cost? Will they lose out a lot? No, they didn't. Corinthians don't punish.
Yo udah gak nonton ke Jepang.
Okay, so still
Nggak.
have a lot of discipline.
Visa dari
play
mana, guys?
that they want to try to just get head to head with this, because so far, even though Influence Rage gets the upper hand, but Chan though in the middle lane, 2v1 getting suppressed by Hesu was just a great deal right now. Looking at the in-game equipment, some of the power spike items are getting felt out right here, but hey, goodness gracious.
Anjing nggak ada
Oh my
nggak ada
God.
damage-nya anjing cok. Wih,
Now, but you can see electrifying beats. Flick is able to find
Digendong sama ini ya, apa?
in the hands of Fury as well at the same
Joy.
time. But the rest will have to run away. No minions being present mean they cannot try and clear that mid lane tier 1 turret, and they have to focus their attention on the Lord again.
Wah,
And
gua udah nggak
even
konsen
though
banget
it
Yur
wasn't
nontonnya
Sama,
Yur.
Ken.
to kill trade, but
Ini lo tahu kayak
it's
apa ya?
still
Gua cuma
a good investment, though,
menyelesaikan
for
tanggung jawab
because
gua, Cok.
they're able to take that tier 2 turret down and kind of leave Corinthians on a spring cleaning duty down at the bottom lane also. So far, even though they are down 2 kills and it is an important figure in the team, like
Sumpah guys, gua nggak tahu guys
and
nonton
also
apaan guys.
Chino was taken down at that point. But still pretty good and still pretty healthy if ever they still want to continue all of these moments. Because in-game equipment items so far, you see Flick getting on the Starling Shine and also the Holy Crystal, which is a good power spike. But since you're going to look up tanky heroes from Influence Rage, I don't think that that's enough damage to just burst anybody down, except if ever you found Shannon caught in the middle of everything.
Gue tuh gak ini guys, gak ngefek gue ngopi.
Yes, he might get caught out in the middle of everything, but it just Crimson Beacon with a flicker, just absolutely buying enough time, able to create the space that's needed to run away, to kite out as well. And then now again, Flick just not given any space, any breathing room. He always has the Hilda or the Cho breathing down his neck, right? Paquito or Chino at this point have just completely conquered and dominated this river. And look at the map, it's so red that Corinthians will have to slowly find their way.
Ini sih bakal lama sih Yur. Mereka seimbang banget, Cok.
Ini bakal 7 game kayak ini gue gak tau, gue tidur beneran nih.
To pull the trigger first and only then can they bounce back.
Wah, benar-benar possible ini 7 game ini. Aduh, waktu itu kita nonton tuh nggak imbang, Cok. Ini imbang, Rai.
Mantap banget, coba.
Quite good for the Malefic Roar. Down at the bottom lane though, Flick.
Oh no.
Oh, getting targeted by Tree.
Yeah, you can see Zaman Force drop down, Flicker baited out as well, but here comes Luis with a shield unit trying to buy enough time. He goes to the electrifying beat, able to get Chan as he does. He picks up one, and now Chino taking out half HP. Flick has the rhythm, and Fury being separated from the team fight as well. Flick finds a double.
Wah, kita ngapain anjing?
Able to dish out the damage. Here comes Upatizi, finally finds the shutdown.
Udah gitu nih ngelot sendiri, aneh banget Cok MPL Brasil.
But Hotun meanwhile just going at the Lord.
I want to say
buying time itu Yur.
Gitu anjing.
It will be too much collateral damage for Influence Rage to gain back in order for that. But since they managed to take down 3 people down at the bottom lane, it is somewhat of a straight push for Corinthians. Influence Rage, what can they do?
You know, this was surprising. I thought they were trying to end it, but they got the mid lane inhibitor, and I feel like that's gonna be super important because now the pressure that could come in from the mid lane waves is not gonna be as much. But meanwhile, Hesu goes for the way of the dragon of his own, using the IMU, buys enough time, but the Lord is still marching on the top side. It's being held at the top side by the minions not being pushed in by Corinthians, so that means a fast Lord push will require a fast Lord wave clear.
And if ever everybody is focused on the mid lane, there's no minions yet, but it is the time to fight if ever Influence Rage want to try to pick this one off from the top lane. But since everybody from Corinthians is just busy on that Lord, it is a good trade if ever Influence Rage want to try to push from the mid.
If they want to try and push from the mid, indeed, just got the tier 1, right, for Influence Rage on the mid lane. Concentrated energy being bought by Fury, and I think so far they've bought enough time. They have 2 marksmen again. The 2 marksmen is going to be absolutely lethal when it comes to dishing out the damage if Luis is able to tank quite a lot. And speaking of tanking quite a lot, the Radiant armor brought the Dreadnought armor, gets himself the immortality at the same time, and that Molten Essence just to help clear out the waves.
Gila Cok ini.
I mean, it is a solid pickup there, but right now Influence Rage, they can't really drag this too much to the late game. As I've said before, their main power spike is just on that mid game.
Guys, sumpah, gue pakai Mia, gue yakin menang Cok di MPL Brasil.
You have the Joy, you have the Kimmy, you have the Granger also.
Menang Yur.
Menang Cok, ini Navi ya, Navi Indo di MPL Brasil juara Cok.
Can you tank all these damage from Corinthians? Because if ever they
don't
turn things around or try to suppress more out of Corinthians, there might be a chance that Corinthians gets to take the first game away from Influence Rage.
Wait, Paquito. They need to take the game away. The momentum's going to be super important when it comes to these kind of games, especially in a best of 7 in a grand finals. And being there present with the crowd at your backs, that's going to be super important as he unleashes the beast. Has to go on top of Hotun, forcing out the equation. But here Paquito misses out the flicker G Kundo. Chan comes in with the Crimson Beacon. Hesso trying to create some space of his own, as now a lot of ultimates being baited out, a lot of spells at the same time. And I feel like the target is definitely going to be Paquito. He won't be able to initiate. The element of surprise has gone away with the flicker not being present for a Cho.
But so far, right now, though, Influence Rage is still on hold for some defensive flickers. Still pretty good, but Corinthians, though, is just hungry for action. And even trying to copy off that piece.
Oh, Immortality already popped, Way of the Dragon being used, and Lord has evolved, but at the same time, you can see Chino go to the back line, flick, and got damage to take him down. Meanwhile, the rest of the cavalry coming on to Hesu, unleashing the beast. He tries to go in, but he gets caught out by the Shield Unity, and now popping the Immortality at the same time. Doesn't have a lot of energy left, but here comes Flick. Electrifying beats can be unlocked at any given point, and they run away. They do not want to concede any kills. They focus their attention on what's the most important thing, and that is the Lord.
Emang udah paling bener kayak tidur sih.
Jadi gimana kan? Udah kita nggak usah dibayar, Cok. Tidur ya.
Enggak, Cok, kita tidur di layar aja, Cok. Itu udah paling bener ya nih.
Tidur di layar.
Try to take away that neutral objective, you want to try to put on a good defense, and since you have that Harriet,
tapi ini sih jujur aja gue nggak bakal kuat kalau nyampe 7 match, Cok. Meninggal aja. Udah tua kita, Yur.
Udah kepala 3, Cok. Anjing.
Oh,
udah kepala 3 disuruh nggak tidur, bangsat. Beneran guys, ini 7 match bisa sampai jam 10 lah minimal. Gak sampai jam 10 sih, sampai jam 9, jam 8, jam 9 lagi. Memek.
Okay, eyeing out for a good chance, but Chan flickering out, let her play Paquito.
Conceal. Oh, they find the targets. Flick with the Way of the Dragons. The Mark Forces drop down. Winter Crown is used as well, but you can see the damage being done. Paquito gets melted down by Upatizi. But at the same time, there's a lot of damage coming through. With the Zaman Force drop down, he gets 2 kills. Hesu as well as Luis. But now here comes Flix, goes in with the electrifying beats as they catch one. And now look at Hotun with the flash to flash combo. Unleashes the beast. Upatizi is forced to flicker out. Able to survive as the traction pulse pulls them back. Zaman Force to try and clear out the waves, but they got themselves 2 inhibitors. Make that a 3rd on the bot side.
Okay, a lot of things that you really need to clean up, but Corinthians, they still put the pressure on. Flick!
Oh no, he's getting melted down. He has the Immortality. Will he be able to get out of harm's way? With the rhythm, he's able to get out, but the Zaman Force is there. Fury unleashed on Corinthians as he is on a killing spree. Takes down Flick, who was a little too aggressive.
Okay, no further pushes from Corinthians, even though the minion waves are on their side. You don't want to force this fight. You don't want to go aggressive against Influence Rage in this position right now. At this point, even equipment, we can see head-to-head from jungle. Sure, Flick has more power and more gold because he is on that joy, but already full item build. But on the other hand, though, Influence Rage, they have the Harris. Fury gets more and more gold, and even a 7-1-1 KDA, it's still a pretty good fight if ever they want to try to go head to head with this. Right now, main objective, you want to try to take away that Lord from Corinthians. There might be a slight chance for you to actually bring back that breath, bring back that tempo, but if ever this is getting stolen away by Corinthians, it is basically their first point for them.
Hey, Vey, I'm telling you, this first point for them is going to be quite expensive, quite costly, because both these teams definitely want to get the win. And in a first game, in a best of 7, 21 minutes in already, Vey. And I'm parched already. My throat, I'm parched for a lot of thirst. I need some water coming through. But at the moment, Influence Rage, force the equation. Paquito gets a conceal, looking for the right target. He finds Luis. It's not going to be the one. Jesu's there at the front line, goes unleashed to the beast using the IMU, pulls back Chino, and now the traction pull being used. Fury tries to zone them out with the Zaman Force, but you can see Upatizi and Frostlane are going to be the ones that are going to be the target. Hotun's Immortality's pop, but he's still able to survive. Flick gets taken down by Fury as the damage is being dealt. Upatizi as well. 2 traded. Hotun surviving thanks to the quick item switch from that Rose Gold Meteor. And now that was the opening Influence Rage needed.
Oh, you're
they found it. They used Hotun as a bait, and they made it work.
And even though they have to go back and defend all this gameplay right now, all the minion waves are coming in, but Influence Rage is definitely still eyeing on that price of that Lord. But Paquito, I don't think that he can tank as much as anymore. But Fury. Oof.
Fury, he's unleashing his fury in the land of Dawn. He's just dashing around the Zaman Force. It's just doing way too much damage. As you see the silhouette of a hero that's been killed out, but hey, they get themselves the Lord. But the pressure that's there on the base of Influence Rage might just be a slight bit of an opening that Corinthians might need.
And even right now, Influence Rage, they still have a lot of things that they need to do. Popping up a good time, and even looking at the possibilities of the minions that they need to manage right now. Even so, Corinthians still
Aduh,
have
guys,
to
ini
handle
sumpah, guys.
more.
Kalau
They
sampai
still
game
have
7
the area
mampus gua
more,
ini.
But Influence Rage is definitely bring in that pressure with that Lord presence up there.
Lu bayangin kan, ini belum iklan,
Oh,
belum
you can look at Flick, look at the
ngobrol-ngobrol,
top side, right? He's
belum
just waiting to
review,
see
belum
if
ngedraft
everything's visible
lagi,
on the map, and
sampai
then can get
nyari
the
4.
clear on the
Bayangin
Lord.
kan.
It's an evolved Lord. It's a luminous Lord. It's gonna be quite tanky. You cannot take it down alone, but at least a lot of damage can be done before it reaches your base crystal. And
Gua kalau
the
tidur
slow
ngorok,
push from Influence Rage is just a bit of a tease as Flick right now reveals himself, unleashes and unlocks the rhythm, electrifying beats. He's trying to buy some time, garnering the attention of the rest of Influence Rage, and that's what he's doing really well. Meanwhile, the rest of Corinthians are grouping up because they don't see where Paquito is, because he could go for a pick-off play.
But so far, all eyes are on Flick. So if ever Paquito wants to play with the Way of the Dragon, you gotta eye out on Upatizi or even Frostnave, either one.
Ooh, Winter Crown's out. Here comes the rhythm, changed into the immortality, and I think he's going to be going down. Shockwave blast, but meanwhile, in the mid lane, the fight breaks out. Zaman Force is already used. The 1v1. Hotun takes the cake, and now you can see Louise with the Tortoise's Poissons trying to slow them down. Oh, nice traction pulse coming through, and it forces out a flicker from Chino. And at this point, feels like Corinthians, after losing Flick, it's a long cooldown with the Lord still looking healthy, 20,000 HP. Paquito goes back to the base crystal, but the Lord has already crashed through. Zaman Force just to get the clear on the mid lane inhibitor. Meanwhile, Chan using the lantern to zone out the rest of Corinthians as they're looking to take the base crystal slowly and surely, but the damage coming through from 2 marksmen. They have the high ground, they have the range as they're looking for more. And now they get a kill onto Chino. And that's the first one.
Masih nge-defend Kim-Tail.
Okay, Influence Rage can put on the pressure, but they can.
Guys, gua gak peduli siapapun yang menang, cok. Aduh, gak ada yang bisa nge-end, tai.
Hotun is taking out so low, man. There's so much damage coming through from Corinthians. This is the power of the
Gimana ya, gue frustasi nih.
game, right? 25 minutes and we're approaching 26 minutes. 13 kills on each side, and goal lead at this point doesn't even matter.
Ini baru game pertama udah sensasi game 7, tai.
One moment that goes down for all, but Influence Rage, they do have.
Mereka imbang-imbang, lu bayangin kan, ini kayaknya ya minimal lu satu tim dapat 2, Cok. Minimal kan, siapa sih ada yang dapat 2?
Jur, gimana ya, gue frustasi gue ini, Cok.
Udah, kita tidur aja gak sih, kan? Kayaknya kalau kita berdua tidur, dimaklumin sih. Kalau satu orang tidur gak dimaklumin, Cok. Kok immortal 2 kali, Cok? Udah, Ken, lu takdir gua makan ya.
The Fury is unleashed, of course, but at the same time, the one we
Ya, nggak apa-apa dah, ayo, buruan, kalahin
they're
dah.
swapping items, they're doing it fast, but the recalls are coming in. Influence Rage are making sure that the path and the rage is stopped by them onto Corinthians.
Yes, ditraktir bikin makan sekali, guys. Lu traktirnya jangan pecel lele ya, anjing.
I only can imagine what the
Ya,
7th game
apapun yang
might
kita
have in store
makan,
for us.
bangsat.
Ya apapun yang dimakan lah, guys ya. Perjanjiannya nggak ada, guys, restoran mana. Pokoknya makan traktir.
Aduh.
Oh my god, this is game number 1 and you can see
1-0, guys.
they're raging, all right. They have their fans, they're screaming at the opposition. Corinthians need to find a way to bounce back, and this is how we want to get our grand finals started. This is the grand finals that we signed up for, Way.
Definitely right now, Influence Rage have the edge for game number one. A good momentum boost, welcomed energy in the arena right now, an X-Dome arena, and everybody's just hyped on looking whatever has happened and already witnessed on the stage. 25 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, for this game. Even looking at the highlights, it was such an amazing play. Corinthians, they didn't have the best early so far yet, but still, somehow, some way, Influence Rage is just able to put on the same tempo, try to go on the same aggressive way. Sure, in some ways,
Ken,
that Influence
bubuk
Rage,
barengan yuk.
they kind of want to fall off from that momentum, but
Ya gimana
somehow,
bobonya anjing,
again,
kita tinggal.
they managed to rise above
Udah bobo aja,
Corinthians
Cok.
for the first game with this lineup. I am very impressed with them.
Aduh, gua nih udah kepalang tanggung, Yor. Kalau nggak dibayar gue sedih juga sih anjing. Sia-sia gitu,
Iya,
Cok.
iya, tapi maksudnya kita boleh dong. Ini kayak game kedua kita tidur dulu.
You know what? Let me give you a little bit of a
Boleh
story,
sih.
right? For those of you who are watching the English stream, you can see
Bener
Fury
Ya kan, yang
Kita balik lagi jam 8, Cok.
Hah? Oke.
But you know what Hotun calls him? Bay?
Bentar,
Do
gua
you know what
tidur dulu.
Hotun calls
Bentar,
Fury? He
Bentar,
calls him
sabar ya.
Cabra. And you know what Cabra means in Spanish?
Guys,
It means the goat.
What's that, Gordon?
bentar guys, gue mau baringan bentar
He
guys.
calls him the GOAT. And the way he's playing, oh my goodness. Hey, it's up for debate, to be honest. You can't really call him the GOAT on the global stage when there's a lot of marksmen like
My
Kelrus,
God.
you know, the Ohebs of the Land of Dawn, and of course the Aaron Shiki as well at the same time. But in Latam, to give him the title of La Cabra against Upatizi, hey man, he's showing up, all right. He is showing up.
And of course,
Yur.
definitely
Apa?
amazing highlights we see from today's
Kita tinggal
game.
tidur, katanya
And
pasang foto kita aja, Yur.
I'm very impressed.
Sumpah.
Even our Latam
Kata viewer.
team is tuning in right now. Even from the first game, it was just
Anjing,
as amazing
anjing.
as we see. Corinthians definitely adapted on whatever and however they play out during the first game.
Matiin
Instead
facecam,
of
kasih
we've
foto lu yang
seen,
lagi melek.
what happened
Ada.
during playoffs day number 4.
Dah, dah.
They definitely excelled.
Idenya
And
netizen
they
emang
found
brilian,
a
anjing.
solution, but not
Brilian tapi susah
taking
dijalanin.
Influence Rage over yet. So they still gotta try.
Yur,
to work
bentar
that
Yur.
out
Gue mau
in
baringan
the
beneran Yur.
series.
Nanti gue balik Yur.
You know what, Vay?
Sama guys, gue juga baringan ya guys ya. Kalian jangan keluar dari ruangan gue ya.
I've been thinking like, okay, you know what? It's a best of 7, right? Let's take it slow from the get-go. And then when we hit that peak, we gotta blow up. That's what we both discussing off stream. So, man, if game 1 is like this, I'm telling you, we don't get paid enough, do we? But I mean, looking at the stats coming through, seems like Influence Rage with the victory definitely have a lot more gold compared to Corinthians, of course. But at a certain point, it didn't really matter, did it? They got themselves lesser orange buff. They got themselves equal amount of purple buffs as Corinthians. They got the lords. That's what Influence Rage had. They've slowed down the pace of the game to the point where Corinthians just didn't find their tempo. And not finding their tempo just means that Influence Rage, that is what exactly they want. That's the exact same thing they did in the upper bracket finals. Just cut off the momentum, cut off the tempo from Corinthians. They cannot play their usual run and guns game style. And hey, Influence Rage just able to pick up the victory there.
Quite amazing to see how this drafting lineup can actually go head to head with the aggressive jungle assassin that is being brought up by Corinthians. And at first, I really think of the matters of how do you want to try to play it out with this type of compositions, because if ever you try to miss out on or giving the full authority of the damage dealer on Fury, it's going to be a little bit hard though. though. But somehow again, it just works pretty well. But it was on thin ice. Sure, they found the solution right now, like this. But hey, they are pro players. They can adapt at any time at all. So I feel like second game, if ever they still want to bring up the same strategy, they have to probably change a little bit. If ever you want to go aggressive, you can pick up the Baksha, you can take up the Fredrin for influence reach. But on Corinthians though, sure you work well on the jungle assassins, but I feel like you gotta go a little bit more aggressive. Don't let your head saying that hey, influence rate can suppress me. You really want to go through that a little bit more faster, because right now the MVP, I really thought that it was Paquito playing out that amazing Cho science, but it is Fury, MVP of the game by Phonoxes right now with a 914 KDA. It is a really good sight to see on how this Harith played out, how he tries to be the main damage dealer on the assassin, and also the main clear on the high ground defensive plays that they need to play out.
The way that they've been doing, man, the Fury, and I think you're right, they need to find a way to kind of get it done a little more quicker. But then again, if you're being denied that speed, if you're being denied that tempo, if you're being denied all of that straight up in the early game with Paquito, my goodness, his control of the river has been so clean, has been so crisp, it's been so good for influence rates that Corinthians just cannot find an answer. And now I see why you voted for influence rates as well, babe.
But hey, still the first game though, a long way to go, and it is quite interesting to see and quite exciting to see how it goes for the first game. Can you imagine this Chronos first game? It's like this. I can't wait to see if ever this unlocks all to 7th game, and of course playing offline, man, their stamina though, their endurance is really being tested, and limits are definitely being pushed today.
You know what, babe? I wanna see if this will work out. With the way everything was going about in the game, right? Yes, we have Corinthians that have been doing quite a lot there. They haven't been pushed to limits yet, and you're right, when they get pushed to that point, they definitely will sparkle, they'll shine. And Influence Rage, however, they just move at the tempo of the jungler, right? Hotun's the one that kind of sets the pace. He's the one that kind of wants the challenge. He's the one who wants to take on that 1v1, right? And I feel like he feels like a mafia boss compared to, you know, for the entirety of Influence Rage. The way he looks, the way he sits, the way he talks about it, and it feels like he's the one controlling the entire team the entire time. So I feel like he's the one that calls the shots at most of these critical situations. But then again, that slightly might be a difference maker as well. So I'm not sure if that will boost the morale of Influence Rate after he went 1v1 against Flick and came out on top not once but like 2 times.
Yeah, that was amazing to see, and again, how they want to try to adapt, how they want to try to make these calls needs to be determined in that split second, because you are definitely getting ready for the second game in any moment right now. And so far, we've got a lot of viewers tuning in, and even a 9K PCU plus the offline amazing people from Sao Paulo coming in to X Dome Arena. And even though from all of our viewers tuning in on the English Stats, once again, thank you very much. And also our amazing re-streamers from the Indonesia and also the Philippine regions. I know it is a very ungodly hour for right now, even for me, all the way from Indonesia. It's 5:37 right now. But since this is the grand finals, I'm really excited to see. I'm really ecstatic to wait on the good results for today. And of course, shout out for our lovely streamers from wherever you are watching right now. Keep on watching, because this is a best of 7 series.
Hey, if I'm not wrong, I think for the restreamers, I did see a picture of Donkey about Teen as well. Hey, Teen, if you're watching, big shout out indeed. She was there. She was our host for the first few weeks of MPL Latam Season 3. And at this point, I just feel like with the game one going for such a long time, it could be a difficult one for for us casters. It's gonna be a long night. Again, like Vay mentioned, for a restream, it's gonna be a super long time.
And of course, if you want to restream, you want to look good on in front of the camera. Shout out for Tintin, Donkey, and also Piken from Indonesia and also Philippines. You gotta have that amazing phone. You gotta have that clean shot, because the only way to get it is by Techno Camon 40 series, because it is the only way to look at the MVP of the game. And even right now, power beyond limits. The POVA 7 5G Techno phone, fast charging, good long last battery life, and even with a 144 hertz display, it's just the only way to gain Atmos, because you're going to get those best sound qualities, because it is really supported by Dolby Atmos.
Hey, that's actually absolutely a new release going through in Brazil and the Latam region at the moment. The POVA 7 5G power beyond limits, like Vay mentioned. And you know what, Vay, when you mentioned 144 hertz smooth display, I was like, hey, that's the display of my laptop, to be honest. That on a phone? Sheesh, man, that's gonna be some crisp, clean looks that's coming through. And I feel like you can, I think it's as the picture depicts, it feels like Hayabusa is actually coming outside the phone as well, right? It's so smooth, such nice display. It's actually coming outside the phone. So
it was a pretty fun thing to see. And plus, if it's a new release though, I feel like the people there on site have a chance to actually like touch the phone, try on phone. It'll be an interesting sight to see though. And if ever you guys get the first hand of experience there, have yourself a good go, because it is an amazing phone, really supported fully by Techno. But hey, you got the phone, you got the good pictures, but of course you gotta showcase your skills. You gotta go in tournaments like this one. Where do you usually go through that?
hey, if you want to get there, you got to go to communitygaming.io indeed, because it's the path to being a professional gamer. And how do you get there? Why do you get there? Because they have all paying automated solutions provided in one website. So I don't know what you're waiting for. You want to be a professional, you got to go to communitygaming.io right now.
Don't forget to check it out, because it's definitely right there on the website. And even if you don't want to join in tournaments, you want to host them, you can definitely go there, because they fully support you on that too.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, game number 1 was such an intense match, right? It was such a nice game. It went, what, 27 minutes, Faye? 27 minutes for game number 1. I mean, I know it went on all the way, and I know you definitely have a lot to talk about in terms of analysis. So please, Faye, lay it down. I know. I'm not gonna talk anymore. It's all you now.
We're sharing the same desk here, Kronos. Don't forget that, of course. But again, right now, we were actually like trying to think out of like what will these teams bring up, and apparently Corinthians stick to what they know best, what their players are comfortable at. So looking at them bringing out the Joy Assassins here and there, their strongest hero power right now though, somehow, sure, they can put up a good fight, but can they sustain on this type of gameplay as far? Because we know that Flick can really adapt in a lot of heroes, but the question is, does he really want to go head to head with Hodun on that one? Or does he really just want to stick on that run and gun gameplay? Because it's kind of proven on what happened in playoff stage number 4, it didn't really work. And even on the first game right today, it didn't work wonders yet. It did show off, it did pop off, but just until to a certain limit. So I'm just kind of curious on what is Corinthians cooking next. Because if they want to try the like brute force on that one, I feel like it's going to be a good game for Influence Rage going up against Corinthians like that.
Yeah. I agree with what you said for most of the part, but the only one thing I don't agree is, hey, I don't think Corinthians really need to adapt. they just can go the run and gun game style again. But this time they have to be a little more aggressive, right? I feel like that's gonna be the most important factor.
Okay, and even right now, I feel like since Influence Rage, they already have a solution of you want to try to go head to head with that tanky type of compositions, so they can really try to play on that sure, because it's a good solution right now. So if ever they still want to stick onto that, there is still a lot of styles that they can play. The Baksha was taken away from them. Probably you can play that too. If ever you want to put up a good combination of a Fredrin Matilda, is also good for Influence Rage. But for Corinthians though, again, what do you think about this, Kronos? Because I'm just really having a hard time of thinking the good compatible solution for Corinthians this time.
I'm not sure, man. I'm really trying to think of a way that they can make a comeback, because if it's gonna be the same style that they're going for, like you mentioned earlier, I know I was joking by saying that, hey, they can go with the same style again, try to force the equation. Yes, that's one of the answers, but if you take a little more serious look at how they can make a comeback, it's gonna be really difficult unless they're not at least getting a slight bit of an advantage in the draft. At least make it even, because every time Influence Rage have faced Corinthians, Influence Rage always get the better draft.
And for right now, since they are the first pick here, they would want to try to dictate on that one. As we mentioned before when we discussed also, mind the notes of you don't want to try to just adapt. You don't want to just accommodate on that first team phase. You don't want to try to just like, oh, it's okay, we can go your way, because again, even by data, it is 60% on the drafts. So you don't want to give it away that easily. And since we're coming into the second game, you want to respect that. And then turns out Influence Rage, they want to try to something new. And since because of that, they close off the Harith.
I'm not sure. It feels like they're trying something new indeed, because the Harith is a pick that I would definitely put in the hands of Fury once again, with the fact that he had an absolutely fantastic game number 1. But here, with the Harith being banned out, the Jushin's left open, the Kalea's left open, the Kalea getting banned out now. That leaves open the first big Jushin, the Matilda is going to be present. And then again, you have the Hylos, the Gatukacha, the Granger. Quite a lot have left open, but here the chip is what I'm looking at. That's an absolute monster of a pick that could just make cross-map plays at this point.
And if ever you want to pick up that chip, you gotta respect that Loi, because some of the mid laners that I'm looking to highlight today, though, I'm expecting for the Chusin, the Selena, and also the Loi. So if they want to try to go ahead head to head with teleportation, they can try to match that up. And right now, Corinthians, they still want to try to prioritize that Kimmy for Frost and Nave, or if ever it is getting flexed. But it is a very good pickup, though, for Corinthians, slotting that Baksha in the early game, because you don't want to go up against the Chip and the Baksha combination. That is just you chasing them around. It's just going to buy out a lot of time that you don't want to waste. So right now, the Influence Rage, will they pick up a Selena or even a Loi in the situation, or they want to stick to the Juicin?
The Louis is already banned out though, right? From the side of Corinthians for the first ban. So I think that then I feel like I mean, you're right. If the Louis was there, it would have been a much better pick. I understand that the Kimmy has been working out for Corinthians so far in the entire season, but now the Kimmy is kind of being understood by a lot of teams everywhere around the world. They have enough time to adapt, and now they need to find a way to get the picks. And oh my God, no! This is 3 comfort picks in the hand of Influence Rage. Hotun gets his hand on the Hanzo, Fury, the Granger, and of course Paquito likes to play aggressive roamers. You give him the chip, cross map plays. I don't know how they're gonna make it happen, but again, Flick goes for the Joy. The Joy is really great. You need him to get that space. He needs that early tempo. It's the same 3 picks that we saw in the game number 1 first half of the draft. They really need to find a way to transition vision is convert this into objectives and an early snowball. Only then will Corinthians have a slight bit of an advantage. Otherwise, we've seen how Hotun plays this Hanzo, man. He likes to go for the split, dive straight for the back line, and then Fury just gonna poke everyone out.
Because I mean, I feel like in this position though right now for Corinthians, especially, sure, they can really want to try to go aggressive on that, but head to head with Hotun on the Hanzo, oh, this will be a little bit of a homework they need to do, because with the combination of the chip, it's just going on kind of guessing and relying on that game sense of like whichever area that they're on. And since you want to play with that element of surprise, you want to throw off the Badang, you want to throw off the Gatot Kacha, and you just want to close off that possibility or even a stopper for Influence Reach. So which kind of goes back to their keys to victory of like, okay, this is pretty good, let's just throw away the things that could stop us. So the matter of priority already shifted into that. So a new color and a new key for them to win in this game is already basically unlocked and being do so right now. And since then, you already have the range going up head to head with the Granger and also the Hanzo. You don't want another one handling that AoE. You want to close off that for sure.
That's a lot of siege potential that's being taken away. That's what I'm looking at this point. Feels like Corinthians understand the assignment. They need someone who cannot stop them when they're trying to dive in, because they have a dive composition so far. Yes, you have a slight bit of a backline with this Kimmy, but then again, as you're looking to kite, you're not really looking to play a front to back at this point, especially for Corinthians. Same thing with the Rage, right? They're looking to have a slight bit of a dive composition. Yes, they have the Granger, that's again to kite back. So if they really go for two tanky frontliners, then you can call, then we can say that they're definitely executing that front to back composition. But here at this point, they, correct me if I'm wrong, it just feels like this Kimmy in the mid lane might be a little bit of an overkill with magic damage. Now they're looking to get a lot more physical on the other side. They have to lock in a Hilda here, so they have some form of physical damage in the EXP lane.
I really do agree if ever they want to bring that up. So at least you can go toe-to-toe with the Boxia, and you can try to like run and gun against the chip. But the question is, if ever you pick up that Hilda, who can be the stopper against the chip? Because looking at the patterns like this, Hesu can easily bring up the Benedetta if he wants. But if he brings up that Benedetta, yeah, you gotta pair it up with that Gatot Kacha, because if you don't, it's going to be hard. But for right now, though, they want to settle in for that Cho, just take away from what happened or whatever the potential, if ever a pickoff wanted to be initiation, because Chino can also play that hero, even though Paquito is on the chip.
Yes, I agree. And yes, you're right, but I'm just a little perplexed about what Corinthians have put out the show here for. You're trying to catch someone, you're trying to pick someone off, but who are you really going to pick off at this point? The chip is going to be someone that's going to be a target. Oh my god, the Lilia being picked up just to make sure the Cho's not going to have a great time. You have the Black Shoes as well. This is a pick that's coming out always in the hands of Chan, and the Hylos being a frontline presence. Again, he's going to have the Revitalize. They're going to be longer in these team fights, and this, oh, Gole, they get finally Upatizi in one of his comfort heroes, and that is the 1-1. So I feel like, yes, this is complete two distinct styles of gameplay, right? This is not something where they're looking to counter the opposition. These are two complete distinct styles. They're playing to their own comfort to see who's going to be the first one to get the advantage and look for a snowball from there on out.
And which is pretty good for these two teams. So at least now we know that they are playing in their own comfort, they are playing in their own style. So if ever they want to try to hold off a good defense, it's good for Influence Rage. And if ever they want to go early aggressive for Corinthians, they can definitely do that. But the question is though, can they lead on that early, unlike the first game? So it is really definitely on the edge of a line, because if ever Influence Rage guesses another point, it will be a 2-0 from them.
Yeah, it's true, but game one is in the past indeed, but the impacts of it being as long as 27 minutes definitely lingers. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2, where pressure builds and momentum either solidifies or shatters either one of these teams.
Okay, you don't want it to get out, but goodness gracious, that first blood by Patizi that fast, teleporting that early. I don't think that it's as good because the 1-1 can definitely sniff that fox out.
Man, that was so fast. They kind of predicted him to go to the top side as well with the wide walk and instantly punishing Paquito, making sure they get some sort of advantage to Patizi, and that's going to be really crucial early on. But here Flick comes through, has something to dish out the damage, but Paquito able to get a stun on it.
Pretty good, because I feel like because of that Cho denial against Paquito, and plus, you know what, he already picks up that chip first in the early game, because I feel like the stopper and the playing style that he wants to play with that Cho for the first game, it is kind of different for this time, so it wouldn't work as wonders, because as a chip, you don't tank as much, and plus the potential of that mini stun was not there. Hi everybody from the Latam region right there on the campaign, and also Nyx is just already on the arena. But right now though, Kronos, what do you think about these lineups?
Hey man, looking at these lineups, I said it again, these are completely two different distinct styles of play, right? And the good part for Corinthians is they got an early first blood, and in the hands of Upatizi nonetheless. It's not just a random kills first blood that gives an extra bit of gold, so you already have 1-1 with a head start less than 30 seconds in the game, and that's absolutely insane. And we know Upatizi, he loves the 1-1. It's one of his signature heroes as well. And now with the fact that he's got a kill, looking for the early power spike, if Influence Rage are looking to shut down anyone from the side of Corinthians, it's got to be Upatizi, and if Corinthians are looking to support anyone, it's got to be Upatizi again. So he's going to be targeted down so hard, especially going against the Granger where you have the Death Sonata once you get the level 4, poke him out, and then just maybe with the right dive, with the right timing, if they get that kill, you're putting Corinthians on the back foot. But then again, in the midst of all this, Flick needs to find his momentum, needs to find his tempo to try and have an impact, because so far Chef Flick, hey, he hasn't been cooking.
Not yet. He's just warming up the pan and the pot and putting out oil to grease it out there, so it's gotta be slick movements. So hey, if ever it really needs time, probably they just need a warm-up, just like Flick's walk, and in order to cook something, you gotta let it sit sometimes.
Hey man, it's gotta soak in those flavors. I feel like at this point, maybe Chef Flick is just marinating the meats, right? Just marinating Influence Rage, giving them that extra bit of, extra bit of hope that they can live, that they can go and get another game in their favor. But then again, if he leaves it for too long, it might just not be the dish that he wants to get or he wants to serve up. Because Influence Rage, even though they're getting marinated, they could be the ones that have a bigger picture. They could be the ones that are actually trying to get the heat turned up, the grill turned on in the summer heat, get the Brazilian barbecue cooking, man. Got me hungry, bro.
Of course, definitely grilling a lot and grilling here and there. I'm kind of hungry now, Kronos. Talking all of those. You too.
Trust me, I feel hungry after all of that, man.
And definitely cooking something, because they are discussing it is a little bit of a technical pause, plus it is an offline venue, so all the best for our players right now. It is getting supported, and looking at what happened in game number 1, to be honest, really, it was a very good game. It was an exciting game to see. But if ever that keeps on happening, will we close off the day with a 4-0, Kronos? A repeat of history? Or 4-1?
I don't know, man. I mean, Are we really gonna see a 4-0 with this point of rage? I really hope not. I want to see the best of the best action. I definitely want to go all the way. I predicted at least 4-3 to Corinthians, and with the way it's going out, it definitely can be as well. But this is where the players' mental fortitude is very much required, right? They're at the X-Dome Arena in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and they definitely need to have that mental factor. They definitely need to have a lot of mental strength when it comes to this game. Yes, there are a lot of problems that might occur here and there, but then again, you gotta be prepared for it. And you could see Influence Rage after game number 1. They just went completely berserk. You see Fury just getting up and absolutely just saying like, hey, I got this game, you guys can't do anything. You know, it's the trash talk that comes through, and it feels like that might be something maybe a little too much for Corinthians to handle, maybe not. But then if you see Corinthians get the first victory here, it could just completely turn around. They could be the ones that are going to go with the big shouts, you know?
So of course, let's see who will get the shout a little bit louder, a little bit longer in this grand finals, because we are jumping in back to the game between Influence Rage and Corinthians for the second game of the day. And so far, again, since Luis is on that show, I feel like I do unlock that potential on how Paquito tries to play around. So at least there's no one picking off a flick right now. But since then, Influence Rage, you know, Fortuna, he's playing on that Hanzo. I feel like they can really go a little bit more aggressive, but in a different route and different style, unlike on the first game.
Oh. It's something different indeed. It's a different style that they're looking to play for both these teams, and I feel like both are trying to dictate their own pace. But here, Frost Lava will have to get out of harm's way. But you can see Hotun, level 4, actually level 5 with a Pinnacle Ninja, try to go in, try to bait something out. Realize it wasn't the right opening, but look at Flick. He already dished out the damage. The rhythm not fully unlocked. Trying to bait out the Law and Order from Chino so he can go ham at the turtle. But hey, both teams being very slow, calculated plays.
Calculated indeed, because Chino is just trying to start in a good zone from Chan, but Corinthians, they're just finding an opening on how they want to try to go in.
Oh, finally Luis gets level 4. You can see they get the way of the dragon onto Chino as well at the same time. Forced to flicker out, but here comes the shortcut. Glorious Panther being used. Traction pulse trying to pull him back, but at the same time, look at Flick. Goes into the back line trying to find Chino as he has the electrifying beats, able to find the 1 kill. And now with the help of the Pinnacle Ninja, he has to run out. Paquito's going to be next on the chop and block as he goes through, doesn't have the final beat, doesn't have the final rhythm to make sure he gets that kill. So yes, they concede the turtle, but look what they got in return. 2 kills on the board for Corinthians.
It's pretty good that Corinthians have to equalize and even gain a little bit more since you got that first blood up in your hands. But right now, though, for Influence Rage, I feel like their gain on that neutral objective is
Yuri no udah mati ya, guys.
because it is a gain for Influence Rage, the whole team. Because even right now, Corinthians, they are just trying to just stay afloat in the early game, as I've said before. If ever they want to make it work, they have to be more aggressive than they did in the first game. Because I feel like they did go aggressive, but it's just a misstep of the minute. So you want to get that timing right, you want to try to adjust that too. Because if not, there's going to be a chip here and there.
This is what it needs. It gets away the dragon with the crossbow of Tang unlock, and now the Law and Order try to dish out something as finally they stop Upatizi, but he still got the second kill because the attraction pulse pulled him back, but at the same time Black chose to make sure he gets out of harm's way, but the damage coming in from Frost now is way too much. The power of the double marksman is definitely showing up for Corinthians here, along with the fact that they had to revitalize from the box to help extra sustain, help them last a little longer in these fights. Corinthians might have just found an answer.
Because even right now, I might say, if first, when you see that Paquito and also Upatizi trade, it is good for Influence Rage, but if ever they got another kill, Corinthians still stay on top. But because of that, a little bit of equalization for Influence Rage, because even by item-wise, it's not as much as you think right now. But for Corinthians though, because of those little moments that they got to gain, it's slowly by surely taking over that map and recoloring it by red.
Hey man, that's what they want to do. They want to make sure they color the map a slightly bit red. But you can see Luis has the Jeet Kune Do combo. Doesn't want to get Chino this time. Flick comes into the picture, gets the turtle, actually hands it to Frostonave as well. They don't mind sharing the gold at this point. They understand they want both these Marxians to scale up as fast as possible. And now Chan baited out of his own black shoes. And that's what Corinthians want to do. You can see they're brimming with a lot more confidence compared to game number one.
So far it is just working pretty good for Corinthians, and even Fury starting to want to rank up that gold and also those stacks, because it is quite important. I mean, like, it is not the Harriet that you see that it is untouchable. So for Corinthians right now, picking off Fury is the main target here, because if ever you want to try to kick off Chad, you still have that black shoes getting triggered here and there. So it's somewhat like an auto purify, but you gotta make it work. You gotta find good timings for that. Because looking at the in-game equipments right now, Starling Shine on the hands, Flick, it is already pretty good. Corrosion and also Wind Tucker for the 1-1, it's still not enough because Influence Rage is building up to that 100 strike and also Sky Piercer. Question is though, will it be a good investment? If ever this Granger don't get a lot of kills, it will be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really good point to say as well. If he doesn't get the kills, definitely the Sky Piercer is not going to work out. You're kind of negating the Granger as much as possible. But then again, if I take a look at the goal lead, Fury actually has a lot more compared to Upatizi, as he's able to double lane the entire time. But now Paquito gets Y-walked, and now he's looking to go into the back line. But Corinthians spot him out immediately, right? That's going to be super crucial for them. As instantly spotting him out, they make sure that they get him out. And you can see the recall taunts, man. I love you is what they're saying, but I don't think Influence Rays really mean that, do they?
A subtle message. A subtle message of a little heart there from the Fox. But hey, since you have a little bit subtle message here and there, you want to try to go head to head and contest this hurdle again, because before it's going to turn on into a Lord Influence Rage, let's see where their priorities are at, because some are going up top against, but if ever Paquito is already melted down that easily, it's going to be hard if ever they want to try to pull in that teleportation.
At this point, they really need that shortcut to work out, but you can see Paquito is being scouted out by Hesu on this Boxia, and I feel like this Boxia is definitely putting in the work, right? Hesu has been scouting out these bushes the entire time, and it's going to be super important for them to do so, because if they don't do that, Paquito could just completely flip the script with one shortcut. And on Upatizi, that's not going to be the right target, and you can see again with a concealed play, he's going to be the one that they're looking to take down. Indeed, they get the shortcut down with the glorious pathway being used. Upatizi's cutting out in and out, and using the Inspire as well, trying to buy some time. Meanwhile, goes for the Soul Snatch as they get the kill onto Hesu with the help of Fury, and that is one stack on the Sky Piercer.
Okay, that is a good lead for now, and even getting that Malefic Roar in the 8th minute, again, this Granger is doing wonders. And for right now, I feel that Paquito is not much of a hindrance as if that he is on that show, but still all eyes on the chip again and again. It's just really a big problem if ever Corinthians, they cannot try to like outrun this little box.
That box, man, it's not looking good for Corinthians. No, this is what I was talking about. This is the cross map play. This is the 1v5, and now you can see Influence Rage are making their game work. And now Hesugar can't really do anything against Hotun, just because of the fact that he has a lot of damage. And now Luis again, 1v2 in a wrong position, wrong place at the wrong time. And this is the moment that you see Corinthians started to get broken down by Influence Rage.
The path, though, that they want to try to create, the sustainability and the buying time that they want to try to go head-to-head with this early game, for some reason, it's not as aggressive as we've seen before, because even Paquito right now, ooh, blocking the
They go for the
shortcut.
crossbow tang, but at the same time, after shortcut was being used, Glorious Pathway came down and they get the Law and Order on Upatizi. The chain CC is a little too much for them to handle, but here Frost and Lava has the damage being dished out. Hesso with the Tortoise's Poison trying to go through as well. Fury trying to kite away, but the electrifying beats able to get the shutdown as he goes through with the rhythm, looking for a bit more. Paquito is going to be the target after the Way of the Dragon. They get that kill. Meanwhile, the mid lane, they sacrifice the tower, and this is what Hotun does so well, taking away neutral objectives, taking away towers from the side of Corinthians every single time he's not present in a team fight.
The construction side of one man painted it down and also tearing it down solely, because after all of that effort, you gotta go head to head, stealing on this Lord. Okay, Timo is already there, but shortcut opening up.
Oh wait, Glorious Pathway is being used as well. Paquito gets taken out first, and that's Frost and Lava getting the kill as they trade Louise, Roamer for Roamer, but now Fury, oh my god, he gets the double, but look at that again! Flick finally able to get online, he gets the one kill, now makes it a double. Hotun and Flick are putting an absolute masterclass. He gets into the back line, gets Frost and Lava that's been dishing out the damage the entire time, and same thing Flick did as well. Level 15 in less than 12 minutes coming through from both these junglers.
Quite good, quite early, quite well. And even so, right now they do have that trade-off of a tree-on-tree kill score, and even try to equalize on that scoreboard and even gold right now. But I feel that Corinthians still have that edge over Influence Rage on this game, because they have that Lord up on top and even try to push it down at the bottom lane. I feel like this, they can still try to defend this quite well, and even Chan rushing on that Divine Blade, it's a good meltdown and also penetration up against Corinthians. So right now, they just gotta find a good way to maneuver over for a good fight.
Yeah, I think the maneuvering is going to be super important, because now, especially if you're Influence Rage, you do not have the black shoes. This is the opening that Corinthians kind of need. And it all comes down to if Luis is able to make that play, right? If he's able to go for the Flicker Way of the Dragon or Flicker Jeet Kundo combo, that's going to be the big map. That's going to be the big play that they need. But meanwhile, Paquito, man, he has the Waiwa. He can just go to any point of the map out of the 4 spots there is. And then he could just do his thing.
Definitely. Why walk? Literally. Floating around like the mischievous fox that he is right now. I feel like both of these teams, they just need that one momentum. If ever they would just want to try to flip it up. Because this time though, I feel like they actually fight in quite equal footing, because seeing that 1-1 right over there, having that already a trio or already power item spikes for him, quite good. But let's also not forget that Skypiercer has a 7 stack, turned down once though, but still going strong so far. Sure, you bring out Frost and Lava on those heavy holy crystal, even with the glowing one, and also the divine waves, because I don't think it's enough. Goodness.
He didn't even see it coming. He got taken down instantaneously, and now with a shortcut, here comes Fury, and at the same time, Hotun tries to go for the Pinnacle Ninja. He's able to make it out alive. Flick is the only casualty. Upatizi's forced to use his Inspire Soul just to make it out of harm's way. With the Lord being present now in about 5 seconds, this is the play. This is the opening that Influence Rage needed.
Okay, good opening so far, and even a nice teleportation up to the top lane to actually just clear out and play on that wave. Because since no Flick is there, no Retribution power, because Influence Rage is just getting on that third Lord.
Oh, he gets the Way of the Dragon connected onto Fury, but nobody's there to follow up. But at the same time, you can see they go to the backline of their own. As they lose one, Upatizi will have to run away. They concede the Lord. Hotun picks it up for himself, and now Influence Rage are slowly starting to turn the map blue. Slowly taking the advantage. Yes, they're even in terms of goal lead, but now with this Lord in their favor, it could turn the tides around completely.
Okay, pretty good to see right now for Influence Rage, a good sight and a good go. And so far it's just a green flag for them. It's a green light actually to just go head to head, because the chip has found its way down at that purple buff, and not yet though. And even though a little jump scare by the little fox, some resources were just thrown out.
Yeah, man. I mean, at least on the bright side, they still have about 30 seconds of the flicker for Luis. So that's some good news. No revitalize being used yet. So it's just a matter of time at this point if they're able to find the right opportunity. Oh, they bait out the black shoes. That's a big resource taken away from the table for Influence Rage, and that gives a little more opening for Corinthians to try and make a play. The Lord is still marching on the top side. There's a traction pulse. Once again, a flicker down and out for Chan. So he's going to be really susceptible. He's definitely going to be the target. He's already softened up for the blow. Meanwhile, Hotun with the Pinnacle Ninja tried to zone them out. They take away the tier 2 in the mid lane. All 3 waves crashing in at the same time. And Vey, this might look like all she wrote, because here comes the rest of Influence Rage trying to go through Glorious Pathway, forcing a dive. Flick has the electrifying beats, but look at the damage coming out from Fury. They take away Luis, and now next on the chopper block is Hesu, as he should be taken down. No, he doesn't. He's surviving with the use of the Revitalize. And finally, the rest of Corinthians force Influence Race to back off, making them respect the damage that they can output.
The level of discipline on that play was just pretty good, because Flix is just definitely eyeing on Chan.
The winner crown on to Fury. Jesus for the immortality. Chan is down and out. He was already softened up, and now they're looking at Chino. Crossbow of Tang is unlocked. They're looking to go on to Hotun. That could be the big target. But no, Paquito says no, not today, not to Don Muerto at this point, because Corinthians, they're trying to reach, but they cannot catch this Hanzo.
Okay, since it is not touchable, it's untouchable now for Corinthians, they just need to buy out a little bit more time, because they flipped it again against Influence Reach. And right now on the 16-minute mark, it's just really exciting to see. And I'm actually on edge because of the first game. It was actually a broken record of the longest game ever in Latam Season 3. So that's the first game. If ever it's going to be a long game again, will it break its own record, or will that stand the tallest in this grand finals?
Yeah, I think that it definitely should. Oh, concealed play from Corinthians at this point. They're looking to find a target, and so far Paquito's been doing an absolute brilliant job just to bring a little bit of surprises come through as well, right? They get themselves into the Lord Pit. They're trying to dominate the river. Paquito gets caught out. Here comes the shortcut play, and this is the fight that they're looking to break down. Glorious Pathway not used yet, but the Revitalize making sure the Hessel will survive. But here's the black shoes already being popped out, and they go Upatizi with a Wind of Nature, trying to find the right opportunity. Traction pulse being used as they go to Chan. Jesus in the back line. They find Paquito, and they get Chan as well in the process. This is the opening. They forced it out of Influence Rage, and Corinthians finally have some breathing room.
And no chance at all of stealing away that Lord for now. But a good way for Hotun to just want to try to clear it out again. Again, patience is the key if ever they want to win this. You cannot rush this position. You cannot try to force your way in against Corinthians, because you know Jesus is a little bit of a chunky boy on that gotcha. You already know Upatizi is just rising up to a few of his items already. It's just a matter of moments. And since Influence Rage is not on that Harith, clearing
Gila guys, satu sama lagi kayaknya anjing.
Would be a little bit of a problem, because timing is definitely on needed to be on point, and the key of turning this point away from Corinthians.
It could be, man. This could be the one that we're looking for at this point. Luis trying to zone them out with a Jeet Kundo. They get the tier 2 in the mid lane, but look at the clear coming in from Fury. He's just an absolute monster. Has enough damage. And same thing with Chan on the Lilia. This Lilia has been slippery, only getting got twice, but that's more than enough as they get the damage onto Hotun, taking him down low. And with the rest of Corinthians looking to try and take it on the bot side, the concealed play comes through as well, looking for the knock up, but they're trying to find the way of the dragon to cap them back. With the traction pulse, the crossbow thing is unlocked, not using it yet, but they go. Flick has the damage, you can see, so does Upatizi, they find only Chino, but here's the clapback coming through from Influence Rage. No one down and out except for Hesu and Chino. 2 EX players traded. Corinthians, again, will have to back up, but Paquito, he goes onto the... He could use the shortcut, but not being present. He catches them, but gets taken down himself. Corinthians find the kill.
Okay, even though it is a 2-for-1 trade for for now, Influence Rage gotta hand it to
Setiap
them.
game,
It was
setiap
a
game
very good
kebawa
call on
late
how
game
you wanna try
anjing.
to defend and how do you want to try to play
Keras
this
bener,
out.
cok, dua-duanya anjing.
Going headstrong against the Corinthians without the shortcut because it is already triggered, or when you want to try to play defense on that, it's kind of a little bit of risky there for Influence Rage. And so far, so good. All items are already on deck. Even just the last ones that you need to perfect, probably buy an immortality. Probably you want to respect with that wand already on the hands of Upatizi, and even Fury playing on that winner crown. So far, all of the insurance that they need for both sides of the teams are already present. Again, it's just a matter of time and a matter of momentum of that one play that they need to just like take over everything.
Yeah, man, it's just that one player, right? Completely flip the script. That's what we want to see. And Vey, I think you asked me earlier, are we going to see those big moments? Are we going to see those big plays? I think we've seen a lot of those big plays coming out in just 2 games. The second game's not even ended, and it's going on to 21 minutes after we had game number 1, which is the longest game in MPL Latam Season 3. 27 minutes, 35 seconds. This game might be going the same distance, but here's the shortcut coming to the White Walk. But there's the winner, crowded by enough time. Glorious Path would have slowed them down as well. Already slow stats being used by Influence Rage. Now their position has been compromised as he goes into the back line with the electrifying beats. Fury kiting, trying to run out of harm's way, but seems like he might get taken down. No, but Fury is able to get the shut of his own. They trade 2 as they find a killing spree. Frost, Lanave, able to flicker out, and now Hotun's gonna be on the bot side. Immortality is pop. Upatizi, pop the recalls. He has the crossbow of Tang, doesn't use it. Meanwhile, on the top side, the clear is there. Only the 2 left standing, the Roamer and the EXP laner, but not enough, as they should be able to take the base crystal. Corinthians make it 1-1.
Okay, equalize on the stage right now.
Oke, satu sama.
Come back through all of that. And again, this fight is going to be a long one. So everybody who is still present on the stream, get ready, because this is just the second game and this is just warming up.
Hey man, that's definitely a warm-up indeed with the way that they've been going. It's absolutely insane. It's a back and forth like a tennis match. And I feel like at this point, either team could take it all. Because I predicted a 4-3, I know you predicted a 4-2, but looking at the way these games are going the absolute distance, both teams making mistakes, both teams trying to capitalize on top of it. You think it's going to be a best of 7 all the way? You're looking at the 4-2 still.
Quite good to see, but let's see how they can handle out the pressure on how they want to play it out. Because it's going to be a little bit of different ways, like a little bit of how do you call it? The typical fight though, it'll just be as exquisite as ever. Because for me, why did I predict it being a 4-2? Because we're talking about endurance. We're talking about the probability of these players also playing offline. So if ever after those back and forth gameplays, it'll just be a great takeaway. So that's why it is a 4-2.
I mean, yeah, it could. I think the offline experience just definitely make it a slight bit of a difference. The pressure that's coming through from the side of the fans. And I think after the victory for game number 1, game number 2, complete different behaviors from the team players, right? You could see Influence Rage is going absolutely berserk. But on the other side, Corinthians just, you know, taking a bit respectful, I feel like. And at the same time, I think with the game number 2, the way Corinthians kind of played this game out, Man, it just goes to show that like, hey, the game's not over yet. The series not over yet. We have to have our eye on the prize, and the eye on the prize, the MPL Latam Season 3 trophy. It is the slot to direct MSC, not the wild card. It's the right history, of course, in their names, and with the stats, 22-minute game exact the way it went, Bay.
22, a nice number to close it off. A little bit faster from the first one, but hey, not bad. And again, we talked about overall of the items. If you're leading up to the last, at the edge of ultra late game, if ever you're just missing out one or two items, it's just a matter of moments. And so far for right now, Corinthians though, with the typical, somewhat of a same lineup, that same idea that they want to try to bring it in. So far worked pretty well on the second game, just because they were a little bit more aggressive up against Influence Rage, which that is their condition right now. Because Influence Rage for this part, I feel like since the fall off of the First Blood drawn by Corinthians, especially it's for Upatizi, it is a very good chance and a very good gain in the early game for Corinthians. So they checked that box off already. And of course, Influence Rage, they did put up a good fight. They did, but a few moments you just want to try to take back on that moment and just want to try to like rob away of that highlight against Corinthians. But so far though, right now, it didn't work at the second game. But because of that, it kind of brings in new colors on how they want to try to play it off for this grand finals.
New colors indeed, man. At least I'm rocking the green, representing the Brazilians at this point. But with the way both these Brazilian teams have been going head to head against each other, oh my god. Yes, I know Influence Rage has got a mixed players as well. Yes, I know Filipinos are there in the side of Corinthians, but both these squads are from the region of Brazil, and you can see why they are having so many fans coming through on their side, why the arena is loud, why it's packed. The passion of these players are flowing through. And again, we know momentum is going to be a key factor, tempo is a key factor, but the score being 1-1, Bay, I think momentum is still up for grabs.
I mean, like, it is a swing here and there like a pendulum, but if it's a too much of a swing, let's see how they want to try to adapt and also like close off the gap, because if ever they want to go to like 2-2, I wouldn't be surprised if ever they want to try to do that, because it's not a typical one-sided fight that we've seen in playoff say number 4. This is not the type of like reverse sweep scenario also. So I feel like the day is very young. Because right now, looking at the MVP of the game, but easy. Hey, Colonels, you want to see that pose, right? The 5-8 KDA, he really did execute that 1-1 pretty well.
I'll tell you one thing, I know he got the MVP, but I felt like Frost Lanave deserved the MVP a slight bit more. He was 7-1-8 on the KDA on Akimi, man. He was dishing out a lot of damage as well at the same time. But not to take away any credit from Upatizi on his signature 1-1. The way he played, the way he was able to kite in and out of these team fights, the way he was dishing out the damage, he was the target the entire time. And after the fact that he was, dove upon so much by Paquito. The chain CC was there. Yes, you're trying to use the needles and flowers to try and get out of harm's way, but my god, it definitely was a completely, a complete different story to the latter half of the game, just because of the fact that he is able to get out, and then that's when they use the crossbow of Tang, and once the crossbow of Tang is unlocked, my goodness, man, the damage was just absolutely insane.
A little bit of something that I really like to see, the 1-1 bringing out the 888 damage, is in a little bit of a lore in Chinese. It's like fa fa fa, so like it's definitely merging into it. Just want to try to burst it out a lot, so it's kind of pretty fun to see. Because right now though, if ever you want to lit something on fire, you gotta have good deals, right, Kronos?
Hey man, but before you get those deals, bro, I'm telling you, you gotta download the game first. Cause why? We got those Naruto skin collabs that have come through, of course, to become the Hokage of your ranked games with the new MLBB X Naruto skins. By scanning that QR code, and those three heroes that you see, those three characters, Gaara, Kakashi, and Sakura, yes, they're skins in the game. I know you're probably not gonna go for one of them, but you get one for free. And of course, Kakashi is the best one of them all.
Quite amazing to see, and a lovely best collaboration ever for right now. MLBB with Naruto skins. Don't forget, it is available in the app and also Apple Store. Don't forget, go check it out. Go download it right away. And since you already want to download it, you want to have great discounts for the skins. It is a get 5% off your top up. It is only on bonax.com. It is BNXMPL3. You can use that code because I don't think that code will last very long because we are in the grand finals already. This is basically the last day of the season, so you don't want to miss that out. Don't forget to recharge and use that code.
Hey, well, at the same time, let's not forget there's a new phone in the market, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we're talking about the Techno POVA 7 Power Beyond Limits, indeed 5G MediaTek Dimensity with 7300 ultimate processor, 45 watt flash charge, a 30 watt wireless charge with a 6000 mAh battery. And hey, you see the Hayabusa popping out of the phone? That's what it's gonna look like with 144 hertz display, smooth display nonetheless, coming through from this new Techno POVA 7 5G phone. Power Beyond Limits. It is new in the market right now in the Latam region. Make sure you go grab yourself one, because hey, this could be the ultimate gaming phone for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
It kind of feels like a 3D motion, that even the Hayabusa is just so real, so smooth. It pops out of your screen, guys. So don't forget to check it out. And since it is a new released phone, it is the greatest on the market so far, and a great innovative to see right now. And since leading up the second game, amazing sponsors, amazing gameplay, even a record being shattered in the first game. What would you expect on the third, Kronos? Any heroes that you want to watch out?
Hey man, that Frost Lava's Kimmy's got to get banned out. I feel like that could definitely foil the plans of Corinthians, because that's compared to the first time when I was really crazy about the Kimmy, right, babe? You remember 2 weeks ago, playoff week, I was saying that, hey, the Kimmy's got to go, Kimmy's got to go. At this point, I feel like teams have kind of understood how to play around the Kimmy, how to slow down the Kimmy, and how to stop the Kimmy from going any further. So I feel like that definitely works out in their favor. But at the same time, you're looking at the same game plan coming out from Corinthians, and maybe if you take away the Kimmy, you're seeing a slight bit of a difficulty come out from Corinthians, because that one composition, it took them 2 games to kind of get to the point where it works out. So maybe if you change the way that Frost Lava is going to play, change that double marksman strategy that Corinthians have, it could be a different story. Maybe it could work out in the favor of Influence Rage. But also for Influence Rage, I feel like they just got to give Hotun that bruiser, man. Yes, the Hanzo's is his pocket pick. It works every now and then. It didn't work in the grand finals. Let's not try it again, right? Looks like Corinthians know how to counter that. They know how to play against that. Just give Hotun the Lucas. Give him these comfort picks that he likes. Give him that Fredrin. Give him a Hayabusa, for God's sake. We've seen him do absolutely insane if it's let loose, though. If the Hayabusa is let loose from the draft. But I think those are the slight bit of changes that both these teams might need.
I mean, since it is a best of 7, there is a lot of ways that you want to try to approach this, how you want to try to bring up those heroes that you want to try to pick up later on. Because I mean, again, as you mentioned, Kronos, you talked to Coach Blackjacks. They were really ready to whatever, any scenario, they're just ready to adapt. So I feel like there are a lot of lineups that you can want to try to set up, even though probably they have like similar ideas. It's just a mix match of those heroes playing around later in a lineup dawn during the drafting phase. So for me, I really do agree on what you said. Bring out that Frederick, bring out that Basha, bring out that Lucas, because even though yes, we've seen Hotun pop off amazingly with those assassins and even the joy on the regular season and even during playoffs, but I feel like he already shifted. He already practiced more on what happens around the global region. So if ever you're more comfortable because of that shift, you can try to bring it in a different game.
Yeah, I think that shift is definitely there. Not only the shift of that, the different shifts of play styles with these players coming through in the side of Corinthians, especially Flick after the playoffs, right? He's brought a different style for Corinthians. That's when we see like, okay, these are title contenders. These guys are title contenders, and we've called it the day we saw Flick come into the picture, right? If I'm not the first game we saw Flick, the two of us like, hey, this guy makes the team a title contender, not by himself, but the fact that everyone in the entire team is able to perform their role to the fullest, to the highest level, and we could see why they got him in as well. But now that impact, that instantaneous impact is down and out, right? Now you're really getting into it. It's not beginner's luck anymore. It's not to the point where like nobody knows much about you, right? Now you've scrimmed enough. People have gotten strategies. People have read your gameplays, done a lot more research for the grand finals. So at this point, at this point is why you can see Influence Rage putting a stop to the plans of Corinthians' playstyle, the run and gun playstyle. They like to play as aggressive as they can. They like to dive. But once that's not present, once the game has been slowed down, what is Corinthians actually looking to do? I know you mentioned this in the previous game before the draft started as well, Vay, and I said like, hey, just they gotta ignore that and they gotta go and play as aggressive as possible. That's what they did in game number 2, right? They forced the equation, but how long can they keep that up? That's going to be super important for them, right? If they can keep that up again and again, then yes, it's good. But I don't think Influence Rage are one of those teams, especially in the best of 7 in the grand finals, with all the experienced players have, the coaches have, and the staff behind them. I don't think it's just they're just gonna let them walk over like a doormat at this point. I feel like Influence Rage are definitely gonna bounce back for sure. But just wait to see what else does Corinthians have, what other tactics do they have apart from this double marksman. I want to see a little bit more, just so that we can see how much ahead they can get, right? What can they put Influence Rage in a difficult position? Not rely on mistakes, not rely on blunders, force the equation, dictate the pace of the game themselves, which they haven't done so far in 2 games.
Because right now though, for Corinthians, I kind of feel that because of that run and gun game style, and of course they want to play on that 2 marksman because they feel like that's the best scenario for them. They haven't really bring on other drafting lineups yet, but if they keep on going like this, I feel like the draft kind of goes to like a little bit one-dimensional, because it's just that. And if you keep on doing that, Influence Rage is going to like find an answer like how they did during playoffs. And if they adapt that quickly within a break, I really feel that they can adapt as quickly in this best of 7 series. So I want to see that new color being brought in for Corinthians. Probably a switch here and there, or what's going to be Influence Rage's lineup or solution after the second game.
Let me think. We haven't seen the Fredrin come up from both these teams yet. We've seen Flick play the Fredrin before. That could be a nice shout to make sure if they go for the Joy. I think that's definitely there in the arsenal of Flick. Maybe the Boxia as well. It's been a comfort pick, not just for Luis, but now we've seen it in the hands of Hesu at the same time. Although I really prefer Luis on an initiator, right? Like this Cho. So far, Vay, if you take a look at stats, I know it's only been 2 games, but game number 1 has been in the favor of Influence Rage just because they got the Cho, right? And now in the game number 2 for Corinthians, they got the Cho, so they were the aggressors, they got the victory. So I mean, it just goes to show that they need to take the initiative to be the one that engages first and play aggressive, and that might just come out. That might just be the key to victory for them.
And I mean, looking at how fun they're just having fun in the arena, I'm pretty sure that Influence Rage have some little game up their sleeve, because our viewers definitely want to see something that made us laugh in the early opening, and we want to bring in that vibes right now again. So let's see.
Combinando el héroe con mímica y sonido con Fury y Paquito.
Está. Mira, arranca así y cuando se ahí así.
Pará, ¿qué? El popol, boludo. El popol. Es lo más parecido a un perro de este pibe que viene.
Te hago otra señal, mira.
Hacer una mímica. A ver.
Este es el héroe y va haciendo así cada vez que va avanzando la partida. Y así.
Imagínate, 8.
Y cuando se va es así.
¿Qué era este?
Imagínate, guacho.
Pío.
Amigo, es clavadito.
Laila, guacho.
Así. Y cuando es así, va y hace. Y después va.
Amigo, no sé, boludo, no sé. Aurora, no sé. No sé.
Alice, guacho, Alice.
Alice, pero.
Alice.
Pará, ¿en qué momento Alice va?
They get me every time, man. They get me every time with that.
You know that's like the meme reel or even TikTok that you see that you can just replay it again and again, and you keep on laughing because of it. Like, yeah, it's just stuck in my head right now. That game of charade, it's just really fun to see.
We need to try that out.
I think you should try that out with your friends. Like kissing Layla. Like, pew pew pew.
But the best was the Alice, man. Fury just went the entire time.
But hey, we're talking about the Alice, so will it pop up or not? Because we are jumping in for the drafting phase of game number 3. Because we're seeing right now though, no more Loi, no more Hayabusa, no Fanny, still a respect because nobody will catch Flick if ever that Fanny is being brought up. And since they are switching a big part here, I'm kind of questioning though of why Influence Rage want to ban out that Harith in the second game. I kind of get it though. They want to prioritize getting that chip, and they don't want Corinthians getting the Harith on their hands. But since the tables have kind of flipped out though, will Corinthians respect this Harith, or will Influence Rage can just take back that moment and soak it in? Get that Harith for Fury.
Yeah, I think the Harith definitely is going to be something that Fury needs to get his hands on. But then again, Upatizi can always go for the 1-1, can always go for the Granger. These are similar bans that we're seeing, Bay. It's been the same story. Only the fact that the chip was left open in the previous game. Yes, Influence Rage picked it up, but it did not work out in their favor. But here, Corinthians, Upatizi gets, again, another comfort hero with this Harith. And you can see those place cards. You can see the draft, the simulations that the side of Influence Rage have on their hands. A lot of prep they've come through with. It just goes to show they're ready, prepared for all draft scenarios in this case. And now on the other side, they get the Joy. They pick up the box here. And we haven't seen Hotun on the Joy in a very long time.
And you know what? Since I feel like I don't want to question as much as the console pick that he did on the previous game, but I feel like right now it was a matter of timing in the second league. So right now it is really putting on to the test of Hotun on the assassin picks. Because I don't want to jinx some things of like letting him saying that he already shifted as much during his practices and scrims that we don't know are happening in the back of the league that they're practicing in. But right now, the Corinthians securing in the Gatot Kacha and the Kimi. That means they still want to go with the double penetration. It's not both marksmen right now since you're on the Harith, but it kind of brings in the same color. But for right now, the influence rage, a Granger is just being picked up. So at least you can go head to head with Upatizi on that Harith.
The Granger, yes, picked up, but then again, it's the double marksman on, not double marksman, but you know, goal lane output, double lane
somewhat of a double
marksman. Yeah, somewhat of a double marksman, right? Technically, although Harith, you know, he has a lot of burst damage. He definitely has the capability to last a little longer in the team fights with the Zaman Force. The AOG though, here, the Gatot Kacha being picked up early on, just to prevent whoever's there on the back line for influence rage. This is kind of like a forced pick that's coming through from, or rather a forced error that Corinthians have made for influence rage, where the Gatot Kacha is picked up, and now influence rage are forced to respond with a Granger on a flicker. Right now he's not gonna have the purify, so that leaves another option, whoever's gonna be the assassin or the jungler from Corinthian side, to try and take advantage of that. And that's why the extra bit of mobility that's required for Corinthians taken out by banning out the Matilda from influence rage. When Corinthians, however, could go in a similar route, maybe look at taking down another roamer. The Badang's a great shout to remove out of here as well.
If ever they want to try to close it off, because again, we've seen the Gatot Kacha Badang combination coming in from any team, which is scary, very scary actually. If you wanna try and face it up, and since I feel like if you want to center in those three main mid laners that I would like to see today, the Louis, the Selena, and also the Jusin. And since two of them are already banned right now, Influence Rage, if ever they want to try to get that to Sin, I feel like it's good for their range, but who to catch if ever they want to try to prioritize that hero. But in the banning phase right now, since there is no answer yet, since Hotun took away that joy, you don't want that Basha going head to head with it, because it's hard to just burst the Fredrin down, so that's why you want to try to ban that out. That's pretty good. For Corinthians though, last ban, you can ban a mage if ever. A Farsha would work wonders if ever you want to close it off, you want to tighten it down the AoE, even though you have the Gatot Kacha to just jump into the back, but still a good precaution if they ever want to just close it off.
Yeah, it was a good precaution indeed, but I think again, you can see the fact that the Fredrin has been picked up here in rather banned out means that what I spoke about earlier before the draft began, to try and get that Fredrin in the hands of Flick just to counter the Joy, is taken off the table now. So the Joy is moving around a lot more free here, especially given the fact that the Cho is still left on the table. If Influence Rage go for the Cho in the hands of Paquito and slot the Boxia in the EXP lane, give it a Chino, it could be a slight different story. Then again, Corinthians need some sort of an extra bit of advantage. They need some sort of aggression. The more they are giving aggression in the hands of Luis, the more they have a chance to pick up the victory.
That is a pretty good setup though so far. Right now for Influence Rage, they can pick up a Farsha, since it's not banned out. Good AoE control here and there. But Dogs is still open if ever Corinthians want to try to pull off those setups from Hesu and Luis. And if you want to go head to head with a Joy, a Suyo is so wide open if ever.
No, I don't think Suyo is a great shot here. Suyo, after the new nerf he received with the magic defense being actually lower, I feel like Hotun can just walk in with the electrifying beats and just get the kill. However, the Farce is a good shot for Chan. Even though they have the AOG on the other side, this is quite daring indeed coming in from Influence Rage. That just means how much they trust Chan in this draft. And over here, I was going to say Lucas is one of the only picks that's left open in the jungle. They get that Lucas taken away, and they get the Badang at the same time to try and prevent or mitigate what the Joy can do in the Land of Dawn. So this is going to be a Badang in the EXP or Roam, again, depending on what Influence Rage have to offer until the last pick, right?
I feel like it's going to be a Badang EXP, knowing that Hesu is the one who tries to do a lot of setups. For Influence Rage, though, closing off that, you need a stopper. You need someone to just like tank all the damage, and you're still here and there. Uranus is still open if ever, because you already have enough burst power, or even a Hilda if you want to try to keep up the pace. So that also works well, you know. So let's see. Or an Esmeralda can be nice to just pick off the shield, but turns out they want to go with that Cho for a pick-off game for Influence Rage.
I'm telling you, man, it's that Cho. It's been the key to victory for both these teams in both the games. A 1-to-1 off the back of the aggressive plays, off of the back of the mistakes that's forced out thanks to the Cho. While you're taking a look at the draft that's set, you can take a look at the crowd as well. They're ecstatic with what's going on. A lot of cosplayers. Everyone's there rooting for their favorite teams. You can see kids coming out as well. They play Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Moms, pops, everyone wants to see that. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set indeed. And I think, Vey, who do you think is going to take this one?
Okay, for now, looking at team compositions, I really like Corinthians' setup type of play, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah, indeed, with the series tied 1-to-1, Game 3 is becoming heavier and heavier. It's becoming the breaking point. This is where the champions will start separating themselves, not in skill, but in mental strength, in adaptability, and raw will. Influence Rage, Corinthians, locked and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 in this best-of-7 Grand Finals.
Okay, a good start indeed from Corinthians trying to gun down Paquito, but I feel since they are playing in on also a little bit of replay, same concept on the first game, Paquito is going to be very active on like picking anybody off, or even looking at somebody to just be a menace run on the map. There's no teleportation being activated, unlike the second game, so far Influence Rage, they are still gaining in a good time, and even Hotun can try to maneuver over a little bit quicker because he's on the draw.
Oh, you can see they go for the flash-to-flash combo. Flick has a lot of damage, catches Paquito. He's unlucky that he didn't hit the level 4. Otherwise, that would have been first blood right there. But seems like he could force out at least a lot more. They don't bait out the flicker, so I think that could have been a slight bit of important factor for Influence Rage, not losing out Paquito's flicker, so he can definitely make more aggressive plays in these neutral objectives.
Quite good to see how they want to try to play it out also, because right now if you see the positioning, the Paquito is just all eyes on deck, and seeing how aggressive Hotun tries to jungle, unlike on the Hanzo's pathway of the jungling pattern, so I feel like they have a little bit of nudge here and there, but at the end of the day, it's just on a matter of how they want to try to play out the first fight.
Oh, wait, unleashing the beast, not yet, but the flash-to-flash combo goes through as well. They bait out the revitalize, and finally, here comes Flick with a shockwave blast. They're able to get first blood on hands of Frost and Nave, and now forcing the equation with a Jikundo combo, able to get the kill. Chan picks it up for himself, as now Hesu being traded at the same time. That is a 1-to-1, Corinthians and Influence Rage.
Pretty good so far, and even for us, Nave getting that good early game, it's good for the Kimmy, but Influence Rage gets equalized so far because they're looking out for the turtle.
Oh yeah, and you can see Hesu goes with the fist back combo, able to force out Hotun to get out of harm's way. And now in the neutral objective, they want to get themselves the turtle. They come through, and he's able to get that retribution. Hotun finds it, and they take out Flick. Good position coming in from Chan as the feathered airstrike is able to reach out the damage.
Okay, a good setup indeed, and a little bit of a clutch of a retribution play. Still, it is stolen away from Corinthians, and since they created that bit of a golden lead, it is good for Influence Rage's side. And since you wanna try to look for objectives later on, it's just a matter of my time moments because Paquito is high on hitting.
Oh my god, they catch Frost and Nave, but here comes the AOG to try to catch Paquito. Here comes Shino as well. The shield unity trying to buy some time. Saman forced to drop down. Upatizi has the damage, but they're able to disperse. They're able to get out of harm's way. And again, Vey, it's that feathered airstrike. It's Chan. He has been so good forcing mistakes from Corinthians.
I feel like because of getting up that Farsha pick, it also creates a lot of space for them, right? It feels more freely for Chan to just dish out those damage. Unlike on the Trusen, it's more enabled now than ever. And since you're able to utilize well so far in the early game, for me, Influence Rage is just getting a good grip so far. So it's still pretty good on their side. Still, things are still lining up on their side, but if ever they want to try to fight, it's right now.
Yeah, the Revitalize already popped. Feather Airstrike coming through as well. Luis is taken out low. He can still go for the engage with the AOG, but doesn't want to commit because there's no backup, there's no follow-up coming through from Corinthians at this point.
And looking at Influence Rage, their positioning right now, though, it's just a little bit of a replay of what happened in game number 1. They just trying to find their footing. They just try to find a way to just enter in and barge against Corinthians. Because timing is key. Because even though right now, though, Luis trying to make a play.
Speaking of timing, they get it right this time with the way of the dragon connecting onto Luis and the feathered airstrike. Man, this Farsa has been doing a lot of work, putting in a lot of work. The moment Luis is not present, knows that the threat of the AOG is not going to be there, and they force another turtle. They take that away right under the noses of Corinthians. 2 turtles in their hands, and Corinthians, yes, they have a double marksman kind of composition, but if they're getting zoned out of the team fights, what can they do?
I mean, if they keep on getting zoned out, I feel it's just a matter of how do you want to try to create the space. Because Influence Rage really, they see in some moments if they can try to enter, they will. But for right now, the Corinthians, I don't think that they're in a capacity to just go head to head with Influence Rage's fight. Because like in this position right now, no one can get even close to Influence Rage.
Yeah, man, Chan, you saw that, right, mate? That was just 2 shots from the feathered airstrike. Upatizi was lucky he was alive there. And Chan is only level 7. He hasn't built the core items yet. I'm not really sure if he's even built the lightning truncheon at this point, because that's one of the key items that's required. You can see they go for the Detsunata as well. If they pair that up with a lot of Sky Piercer stacks for Fury, sheesh, it looks like Corinthians might be having a really hard time.
I mean, sure, Influence Rage can dish out a lot of damage, but at the same time, though, I'm actually curious because Corinthians, their main setup is between Hesu and also Luis. If ever they can jump in, they can.
Chino, he's trying to survive. AOG comes through as well. They're trying to catch one, but Chino gets taken down instantly, and now Hesu's next to follow. Fury has the damage. La Furia is online. La Cabra is doing everything possible as they find Chan Frost Laname with a traction pulse and the damage in the midst of a team fight, able to single out Chan.
I mean, good eyes, to be honest. He was hidden on that bush until a little bit of a misstep, and then like Frost just came in at the right moment. And looking right now though on the turtle cam, Influence Rage Hotun is still really focused on those neutral objectives. Sure, they win and lose a little bit of a trades here and there, but still they won't give up.
Yeah, they can't give up, to be honest, right at this point. They shouldn't give up any possible advantage, but feels like Influence Rage just know how to play against Corinthians. And it feels like the kryptonite to Corinthians' playstyle. It feels like the kryptonite to what Corinthians can do overall. Because again, Corinthians started early game really strong, and then Influence Rage just halted the movement, halted the tempo of Corinthians, and all of a sudden Influence Rage are ahead. They're ahead of the 8-ball.
Pretty good playing so far. Because right now, you are at the point where Corinthians, they just want to try to gank up. Here's the thing about that though. You gotta make a moment like this.
Traction pulls to pull back Paquito, and I think that's the opening that they were looking for. But look at the resources that are baited out from Corinthians, though. Zaman Force already gone. Revitalize is not going to be present. Jesus Flicker is not online. So all that just to kill a roamer. On the other side, the clear should be coming in quite easily as well. And at this point, it feels like Corinthians have to give out so much just to get one small piece of the pie.
I mean, if ever they wanna try, you wanna see a play, you make a play. But a lot of the times you can't really just force it out again and again. Sure, it worked against Paquito because, he is the frontliner there, but they really need to prioritize of that gold funneling if ever they want to go head to head with Influence Rage, because if it's not, it's going to be a problem.
This is what Chan can do. Zone you out from right underneath your own turrets as they're trying to siege the mid lane tier 1. But Corinthians have the clear to try and get it out. They have Frost Nave, who hasn't gone down a single time. Upatizi still not gone down a single time. So that's some good news still for Corinthians, that they're able to scale to that point. But Influence Rage, man, they're getting into the heads of Corinthians. The recall taunts from Paquito, the recall from Chan, the recall from Fury, from Hotun. I've only not seen Chino do this entire series, so feels like Corinthians, they're not able to play. They're like a caged bird at this point. Speaking of the bird, the feathered airstrike comes down. You can see they're forcing so much through as they're blitzing the Lord. They get that in their favor as well. Influence Rage are just completely conquering the pace and dictating how they want the Corinthians to play.
And of course, right now they are looking for any mispositionings that if ever Paquito wants to make a play, they can. Because looking at the drafts of Corinthians, they can really just try to mix and match with that Gato Kacha and Badam, but for some reason, it's not as aggressive that we thought it would be. And since they are quite suppressed though, and being in together, it's an easy target if ever Influence Rage want to charge in with all of their firepower coming in right now, because this,
my God.
Paquito.
Look, again, those are resources baited out, but yes, the biggest resource here is Paquito on his flicker, so that's going to give some breathing room for Corinthians, and that means he's not going to be able to dish out a lot more damage. But look at what Hotun goes for. He goes for the Wishing Lantern, understanding the assignment, knowing that they're going to be super tanky, so just getting that quite early on, 10 minutes, 11 minutes into the game, that is the third item that you usually go for on a Joy. But here the traction pulls trying to pull them back. Chan, the feathered airstrike again, so beautiful position, unleashing the beast. Here comes the rest of the cavalry. They're able to pick off Hesu, who was a slight bit out of position, but Paquito did not hesitate, went for the way of the dragon.
I mean, so far so good, and lighting quite well for Influence Rage. The pushback though, given the area was created and the pressure is definitely on, but for Influence Rage though, they can just barge in at any time. And looking at the trade-offs though for so far, right now, it's a little bit of a misconception of okay, sure, you get a kill, you get some gold, but Influence Rage traded far more than that, because it's a low kill game right now. It's not about how you want to gain that Sky Piercer stack here and there, but the turrets though, how Influence Rage try to suppress and also manage theirs so well. Right now, Corinthians, they really have to make a play if ever they want to survive this game tree.
And I asked for adjustment, right, from both these teams, especially Influence Rage and Corinthians. Corinthians didn't get the double marksman down, but look at what Influence Rage did. They turned it around, and I am loving this adjustment that's coming from Influence Rage. They're not chasing kills, man. They're chasing map control, because I know you mentioned the map, but look at it. The towers only got a slight bit of a damage now. 12 minutes in the game. Corinthians are not looking comfortable, but here Hotun tries to bait out Luis, and yes, they did. Meanwhile, Paquito in the back line goes for the flick away of the dragon, finds himself a double kill. His Fury, La Cabra, is definitely online, ladies and gentlemen. He is 301, dishing out so much damage on the Granger.
Okay, even if right now they do have a strong front to back for Corinthians, I don't know what happened to them. But Influence Rage, they are definitely pressing back, bringing in
Buset
that
nih,
roar,
match
bringing
ketujuh,
in
aku
and
bangun,
recalling that
anjing.
energy. What happened in the first game to take back what Corinthians just was given to them in the second game. And right now, though, looking at the positionings, of course, they are going to wait for the right moment, buy time for that Lord, because Influence Rage is definitely suppressing from the middle lane.
Yeah, and right now they're trying to go through as well. The bot side, so many minions coming through. You can see Chan with the Feather Airstrike zoning them out. It's taking them so much. It's taking 5 members of Corinthians to do so. And now the Lord is so full HP. They should be able to get that inhibitor quite easily, not paying the price, just sacrificing the Lord. But the rest of the waves coming through as well. Hotun goes to the back line, tries to disarm the damage, but here's the AOG, catches too. And now they go for the clapback. He gets into the flash-to-flash combo. Paquito overextended quite a bit, but the damage from Fury, oh my goodness, with the Death Sonata, he's able to pick up the kill, and that was Opatizi. The goal later started on at the same time. Fury is unleashing his fury in the land of Dawn. Influence Rage have found the opening. They've exposed the weaknesses of Corinthians. The minion wave marching down the mid lane, and this might be all she wrote, but Hesu, he goes for fist grab. He finds Chan, and now Hotun trying to get the kill, but they cannot catch Fury. He's La Cabra for a reason, as Hotun is trying to find the opening. Fury, Frostland Nave, the only one left standing, as finally Corinthians have Opatizi back up online. Influence Rage, man, they're putting on a display.
Definitely a display that you would like to keep up. You would like to see in a clear glass solution. Or even right now, Influence Rage, they gotta give a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room, because you don't want that blunder coming in of forcing a lot of the fights and enemy high ground. So you want to give that more space. You want to
game ketujuh apa game ketiga, Cok?
Right time, still putting on pressure, still putting on good.
Through and
because you want to wait for that, or you want to wait for that sure push. Remember, you want to make a play right here, right now.
Bener, Cok, masih game ketiga, matamu guys. Wah, anjing guys. Gua tidur beneran, Cok. Dipotong nggak apa-apa guys.
Or if ever, you want to make a play right here, right now. If initiated by Corinthians, Influence Rage can easily.
But Fury is just not able to
Turu, Cok. Matamu.
Looking at the position right now for Influence Rage, the pressure is there. Corinthians, though, they really need to clean out their waves. And since there are a lot of timings that you really need to play ahead with this, so Influence Rage, they want to clear out that Lord as fast as possible. See, even if they want to try to invade, they actually did.
And they actually go for it as well. Luis trying to survive as much as he can, but the damage coming in from Fury is way too much. He's godlike indeed. They find it 7-0 in KDA, but look at Hotun in the back line, trying to be a distraction. Flick goes into the flash-to-flash combo, unleashing the beast at the same time. Electrifying beats comes through, and now Chino, he's trying to create the separation, but look at Chan, man. Again, he has the feathered airstrike, trying to get Fury. He finds it.
Rage, everybody's celebrating, but wait a little minute because it is still on game number 3. Rocky boat for right now, but so far looking pretty good and pretty light for Team Influence Rage. They found a solution, they tried to suppress it, but so far, what can Corinthians do to come back from this game right here? Because to me, though, looking at the highlights, the drafts, I love the drafts very much because it kind of gives the early potential. If ever you want to make a play, you can make a play. But again, I don't know what happened, and Influence Rage just sniffed out in that moment, and somehow, some way, a single pickup hero is way more aggressive than the AoE can be provided by Corinthians. Was just able to take over like that. And I feel like since because of that influence rage, they know they have that momentum, they know they have that firepower, and they can just go in of that run and gun playing style was just taken away as the identity from Corinthians in game number 3.
Man, they just stolen away the style. They've just taken away what the other side can do completely. There's no possible way for them to come out with any answers whatsoever. Corinthians need to change that. I mean, they need to change the way that they're kind of approaching the draft entirely, right? They're slotting Frosanavi on a Kimmy, but that means he doesn't have a lot of control in these team fights. He's the one that relying on the damage. Yes, Frosanavi didn't get taken out many times in this game, but are the fruits bearing? Are the fruits being born? That's the way that Influence Rage are just taking these fights, man. Highlight plays after highlight plays, but again, yes, you have all of
Oh, udah kelar game 3, guys.
So it's just really wrapping up a lot of both. Looking at it,
Siapa yang menang? Influence Rage.
really pays off. I literally asked expected, to be honest, this is the first and also second game. It is on a 17-minute mark right now. And see, endurance photos. If your first and second game was just really that enticing and also tiring, you would probably want to try to finish up the game. And probably here and there, you will find a little bit of a mishap or a slip up. And so that's why I feel like at this crucial point, I don't think it's just all about the draft anymore. Because, as I've said before, I really love Corinthians draft, but execution wise, I really don't know what happened. And because of those little, I feel like the communication.
Mati lah besok, guys. Besok gua tepar sini, Cok.
For time, it was just way too much to just go ahead and gain back. And they couldn't even have a single turret damage against Influence Rage. Right now, it's just wrapped up so well, and this goes to show that Influence Rage Bolton can perform at that assassin jungler too, you know. And I mean, it's just a matter of time at this point.
Clean, man. That game was clean. They got themselves no turrets, Corinthians. Just they couldn't but they didn't make Influence Rage uncomfortable for even a split second. And you can take a look again, being in the arena. Influence Rage is going crazy. And if I'm not wrong, that is Fury himself, right? Fury is the one that's awake. If you look at the seat positioning, man, Fury
Nyari duit gini amat. Iya, Cok. The real nyari duit dari begadang aja. Terus gak ngapa-ngapain.
feel like if he keeps up the way he's playing, I'm telling you, man, that La Cabra is gonna stick. is gonna stick with it. Who called it? I'm just here to advertise and market it. That's it.
Kudos to salesperson now for that name. And right now, though, looking at how they play, it's just really kind of lights it up. It's a little bit different of that PH playing style that I kind of know on like how they if you ever sniff out that moment, you make that moment. I don't know what happened again. Probably it's something that you want to try to consider because it is an offline game. It's also an offline desk, but hey, you guys are professional. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of things that you want to try to consider here and there. And a new evaluation coming in for the split second because game number 4 is just right around the alley.
Right around the corner, you know, just around the curb, right there. You peek in, all of a sudden you're gonna see game number 4 pop up, just saying that, hey, you know, we're right here. But before we get there, the MVP going to be Fury. The game at 41% damage, still 75% kill participation. This guy is an absolute monster on this brain.
I mean, again, this is basically a giveaway on how he contributes to the team, how he shots in for the lots of Death Sonata. Because I mean, other than Chan being on the partial, sure, made great plays on how you want to try to like zone everybody out, but the last hit though, it was so on point for Fury to just take a lot of chickens. It's not the typical flashy piece, but I feel like because on the Stranger, it's just more efficient on how you want to try to take away those last hits, those crucial hits. So because of those plays, I mean, really well deserved MVP.
Hey man, he stacked himself up. He was running and gunning, just like how Corinthians like to do with that Ranger instead from influence range. And I think you and I were calling it as well, right? He got the Sky Piercer, didn't get a lot of kills. When he gets them, he's gonna be hurting. He's gonna be a problem, and that's what he did. He got himself the Sky Piercer. And guys, what happened with Sky Piercer? 5 kills.
Maximum 4 game lagi, guys.
At that point, do we really need to try and tell you the words like, hey, there is no one to dive on the Granger. He can just dash, skill 1, boop, 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 dash, skill 1, dash, ult, dash, ult. That's what he's gonna do, and that's what he did. He was able to beat Flick on a 1v1. Come on, like, that's absolutely nasty at this point. You're not supposed to give them any sort of comfort things.
How is it, Kronos? Oh, pew pew, pew pew pew.
And then all of a sudden he actually uses one and then oh wait, he has full blitz and he pulls up the big one, uses the shoot, and then he dashes back and he does that again, and then he shoots and then he shoots and he keeps shooting, and then all next thing you know, he's just shooting Corinthians' chances to become Latam champion.
Ugh, taken away one game. This is like a tug of war, Kronos. 1-1, 1-1. What will happen in game number 4? Because mentality-wise, I feel like it's also going to play in a factor. Probably from the first game, it brings out that fire because hey, signature picks here and there getting turned down. And then the second game, sure, they rage on against Influence Rage, which is good for them. And since third game, I feel like in some way, it's somewhat of a stop. So if ever you want to go head to head on this one, it's somewhat of a wake up call that you need to find a solution against Influence.
They're breaking down Corinthians. They're breaking them down piece by piece. They like you know when you have a car or a bike, you know when you gotta take out the engine, take a look at what's wrong, what the problem is. They're piecing them apart at this point, and they're doing it so well. Corinthians have no answer. We've seen the same thing go on in the upper bracket finals. It's happening once again in the grand finals in a best of 7. Influence Rage are picking them apart piece by piece, play by play. They're picking them apart in draft, and it just doesn't feel good if you're a Corinthians fan. Yes, I would like Corinthians to try and take it as well. I would like to see a best of 7 go all the way. But if this is the way that it continues, Influence Rage, man, the rage is real.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, you can feel that hunger though, since mm, both of these teams are just really trying to set up on that legacy, trying to chase on that immortality road that leads up to MSC. So both are really trying to turn their way up, and typically the only way that you gotta finish up because of course King is coming in your way. The drafting phase already begun, and right now, Fanny being banned off still a respect though, and right now closing off the Luoyi. No signs of closing off the chip yet, but I feel like probably a Hayabusa could be banned here. Somewhat of a tempo ban, but let's see what their strategy is for this recent lineup because I really like to see a Fredrin Matilda or a Foxia Matilda from Influence Rage. That could just be a takeaway point for them.
The point is gonna be important. They need to make it even, otherwise it's gonna look difficult for Corinthians. This is gonna if Influence Rage take this, it's gonna be match point, man. It's going to be match point. I don't think that's where Corinthians want to put themselves.
Mm-mm. Uh, right now though, no phobia, no Kalia, still a possibility of a Hayabusa still opening up. Uh, will a Harris get banned here?
Chip, no.
Yeah, it's a matter of either Chip or Harris because looking at the priorities, it shifted again. Influence Rage is on the first pick here. If ever they want to try to let it go, I feel like it's not as aggressive as Paquito on the Cho though. So you gotta be really careful if ever they want to play up that chip.
Yeah, I feel like this chip's definitely gonna be something that they need to go for. Again, Paquito, he did try to make it work in game number 2, right? It just didn't work out. But here they take away the Baxia, man. This Baxia is gonna be a crucial pick, a crucial
Aduh
factor.
guys, ini semoga 3-1 ya guys ya. Semoga ya 3-1 sih guys. Tuh, kalau nggak 3-1 sih sedih gua anjing. 3-1 lah please. 3-1 ya, 3-1 ya.
He throws more flicks, hero pull. And apart from that, what's left is probably the Hanzo, maybe the Fredrin. If they need to pick up a Fredrin in the first phase, otherwise, Influence Rage might just take this game as well, just because there's no one to stop the joy. Oh, they go for the Harriet, they get themselves the Cho again. The one who's being aggressive is the one that's getting the victory. This time they get Cho in their favor, making sure they're able to initiate the plays, making sure they're the ones calling the shots. Meanwhile, taking a look at the camp of Corinthians, there's not a lot of smiles. There's not a lot of, you know, motivation. There's not a lot of adrenaline. It looks like they're very. It looks like they're. I don't know if they're calm, but it doesn't look like they're excited. It doesn't look like they're happy. They look like they're under pressure, if anything. But on the side of Influence Race, you're seeing smiles, you're seeing laughs, and that just might be a difference maker. Now leaving Chip open, and again a Granger in the hands of Influence Rage. Put that in the hands of Fury. Not looking good for Corinthians.
I mean, probably in positioning and also perspective wise, it's it's quite different. For Influence Rage, it's the fire they want to try to bring in. It's the new blood rising for a championship. But on the other hand, the Corinthians, I kind of feel like the pressure is definitely a little bit heavier because you have two imports. You gotta live up to that name. And since if ever they are trying to adjust on what happened in game number one, two, and also three at the same time. So I feel like it is problem they would like to address somehow. But so far, though, a good solution against the Joy, picking up that Fredrin for Corinthians. The question is, though, will it be flexed to the EXP or will it be taken as a jungler for now? Because if ever they want to bring up the jungler, a Kimmy would be good for Corinthians if they still want to stick to what they know and what they want to do best because they need a main damage dealer if ever. A good eye for banning out the Benedetta because there is a potential of Hesu bringing out his signature pick. A good sniff for that match.
I think, yes, the good sniff for the ban indeed. They don't want them to dive into the back line, given the fact that this Frederick's definitely. I feel like this Frederick is definitely going to go in the jungle here, just because of how the Joy can be neutralized, how the chip can be neutralized. Well, the Frederick's a great pick coming through. They ban out the glue just to make sure Frederick doesn't get countered. The Benedetta taken away, just not to add insult to injury to their side. But over here, they need to take out the Jushin, which is very important. Why? Just so that the Fredrin is let loose a little bit. The Fredrin has more room to play around with and more room to dish out a lot more damage at this point. And apart from that, it's looking like Influence Rage might have put themselves in this precarious situation.
Banning out the Matilda is good because they need an in and out composition, but this doesn't close off the possibility of Corinthians picking up the Faramis if ever they want to try to play that extended team fight, that typical push and pull type of team fight, because they do have the potential to do that. Because you don't want to go up against a Granger and a Joy and not be able to play out on that extended team fight especially you're also against the chip. Sure, they can go aggressive coming in that game, but the potential of just eating out of the arena of the area is also pretty good. A good stopper though, Solina, but so far a lot of magic damage coming in for Corinthians. What can influence reach to?
What can they do? I like the Selena, a lot more aggression from the side of Corinthians. It's looking like a cleaner draft from Corinthians, not gonna lie. Influence Rays, though, need to find an answer. They have the team fight. They need something that can change the pace of the game. Maybe a Gatot Kacha, just because you have the ability to drop in an AOG to make the slight bit of a difference.
Well, you're praying for that moment right now because a Chusen is getting banned as the last one. A King Badam getting picked up by Influence Rage. This is kind of reverse Uno card for Corinthians because it's the same idea on how they want to try to play around. But on the other hand, the Corinthians, they really want to go aggressive on this one. So, I feel like they can try to counter in because they know their own strategy better than anyone else. So let's see how they want to try to execute this. This is the last pick for Corinthians. Again, will the Fergen be an EXP or a jungler? If ever they want to pick up a jungle assassin, still available for a Suyo, a great escapability, but a Lucas is their solution. They want to play a little bit tanky.
Yeah, I think they get that Lucas. The Lucas in the EXP lane, they have a pickoff. They looking to. This draft is just to counter the draft that's coming through from the chip, right? But you can see they take a page out of their own book. The way, if I'm not wrong, is Influence Raid's draft starting to look a lot more like Corinthians slowly.
Yeah, It's a switcheroo, Kronos. It's a switcheroo for game number 4. Let's see. At the end of the day, execution is the key because it's just only the draft. What can they do right now for game number 4?
Yeah, because game 4 begins, ladies and gentlemen, and Influence Rage are looking ruthless. They're not just winning, they're dismantling Corinthians piece by piece, draft by draft, fight by fight. They've got the tempo, they've got the confidence, and the hunger to end this. If Corinthians don't flip the script now, this could turn into a massacre.
And you do not want that because at the early game, the Corinthians is just getting down right now. Luis, will he still survive?
God, just when you said it's gonna turn, just when I said it's gonna turn into a massacre, Influence Rage are showing why it could. Again, Hesu here playing as aggressive as he can just to buy enough time. And Hotun comes in with the rhythm. Hesu able to get out of harm's way, able to survive, and that's some good news for both these teams.
Pretty good so far. Because at this point, though, you see Luis and also Frost playing that Selena and Choke combination. The aggressiveness will be leveled up again and again. So since Influence Rage is just basically playing whatever Corinthians is trying to cook up in the first until the third game, I feel like this would be a very good way to just, well, try to recover and try to take back of a point that they lost or in another for match play.
Oh, electrifying beats already used onto Hesu. Goes for flash to flash combo, but Hotun has a lot more damage. He's level 4 already. This could be the slight bit of a difference maker. And seems like Paquito here not found the opening. He has to use the wide walk. Oh, Fury taking out low. Upatizi getting the better of him. Drops an emote. I want to see what emote that was.
A lot of emotes coming here and there, so if ever you want that emote, don't forget to top up at monoxus.com. Because right now, the Influence Rage, they are starting that turtle, but Corinthians, they don't want to give that up.
Yeah, I think right now you can see the turtle getting started already. Flick is getting started. Hesu unleashes the beast. Meanwhile, on the top side, the 1v1 Upatizi might just get the kill on Fury, but here dropping down the shortcut as they get the kill. First blood in the hands of Influence Rage, however, as Jesus gets taken down. And now, yes, they got themselves a turtle, but is that what they needed more than anything? They're looking to control the map, and Influence Rage are really good at that.
Okay, right now, though, Corinthians, they put up a good pace, though, so far, but not enough to take over Influence Rage yet. As long as they can meet up those expectations of an early aggressive play, I'm pretty sure Influence Rage is standing on pretty strong.
Influence Rage definitely started out pretty strong indeed so far. Getting the kill. They lose out the neutral objective, but look at the goal lead. It's still not slipped away. Chan having a difficult time here, thanks to Frost allowing his range with the Abyssal Arrow. But Hesu, man, this guy has been doing a lot of work in the EXP lane. He's been dominating the EXP side the entire time. Chino has been like he's not been the standout plays. He's not done a lot, but he's keeping up with Hesu to make sure Hesu is not dishing out quite a lot of damage, nor is he being too much of a problem. But here, speaking of problem, ooh, that was difficult.
Mischievous little of course, because the shortcut is open.
Yeah, you can see the destruction bolts pulling the back towards the Marforce drop down with the upgrade. Kill, don't let Paquito fall down. Hesu goes through with a flash to flash combo, and that is enough as Corinthians they're done. They don't want to play the game that Influence Rage are playing. They want to play their own as they find another.
Astaga, 1-3, co. Kenapa Influence Rage ini kagak menang, tai? Ayo, weh. Ayolah 3-1 lah. Gua dukung banget nih. Udah 2-1 nih. Nice. Nice. Let's go Influence Rage. Kelarkan Vitality anjing. Come on. Sudah cukup ya.
He's being so aggressive. He's maximizing the utility that the ship can provide.
Come on, come on. 2-3 gua dukung influence rates. Come on, buat juara. Let's go.
Look at the items, man. 2 Thunderbelts on the side of Corinthians already.
And that level of investing into it. Because they know they're going up against Mercy Heroes, so you really gotta rack up those stacks if ever you want to play those Thunderbelts right. And I'm actually eyeing on the Granger though. Fury already having a 100 strike and also the Skypiercer. So it'll be quite of a good sight if ever going head to head with Corinthians and racking up a lot of kills.
Aduh, come on. Jangan sampai game 7 lah. Ayo. Influence Rage. Ayo, semangat. Influence Rage. Gila, ini udah keren banget sih. Udah game keempat ini ya, guys ya. Dari tadi gamenya semua 20 menit. Ini berarti 14 menit lagi nih gamenya nih.
Play can you make? Because a lot of the Corinthians lineup is the one who should be making the plays, but for some reason, Influence Rage just, well, you know what? They rage over them. So I feel like because of that solution, they already know what to do. But Corinthians, they just respond so far. But hey, being aggressive in the mid lane kind of helps a little bit because.
Lo mabok apa gak tidur, Ken? Gila, gak tidur gua ini. Mau gimana, guys? Kelarin gawean dulu nih buat nonton streaming MPL Brazil tercinta ini. Dapetin, nice banget, Influence Rage. Bisa yo, 3-1 yo, let's go. Aduh, gak gerak anjing, cok. Kena Fredrin sama Lukas gak gerak anjing. Ya ampun, ketangkep Joy-nya tadi hampir ya. 26, aduh tapi kebantai nih, tai. Anjing lah, malah kebantai, goblok. Ya udahlah, kalau kebantai buruan aja lah, dikelarin lah.
Because if ever they feel that adrenaline high just so quickly and they let go of it, it's going to be a big problem. Because right now, Makito is just eyeing on that shortcut.
Oh yeah, he did use the shortcut as well. And here comes Chino along with Chan. The abyssal arrow from Frost, though. That has to be respected. That has to be watched out for. Because every time there's a fight, that arrow is just coming from afar. Influence Rage really need to keep an eye out for that. Just not only that, there's also Louise who's looking to come at them. There's Flakewood has a lot of chain CC. Hesu doing the same. So Frost Nave really just free to do a lot of damage and a lot of the pickoffs as Louise went for one, baiting out the Purify from Paquito.
I mean, so far, so good, because right now, they still want to continue that fight, because Corinthians is just trying to invade in on what Influence Rage is just going to play it out. But Sensei, you have the potential to just roam over as quickly as possible. You also have the potential to just afford to play out from the far lane.
Oh, Paquito taking out solo. Flake actually missing the top. The Sharkler's already dropped out, but look at Hesu zoning out.
Hai, tai lah, ini udah pasti 2-2 anjing, jauh banget, cok. Oh, wih, 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 wih. Waduh, ditendang, cu. Wah, gila, ditabrak lagi sama Joy-nya. Wih, nice. Nice influencer terakhir. Let's go. Ya, ya, bisa yuk, bisa yuk, bisa yuk. 3-1 yuk. 3-1 ya, guys ya. Inilah yang telah kutunggu, yang telah kuharapkan. 3-1 akan terjadi sepertinya, guys.
Combo. It was a very sweet sight to see. But hey, let's see how it really goes later on because right now the Corinthians they are still finding their footing. I mean they still have their footing in this sports game, but Influence Rage is just really starting to show how Fury brings in that Fury literally as right now, marching on the 11th minute mark, most items is secured on the hands of Fury. A good defensive play that they want to try to bring up from Corinthians, either both from the Lucas and also the Frederick, which is nice. But at the same time, looking at how the Kimmy and also Joy scaling up that easily, Corinthians they better watch out because mid game power spike is their time to shine. But Influence Rage, they have the late game insurance and even the Ultra late game insurance. So you better watch out, even though you are tanky players on Corinthians side.
They have tanky players indeed, but the damage. Oh yeah, and speaking about.
Gua juga beko 3-1. Lagi high dia, gak sadar udah 3-2. Hah? Emang udah 3-2 anjing? Bukannya ini baru game keempat, tai? Bukannya baru game keempat, tai? Lu pada jangan goblok-goblokin gua, coy. Ini baru game keempat, anjing.
Make those plays as well. I said he's not being highlight plays, he's not making it, but he makes it when it's required.
Mabok, Kem. Panya ya mabok, tai. Emang baru game keempat ini, anjing.
Provide for Corinthians, you can do that. Because if everybody's up on top,
Skornya tuh yang hitam, coy. Yang hitam. Itu tuh yang hitam, goblok. Skornya bukan yang putih, tolol. Gak jelas, anjing. Sok pinter, salah lagi, tai. Buka mata, peler kau itu dibuka, goblok. Tolol, sok pinter lagi tuh pada anjing. Lu nggak tahu gua ngantuk. Mabok lu yang mabok lu pada goblok. Wah, tai, kalah lagi influence rates anjing lah. Duh sama dong. Tai lah anjing. Beneran 7 game anjing, anjing cocok. Capek gua anjing. Bodoh kali kau influence rates anjing. Kok bisa ya kau tuh masuk final lu?
I feel like it's just a little bit of a
Jangan toxic cat, ingat minggu pagi banyak bocil. Bocil tolol, jangan nontonin gua, goblok, gua lagi ngantuk.
Was super important indeed.
Ya udah, kalau misalnya memang tim sebelah yang menang, tolong di end langsung, jangan kelamaan. Kalau emang kalau lu menang ya udah, ayo yang cepet menanginnya. Jangan lama-lama lah. Ya ampun, gak bakal end ini. Wah bisa end nih. Wah bisa end nih. Wih gile, dibantai-bantai anjing. Ya 2-2 ya teman-teman ya, anjing, anjing. 2-2 ya teman-teman ya. Aduh, ya ampun seru banget ini game anjing. Gila coy, coy.
Crucial point. Able to equalize with a well start to see. It wasn't a great early, but at the end of the day, they know and they sure damn well know how to finish.
And I'm telling you, just when you thought they were down for good, Corinthians strike back. Game 4 goes their way. And this grind finals, ladies and gentlemen, is officially a war right now. We're tied up 2-2. Momentum, though, man, we've been talking about this the entire day, is just completely shifted hard at this point.
I mean, there's a bit of a difference here and there. It's just a matter of one slip up. It's just going to dictate and also change how these games are going to play, and how they are going to be laid out later on. So I feel like this time a lot of crucial points that they actually try to play it out. But I gotta give it to Corinthians. They handled it so well and gracefully on this fourth game against Influence Rage, even though at the early game it wasn't through their winning.
Man, Bay, it's a treat, isn't it? It's an absolute treat what we're watching. We're watching some of the best battle it out in Latam. A grand finals worthy of its name, 2-2 so far. And with the way that they're looking at it, the momentum now, Corinthians have taken it. It's a full swing back, right? You can see the Influence Rage camp is not looking as confident. And that pendulum that you were talking about, if it swings completely on one side, it will be a difficult game indeed. As you can see, 3 times the kill score. The goalie, though, it wasn't by a lot. So Influence Rage didn't really lose out the game by too much. It's just towards the end where they let it slip. But Corinthians, knowing what they have to do, found a key to victory. And it's been Frost Lanabe the whole time. Every game so far, he's been the big difference maker.
Because right now, though, for Corinthians, they were able to take back for what's theirs. I feel like, sure, the drafts have shifted to each other. It just kind of like cross over, but Flick's Fredrin works pretty well trying to suppress on Hotun. Because at the end of the day, leading up to that late game, though, nobody was able to burst it down as much because Fury on this game, he didn't get to rack up a lot of kills, knowing that how tanky these lineup Corinthians brought in for this game. And a faster game given indeed than compared to one before, and this even ending on a 15-minute and also 56 mark, just kind of shows that how this tug of war and how the perseverance of Corinthians during the play right now finally shows off. Because even looking at that goal difference over time, it really just shows how Corinthians just want to like push and pull during in the game.
Yeah, it's been a tug of war. It's complete push and pull. You're absolutely right. And I think so far, people might say that the Filipino imports have been doing a lot of work for Corinthians, right? But man, these past few games, it's Frost Lanabe that's been the difference maker. Right, he's the one that's the difference. Yes, Flick is playing an absolute great game with the Frederick, but that's what the Frederick is supposed to do against the Joy, right? And Hesu finally, after about 3 games, started showing up, tried to create the space, try to go through with a dive, with a flash step, with a flash combo. I think that's definitely being a difference maker. So, but Nave, man, he's taking the cherry on top of the cake. This guy has been creating space, creating opportunities for the rest to follow up on. And I mean, I voted him as one of my MVPs. I actually sent two of them. I know you're supposed to I said Prosolame, and of course Upatizi, man, the goal lane god himself, the way he did it, Lana, that parrot, woo, absolutely insane.
I mean, I voted for Upatizi because that Harris was just amazing to see. I feel like it's back to where we started on talking about. We feel that the Harris is the key, but again, it doesn't devise it 100%, unlike from the regular season that we've seen before. Because right now you can see that both Fury and also Upatizi head to head with Ranger and also Harris. But hey, at the end of the day, MVP of the game by prognosis, it is Upatizi.
You gotta hit that pose, Vay. You gotta hit that pose. The way this guy's been playing, absolute monster. You gotta get that Upatizi. What a monstrous KDA with the Herod. He's been destroying them, man. And I know for a fact that he hasn't been having a great game on the Herod so far in this entire series. But the way that he was dishing out this time with the Upatizi, he's dropping down the Zaman Force, dashing around, maximizing the utility, able to slow down the opposition. And oh my goodness, he was the one who was an absolute threat to the entirety of Influence Rage.
I mean, well, right now you gotta give it to them that how they want to try to fight it out because hey, it's just game number 4. Sure, it is a best of 7 series. There might be a chance that they would like to have a little bit of a comeback, but let's see how they want to try to play it out. Because if ever that tug of war continues, it might be a chance that it will be a 4-3. Hitting that post, Kurtos.
Got to, man. Got to. It's Upatizi that's got the MVP. You gotta respect the fact that he is still one of the top goal leaders. Yes, people may say he's been there for a long time, but he's got the experience, he's got the gameplay, and he's showing the young guns that he's not out yet. He definitely is a great one. And, you know, Upatizi MVP. You want to be MVP as well? You got to make sure you get the Techno Cam on 40 series, ladies and gentlemen. That helps out, you know. But,
good codes.
Hey, I know, right? I want some codes, though, babe. Give me some codes. Give me my skin, bro. Where's my Naruto skin? You're not giving me nothing for all this. Like, you said you're going to give me
we gotta summon Lord Thiago. Will the Lord give us good skin codes? He did. Alright, so everybody who is watching right now at the English stream, go ahead and redeem your skin right now. It's 5KGWN9RGJ. Oh, a lot of GKs here today. And don't forget, take a screenshot, tag us, tag at MLBBR Esports and also MLBBS Esports. So let us know what type of skins that you guys get, because in this MPL series that we see, there's the water one, there's a Benedetta, there's the Franco. So hey, let it see, let us know, redeem the skins, because if ever, Kronos will get the skin first before you guys. But looking at his expression, I think he gets more magic dust.
I ain't got nothing. I'm very unlucky. But you can be lucky. You're not me. You're not the one trying to get a skin. You didn't get it. You'll get it indeed. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want us to wait any further. You get your skin codes. While you're doing that, we're gonna call the draft because we are already underway.
Okay, pretty good to see you right now. Still on that loading ban, still on that Fanny ban. So far, bans are still template. Hayabusa kept here and there should light up a little bit more.
A little bit more, a little bit less. Say push and pull, tug of war. We need to find an answer, man. These teams need to find a way to make things happen. And Corinthians, seems like they put the Influence Rage camp under a little bit of stress because you can see they're not they're not happy as they were before. They're looking a little stressed out at this point, and off the back of Fury, who's been dishing out a lot of the damage, they need that, coming through. And of course, Paquito as well at the same time. He's the one getting up and going front. My bad, it's not been Fury. It's been Paquito, man. This guy is so aggressive, dropping emos, dropping recalls. I think Corinthians this time, again, game number 5, eh? This is the one that gets the match point.
And I mean, if you want to look at by data, Corinthians usually do have that early good game on the blue side. If ever you want to try to have that head-to-head comparison, the win rate is slightly a little bit higher, but still pretty good. Still pretty in a good light to see overall. But since you want to close off that Phobius and also Joy, respect to Corinthians, a Cho denial against Influence Rage is still open, and a Harris Granger pickup or trade-off is still open too. And for Corinthians though, will they still want to play that assassin, or do you want to go head-to-head with fighter junglers up against Influence Rage?
Cho, key piece in every single puzzle. Was the previous game the Cho on the side of Corinthians? I think so, right? Was it not?
They changed back here and there. But last one was set up Corinthians, yes, because Rage is playing on that Ada.
Cho has 100% win rate in this final so far.
Pretty like, good. Looking pretty good.
And I feel like Corinthians have found it. They've understood that Cho has been the difference maker. They understood that they need to let Luis play a lot more aggressive. They need to make sure Paquito doesn't play as aggressive as he'd like. And now they steal it away, knowing what impact this Cho can have in the Land of Dawn. That's why it's such a sought after pick at this point. And Influence Rage, they don't, I don't know if they've got it or they've understood it yet, but at this point they take away, they got the cuts of the Herod. The Granger's left open, it's got to be picked up at this point, otherwise you're going to have a difficult time. Or they could even go for the Kidney. Just lock in that Granger Kidney and you're going to have a great time again. You're going to go work out the double marksman. But no, they want to make sure they get that Boxia before it's banned out, even taken away on the other side.
I mean, it is a good consideration if ever they want to do that. I feel like this time they are reverting back on what they want to try to play out. And since the glue all this time was just denied, it was finally getting picked up right now. And Influence Rage, I feel like they are trying to approach this a little bit different and a little bit calmer this time, instead of like going in guns blazing with all of those damage dealers getting put up.
Yeah, indeed. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that's what they're fighting it out for. The champion trophy, MBL Latam. Latin America is what it stands for. Influence Rage on the left side of your screen. And on the right side of your screen is, of course, Corinthians that they're not showing. Coach Blackjacks and the rest of Influence Rage looking like they're getting a little sweaty. And they need to find answers. And they're digging deep into their arsenal, trying to find out what they can ban out. Because after taking out the Faramis, the Jushin banned out from the other side. Corinthians, on the other hand, started to look a little more confident. You can see some movement, you can see some life coming out from their team. This might work out in their favor, or this might not. This is the game that provides match point for either side.
I mean, so far, looking at the trade-offs, a good front to back by Corinthians, but at the same time, same for Influence Rage. So the drafting style didn't really shift as much, but it is definitely being on par for both sides. So it's not just simply responding. It's trying to dictate on its own, but looking at the patterns, it will just probably go down on the second phase, on which they want to try to prioritize. Because no Huasha, no Chusin, Lois already backed out. Will the Selena be brought up again? Because either Frost or Nave or Chan is pretty good on that hero, or they'll be banned out later on. See.
Oh, this Barca already taken out. I think the final ban gonna be the Moscow. Is it? Feels like. I think it's gonna be the Moscow, right? Just because Corinthians wanting to go for a slight bit of an assassin, maybe they're still looking to slot this box in the EXP lane, and then that could be a big difference maker. Because they get Kimmy though. Hanzo was the final ban. They get the Kimmy on their side again, running that two kind of marksman lineup on the side of Rage, which got them the victory in game number 3. And now again, you're forcing Corinthians. What are they gonna pick? Are they gonna go for another Selena?
If they ever want to go up against the Selena, I feel like a Frederick will be brought up as a jungler, but a little bit of an overkill if ever Frederick Baksha again picked up. But still a possibility though, because you're facing up against people who are going to burst down and a good front to back composition also. But it's a little bit heavy on the creature.
It's a little Lucas, no?
For right now. Selena Lucas would be fun, but it's not quite something.
This is exciting, mate. This is absolutely crazy. We're gonna get to see Esu on a Benedetta. Game number 5, but it's a match point. They pull out some of their most comfort heroes, some of their signature heroes, and even Frost on the Sicilian. Now they get the Lucas in the hands of Hotun. And this is a complete shift in terms of drafting style, right? Corinthians go back to basics. They go back to what they know. They go back to what they want to work. And seems like this might just be the opening that they were looking for.
And let's talk about conditions. Both need to fill up on that early. And for me, current Influence Rage, they will have the potential to hold on the mid. But for right now, though, looking at the lineups for Corinthians, it is looking pretty good. But you gotta be careful. If ever one slip up, you gotta find which hero to just give them the stacks or funnel in the gold for them. So that is a crucial part. So let's see how it goes for game number 5.
Hey, 2 wins apiece, 2 teams with everything to prove, and now game number 5 decides who takes the lead and who gets pushed to the edge. This isn't just a game anymore, ladies and gentlemen. This is a war of belief, endurance, and identity. Influence Rage and Corinthians are locked in a battle of wills. Let's get into game number 5 of MPL Latam Grand Finals.
Okay, pretty good to see starting emblems. So far, they really do want to go aggressive even for the Lucas. You want to go assassins on that pick type. Chan is just trying to belt down Frost and Nave since you have that early potential up against a Sicilian. For Corinthians, though, on the other hand, I don't see a lot of shoes yet. So they want to move fast, but at the same time, it is all handled in on how the angles of a play that later will be initiated by Hesu, if ever.
Man, look at the way that he's moving around Hesu. He just came from the top side just to see if there's a Lethal Wanderer fight. Now goes back into the lane. Actually misses out just one single minion, but that's okay. As an EXP laner, you're willing to sacrifice that. Still able to get more EXP than Chino. That means he got himself a minion in the mid lane somewhere. He's not losing out whatsoever.
Okay, Influence Rage, they are trying to fight a little bit of edge against Corinthians, flick for the juggling patterns, because, I mean, like, you're going up against both fighters, but Baksha rolls a little bit faster, so you gotta keep that up, hit that 4th level power spike, have a greater chance of fighting in that turtle or even Lord Pit.
Man, now they've had 4 games to read each other, right? I feel like now the stage is kind of set. This is where the competition really gets real at this point. This is where they want to be. And now it's about who can evolve one step further, because now the turtle fight is getting started. Luis trying to get a knockup with the G Kundo, Chan taking it out low, and that's
in the hands of Hesu. Momentum swing, and now Influence Rage have the advantage.
Good swing as ever for Influence Rage and triple, which is so nice of a highlight right now on this game number 5. But you don't want to miss that out. Even Corinthians not securing the 4th level yet. Right now, it's just setting it a good pace. Since you are trying to find a way to, after getting that triple kill, I don't think that even getting that neutral objective will equalize on what they've already gained in the early game. It's just gaining a same pace for the goal, a little bit of balance in that game. But right now, though, on to the next thing. What can Influence Rage do? What can Corinthians find if ever they want to try to like outmaneuver each one of them in the fights?
They need to outmaneuver them indeed. They need to find an open. They need to look for the flank. But with Otun on like 3 kills, with the snowball that they've got on this Lucas, this might be a mountain for Corinthians to climb back from, because Otun now is going to be a lot more tanky. AOG comes through, he catches 2 as well at the same time. Upatizi taken out low, but Luis goes for the way of the dragon. The revitalize pop to survive, but not enough as they lose Paquito. That's the sacrifice that they're willing to make. But Hotun could have got a lot more than they came for. Corinthians still able to survive, still standing tall, not letting go.
Still a good chance here, but getting targeted here. But Influence Rage, they won't give up on this fight.
Oh, like the final bronze Chan, he's able to get out of harm's way, surviving ever so slightly after using the flicker, but here Hotun gets caught up, goes to the flash combo, has the damage, no shockwave blast, but he's able to get out this time. Jesus there to try to buy some damage, try to buy some time. Chino gets the kill to Luis as Frostlin Nave finds his first one in this game.
Okay, good 1-for-1 trade so far, but Influence Rage, though, they are just trying to outmaneuver each one of them. Upatizi, will he?
Oh, AOG comes through, actually misses out. Upatizi's able to cut our harms away. Fury dashes out as well as the Damar Force, and now Flick trying to lead the charge. They're getting distracted by Paquito, but look at Hesu, he don't care. Finding the back line. Chino still surviving. Electo final blow. He realizes this is not the time, and they disperse.
A very good trade. A good swing for Corinthians this time, creating a little bit of a goal lead and also trying to take control on the little misplays that if ever Influence Rage try to hold in, because if not, Chino is initiating right now.
They get the grab onto him. Hotun gets pulled back with the way of the dragon. At the same time, look at the turtle in the hands of a Frost, or rather Chan, and now they take down 1 and 2. Luis and Hesu's down. The flash combo gets them the second kill. Is down and out. Influence Rage have flipped. Speaking about momentum, they definitely have it now.
And pushing back in quite well, slowly but surely, and even initiating a 3-lane push on the 6-minute mark. This is just a sight to see, but the fight is definitely not over. Even we're talking about the overall in-game equipments, 4 players on the side of Influence Rage has a bit of a bold gap against Corinthians, 3 right now. But so far, it's just looking at farming machines on the side of Corinthians. It's only Hesu and also Upatizi finding that edge on that Ranger. Itemization-wise, both are still quite solid, still quite basic, but those little things will finally rack up later because a concealed play, it is initiated right now.
Yeah, and they look for the pick off as well, and they find Chan, and Electro final both thrown at them at the same time with the Petrify being used, but they find the kill.
blow for a blow. Take away any of the. He's going to be for Corinthians.
Quite well, and they're trying to escape it so far. A good gap that created by Corinthians was just taken away again by Influence Rage. Because right now, Rage is just going to start up some fights here.
Oh,
it's easy.
They get Paquito, Way of the Dragon being committed already, no follow-up coming through, and this is because the fact that Flick is on a tank jungle, there's no way to follow up, only they need Frost Lanave or Upatizi. Hesu, meanwhile, realizing he can't really contribute much in the team fight, goes on the split push. As you can see, the rest of Influence Rage have grouped up right at the Lord Pit, trying to contest this one neutral objective. Oh, no, Hesu taking on one. Rage have conquered the map.
A full trade and even getting a Lord, Influence Rage is definitely on top on this trade right now. And pushing in would not be a problem, but looking at the death timers, I think it'll just be a good distraction of getting 1 or 2 turrets. It won't be the last push. This fight is definitely still going on.
Man, they're layering their ultimate so much better now. Influence Rage. It feels like they finally cracked the timing. Corinthians, though, still looking for it. They had the early game. It's always deja vu way. They get the early game, and then mid game, all of a sudden, Influence Rage bounce back, and now the traction pulse pulling them. We can see the catches Flick this time as they flickers, and now Retribution comes out as well. Fury is a monster. Too much. There is no answer whatsoever, but Hesu in the meantime doing as much as he can, giving his teammates the time to scale up, especially the Sicilian, who needs more time, more items, and the longer this game goes on, the more he's gonna start hurting.
So that's why you better finish it quick if ever you still have the momentum right now, because Hesu is getting stunned. And what do we do?
Oh my
Goodness gracious.
Oh my god, he gets worked out just like that. I didn't even see the electro final blow. He even used the petrify. It didn't work out.
I mean, it's going to be hard to outmaneuver those 2 heroes that he went on facing up, because it won't be as easy escaping because of the area getting controlled right now. And even right now, I feel like if ever Influence Rage or Fury, you want to rush on that Divine Glaze, so you do have the penetration against Corinthians that they play on that Troll and also Baksha. But for right now, though, still template fit builds, but a glowing one is being prioritized for the Sicilian or on the side of Corinthians.
Yeah, I think this glowing one's gonna be really effective. But my god, look at the item on Fury, man. That's the most expensive item in the game. The Holy Crystal. Big purchase by Fury. This guy, every time you think he's down and out, he bounces back. 304 on a Herod. Upatizi 301. By no means is Upatizi playing bad, but they need to find the opening. And at this point, the goal later to get the first kill definitely is going to be helping their game a lot, their team a lot more.
And you know what? Right now, Influence Rage, they're just finding ways to. Hey, since we do have the momentum, since we can suppress, we will try to suppress. But for Corinthians, finding openings on some little bits of fights that they can do is a good solution for now.
It is indeed. Any trade is good trade for their side. With a goal lead of 4K on the side of Influence Rage, they're looking to take this Lord down. They're looking to blitz it as fast as possible, because they spot out Hessa on the top side, and that's a clean goal signal for them. Chino has enough to zone out the rest of Corinthians, but all you can see, Luis went for the play. They're looking to burst him down. They get the Lord indeed, but now Frost Lanave comes through with the bat space. Has the damage. Paquito trying to create the space. Hesu, meanwhile, getting zoned out as the Mod Force comes through. JOKI! He catches it!
This is a pretty good sight to see from Influence Rage, and they still going on for this fight here today. Right now, Influence Rage, they are pushing in, and they are pushing in quite hard. As Corinthians, sure, they do have high ground defensive on that Granger and also Sicilian, but it's just at the edge of the death timer. Influence Rage, will this be their last push in?
Now, man, the lore is already on the top side. Traction pulse already being used. Flake has no damage. Torres Poissons just to get some slowdown, just to make sure that the lore can get cleared out. But at what cost? Look at Jesus, though. He's doing so much, man. Jesus has been splitting the entire game. Yes, he doesn't have the best of KDAs, but that's not the thing. That's not what he's aiming for. He's looking to split. He's looking to chunk down the HPs, and he's looking to be a distraction. That's what Jesus is doing, and it's working out so well for Corinthians. But still, by no means do they have an advantage, because Influence Rate, 7k goal lead. And look at Hotund, 808 on a Lucas, Fury 405. How are you going to stop them?
At this point, if ever they manage to drag it to the late game, it's just a matter of moments. Back to what happened in game 1, 2, 3, and even 4. For Corinthians, though, that was one of the main concerns that I brought up when we were entering in this draft. I like it, but if ever it didn't work out in the early game, you weren't able to suppress Influence Rage, you weren't able to get on a lot of stacks, what can you do? Who do you prioritize getting on that stacks? Because that scaling potential between the Granger and also Sicilian is just way too immense to just like wanting the idea of both scaled up equally. So what is the solution can you bring up? What is the prioritization of Corinthians in this game? Because if they do want to win against Influence Rage, they have to sort their priorities right now. So at least we have that thing down on the go. So we know who to funnel in, and then we know how to take against Influence Rage, protecting that gold funneling hero in.
Yeah, I think at this point it's Upatizi, right? You can tell clearly that, yes, Frost Nave needs the damage, but at the same time, both these heroes, like you mentioned, are very stack reliant. So far, Upatizi is the one that they've been relying on. Frost Nave, however, just needs a little bit more time. 115, he just needs to dish out enough damage for Upatizi to clean up shop with the Detonado, with the help of the Sky Piercer. Meanwhile, hey, look at the top side, 1v1, Jesus versus Fury. That's going to be a nice one to watch out for, because the Lord is already up. And I feel like this is the time both these teams need to contest this neutral objective.
I mean, so far so good for Influence Rage, but Corinthians, they just really need to sniff out a good moment. And looking at how Jesus is being stationed up on top as far as playing on the far lane, I don't think that it is a good trade if ever you just take one turret, but you've got to join in that fight pretty fast. If Jesus not there, it's hard to take away that Lord away from Influence Rage.
Yeah, they sacrifice. Oh my god, AOG with their crown comes through as well at the same time, but Fury, my goodness, with a Hotun able to get that kill. They get the Lord, but what do they trade? Nothing really on the side of Corinthians. They only get the tier 1 on the top lane, and Jesus will even be cancelled out of a recall, and that means the rest of Influence Rage might be able to follow up. Chan goes through, he has the damage stopping Jesus, and this might be a difficult position for Jesus to get out from. Now we're going to see a lot. Does he have the use it? He finds the petrified of damage to get out as well. He does. He's able to get out. Will he be able to? Meanwhile, on the bot side, look at Hulun. He's trying to go through. They're trying to chase him. Will they? No, they don't. The Lord skill's coming off on the top side.
You gotta prioritize that push. That push is way more important than the kill, and that is what Influence Rage is eyeing on.
Man, they're eyeing on it, of course. The great escape is over, but here comes the AOG trying to create the separation. Paquito gets taught onto Luis. Amon forced to drop down. Fury has the damage, but there's no minion waves present. So now they go back, and again, for the re-engage. This time with low cooldown spells, you can see the revitalize to make sure they get their HPs back up. No minions coming through from all three sides, but there's a top lane on the bot side wave coming through as well. Conceal from Luis, looking for the pickoff. Doesn't find anyone. And I think Corinthians are happy with what they have done. They're happy to defend, and so are Influence Rage. They shouldn't force the equation, because that's what they're doing onto Othar right now, unleashing the beast, trying to force something out, trying to force our resources. And this might be a slight mistake that is made from either side, but nobody bites the bullet.
That's good. Disperse while you can and when you can. Because, again, nothing is good coming out of a forced fight. It's good if you can get out of unscathed, but if ever trading in a lot of kills this late into the game, it wouldn't be wise to just like give it over as easily as that. And equipment wise, what I can really like to highlight is that the Gata already has that immortality. So a good insurance going up against Corinthians. So if ever being a frontliner is pretty good to put up a good safety for Influence Reach. Hesu though, full blown penetration and a little bit of respect going up against Influence Reach, because you know you gotta attack a little bit here and there. Sure, you do have that immune ability, but the question is just like until when. So you gotta have that radiant, you gotta have that respect, but Influence Reach, as usual and as ever, when trying to put on a pressure, if you can pick off, you can pick off. If ever not, you want to get that Lord, and forcing out that incredible expensive resource from Hesu was just a good green light for Influence Reach getting into that Lord.
I think that Electo Final Roar not being present means he's not going to be able to clear that wave on the bot side a lot faster than he should. And that being the opening, Influence Rage realize that they go for the Lord, they're blitzing it, trying to get it, but at the same time, meanwhile, in the jungle near the purple buff, the Detsonatas are connecting, but they're protecting each and every man, making sure Corinthians don't get a single kill out of this. Nothing traded. 8K goal lead in the favor of Influence Rage, but Hesu, man, trying to force as much as he can at this point.
But it is a well-calculated force, I might say. But at the same time, Influence Reach doesn't really want to bite that bait for what Hesu is trying to set up. So in a way, it's still pretty good. So right now, it's just waiting for a good moment because Hesu is just caught in the middle of everything.
Eye for an eye, but a little too early, gets taken out, and yes, yeah, they use the Mind Force, but that's a low cooldown skill. The Lord is marching down the mid lane. It's a Luminous Lord, 5v4. I think it's over, Vay.
Oh no, because the
Oh, at the same time, they lose 1 and 2. So,
the match point. The next game would probably be the last, or if ever Corinthians rise up to the occasion and equalize again and again. A big tug of war just happened, but this just shows that Influence Rage brings it out so well. And we see that early game that they want to try to find moments here and there. They actually did execute what Corinthians are trying to pull all this time, and it was made pretty good also. Other than simple lineups, I feel like the aggression and the amount of discipline the amount of discipline that they try to hold back against these plays were just amazing. And how they try to play it out in this fifth game, knowing that what to prioritize, knowing that when to, okay, let's go in and push. Sure, we had some fun, but prize is just all on the ice. One more game to the road of immortality. one more game to MSC for Influence Rage. So Corinthians, adapt again, or you gotta pass the baton just like that.
Man, I don't. They're definitely not gonna pass the bat for sure. Corinthians need to adapt if they want to stay alive. They need to make sure they get a comeback. And they, I think we spoke about this just before, just when the grand finals got announced, that if it's gonna be Influence Rage versus Corinthians, it's gonna come down to the draft. And so far, there's been only one draft where we've seen Corinthians do really well, and that's the one where they get Frost Lunavi, that's Selena. Apart from that, man, Influence Rage have been getting one up on them in the draft every single time. They've come in prepared. They've come in, locked and loaded. It's just that's just the difference maker here.
I mean, after other than drafting style, I feel like this game, because they are testing limits and also patient, it kind of went to the 20-minute mark and also 49. But since Influence Rage was just able to drag it on for that long and suppress Corinthians in the early game, which was the solution against these type of drafts. And I don't think that either Frost or even Upatisi was prioritized on that mid-game shift, on that split-second decision. Okay, what do we need to do next? Who do we need to prioritize next? That was the big question that we need to sort out. And since I feel like they tried doing that just a little bit late after for what I spoken, but hey, because of that decision, it was crucial from that part. But because of the timing, Influence Rage was just able to take over after that game.
Oof, it's Influence Rage, man. They just learn how to break down the draft of Corinthians the entire time. And Bay, if you've been up all night, I know you've been up all night. It's early in the morning as well, right? Isn't the sun out already?
Yes, the sun is out. Now it's 8:23 in Indo.
It's 8:23 in the morning here. It's 2:23 for me here and the AM. So, hey, both the two of us are staying awake, of course, for this one, and it feels like it's all with the gameplay that we're looking at, and it's definitely the one that the MVP putting on a show.
I mean, on that Lucas was pretty good, very wrapped up quite well also at the same time. I mean, like a lot of plays, and that early triple kill was just like the highlight of things. And since you already have that early momentum, well, that's the key of winning, I guess. So, a great early start. It kind of happens the same for Corinthians on that chip getting picked off on the second game. So, still a pretty good early. And right now, Carlos, I'm just out of words, Like, it's already the fifth game. The drafts are somewhat similar, but at the same time, it just brings in a new excitement during in that game. So, I don't know what to expect for the next one.
Yeah, I know what you want. You want it to be a 4-2 so you can get your prediction right? That's what you want. For me though, I'm thinking of it going 4-3. All right, I'm still don't mind that. I think we can go a couple more games. If you ask me, another hour to go, and then we can maybe we can call it then. I know I can get my prediction right, so I'm not last place in the. But of course, here with the way that Influence Rage have been playing, man, I don't see how Corinthians can. Like, I just don't see it. Chimo just don't have a chance if they don't get the draft right.
Well, yes, the draft does play a crucial part, but again, a lot of factors that will play in, to be honest. So, again, my head was like endurance, that same passion that you want to go on. What is going through inside their heads right now in that arena, and then the drafts. So since it is an offline stage, so that's why like there are a lot of things that you want to try to consider. And I feel like the atmosphere is just like waiting for the right moment and call of like who will win. Will this be the end? Will this be the last game? So that excitement on the stage is just going to be way different leading up to the next, or probably to the next game also.
That definitely could, because if the excitement's definitely gonna be there, especially if you're at the arena. It's the X Dome Arena at Sao Paulo, Brazil. As we're bringing you the global stream remotely, of course, but the game or the match is still happening live at the offline arena. I wish you could take a look at the screen right now and take a look at the arena and see what the players are doing, how the crowd is interacting, and what's going on and out. Because hey, you can see those are the casters, and of course the host that's there at the same time, Nix and Andre, and you can see behind them the players just taking a slight bit of a break to see what they can do, get themselves back up and running. Meanwhile, the crowd excited and ready to rock and roll, right, babe?
And I mean, well, looking at the back, they're just trying to find ways to just discuss on here and there. Because even one of our, I see that a few DreamHack girls is on the arena also, so they are definitely enjoying the show. And right now, for coming down to our draft, that they are definitely getting ready for game number 6. And so far, it is a 3-2 score. Influence Rage against.
Yeah, man. 40 seconds to go for this draft, and I think you and I both know the draft is going to be back there, man. Like Corinthians, if they need to bounce back, Coach Darkness really needs to dig deep into the bag of tricks. Need to find something that will give them a slight bit of an advantage in terms of the draft, because that's what they need, and that's the upper hand that Influence Rage have to Corinthians. As you can see, look at it. The fans are cheering them on. I think if you want to take a look at that, of course, you can find them on the socials. If not, we will share it on our socials. You can follow us as well. G_Chronos for me. It's Bay here for Bay. As you can see, the fans are absolutely going crazy, cheering their team on, making sure that their spirits are lifted.
I mean, it's amazing that there aren't any borders there. So it's like definitely feeling the love directly and also literally at that stage right now. I really love the atmosphere and also the energy that the fans are bringing it in. Because right now we are jumping in to the drafting phase of game number 6. Coach Influence Rage though, Coach Blackjacks, they are planning in of getting on the blue side, batting out that Fanny, prioritizing, probably batting out that Hayabusa, and for Corinthians though, they still want to respect that Loyi.
I see a lot of rage, man. I see a lot of purple in the arena, right? And a red light on the under Corinthians. I don't know, man. I feel like the red light kind of brings a lot more tension to them, right? Because the white lights, I generally want to be under white lights rather than the red, but there's a little bit of psychology that can, that might slightly help the team. But here, for Influence Rage, looking at the way that the draft gets started, the Fanny's out, the Puyo, I mean, what's that?
Nice.
Puyi, I think the chip's gonna go out as well.
So far, no more Phobias Kalia. I hope next it's probably going to be a Joy or Hayabusa if they want to prioritize on the jungle. So let's see how it goes. Or even a Harry.
Game ke-6.
Either one, Fury or even Watini can use it. But right now, respecting that choice, closing it off from the side of Influence Rage.
The power of choice is what is needed for both these teams, and the choice is to ban out the Harriet. And seems like the Granger being left open might just be taken off the table, along with the fact that the chip is still up for grabs.
I mean, if they want to try to pivot out and try to close out that Granger, it kind of opens up to another new chapter and a new color that we haven't seen in this grand finals. Because hey, it's a good chance you want to pick up that P-Trix that
Aduh, draft picknya aja lama anjing.
it does wonders, but sadly from Corinthians, they want to bat it out. And seeing head to head of both sides of these heroes, it's really uh, leading down to the roamers, how they want to try to set up and also initiate the fights here, because that is the most crucial part right now, both sides of the team.
Yeah, both sides of the teams will be looking to take it out. You can see that the Kimi gets banned out, realizing that it can still be picked by Influence Rage. So maybe this will be a slight bit of a difference maker. Maybe not, because here Corinthians need to find. Oh no! Look at that. The draft has been flipped. They go for the Jushin as the first pick. Influence Rage are cooking something different.
Will Corinthians bring up that chip? Because it's still wide open. Still up for grabs too. If ever they want to try to do that. I wonder how they want to try to approach on this one.
I think the chip is still good, but again, the chip against the Jushin, I don't think it's the best option, right? Well, I know we're not going to see the Zaz come up from Frost Lanave. The Frederick's not going to come through. So Boxy is a great pick here. Granger is a great pick here. Oh, they go for the Granger Cho indeed. That was the first time the Cho ended up losing in the previous game, so I feel like the Cho definitely doesn't have a 100% win rate anymore.
Well, at least for now, being processed, it's still working wonders because the
Anjir, lama bener, co, draft picknya.
Flick wants to play that Joy, so it's a little bit toned down and a little bit spaced out. So quite good to see. Quite good to see. So far, so good. And right now, though, last two picks for Influence Rich in first picking phase, it got the Contra and also Joy Denial against Corinthians, which is pretty good.
Joy is a denial. Yes, they got the Kacha again, another denial. But the Lucas is being left open. The glue is still up for grabs, but I don't think glue is something you want to give to Hesu. You want to give Hesu something that has mobility, like the Benedetta. Although the Benedetta wasn't the best performance in the previous game. Oh my god, the Hayabusa was left open. Finally, we get to see Flick on a Hayabusa. I think this is the first game we're looking at Flick on a Hayabusa, aren't we?
Yeah, I feel like because of that shift, it kind of brings in new colors. This is what I'm waiting for. Because finally it is unbanned. But I feel that Coach Blackjacks do have a good
Oke, kemungkinan masih ada 2 game lagi. Semoga tapi ini kelar, co, abis game ini anjir.
they do want to close up that gacha button potential from influence. So that is one of the things that they want to try to prioritize and close off.
Yep. It makes sense though. The Badang is gone, the glue is gone. Now for the final two banned wave. At this point, I feel like Corinthians probably look at it. The Badang is actually a great ban. I love it just because the Hayabusa gets countered so hard. But now here again, the Hylos is something I don't think they should be looking to give away. Because if they give away another Hylos, the Rage, that's a full dive right there.
Oh. you want to close off the initiation process. So if there's no high loss, there is still a possibility of popping up like Hilda, or even an Esmeralda if ever they want to bring those cheese sticks up again. But oh yeah, forgot about the Iridel, and you also want to support and also respect that Selena is up for grabs for Crossel Navi's pick since there's no Kimmy on the board. So right now, I feel it's good if ever they want to
Doki yang mana? Gak tahu kan. Udah tewas dia, udah tidur ya.
it's still viable and pretty good.
It definitely is viable for sure. And they go for the Farsa. The Boxy on the other side will be great. And it's still looking great even for Corinthians just because of the fact that they can go in the hands of Hesu, has a lot of split push potential. With the Hayabusa being present as well. They have the front line, like you mentioned. Both these teams can rock it indeed. The Influence Rage, I think they need a little bit of physical, right? The Hilda just might be the right piece here. I feel like the Hilda is a great shout. Along with the Hilda in the goal lane, they need something that can dish out a lot of damage. The Granger's not present. The Iridel's been taken out. The Moskov is looking great. But they go for the high-lows. Is it going to be a Moskov?
Oh, I love a Moskov here though if ever they want to try to pick it up. Because you have the split foot potential. You can also
Moskov, nice. Semoga itu membawa kemenangan ya guys ya, Moskov ya guys ya.
Creates enough openings for Moskov. So does the Gata Catcher, so does the Jushin, so does the Joy. They need to find an answer, and you're right. What can it be? It's definitely, yes, the Boxia is good, but I don't think it's the best pick because they kind of see it coming a mile away. Yes, the Boxia is locked in, but again, is it the best pick?
Called it. I feel like it is a rushed pick. Not rush in the sense of time, but rush in the sense of gameplay. Because if they want to go that run and gun style up against Influence Rage lineup like this, we've seen this lineup before in the regular season and even on the playoffs. It works really well. So gotta win that early for Corinthians if they want to try to go head to head with Influence Rage on this one. Somewhat of a same winning condition, but I feel like Influence Rage have a little bit of the edge here because playing on that Moskov and also Joy and looking how it goes on Hotun, it's just pretty good.
Hey, well, it is a championship point. Influence Rage are just one win away from writing their name in gold. They fought, and now they stand at the doorstep of a destiny. But Corinthians, they're not done, not yet. If there's a comeback in the making, it has to start now.
Aduh, ayolah Influence. Ayolah, please menang, Cok. Please banget anjing.
Be good. And since they want to try to enable
Watch out, the next one, you can see the top come through. Keto, have the damage. Louise, the one using the box.
Wah, anjing. Keras gini, Cok.
for the Hayabusa on Flick.
Yeah, I think at this point feels like
Oh, wait on.
Aduh, mati lagi Ailosnya anjing. Ayolah, jangan kalah lah. Aduh, memeo, memeo. Masa game 7, tai? Ya ampun, masa kalah, ya ampun, titit lanjing. Aduh guys, capek gua nontonnya, cocok. Aduh, nice Moskov, nice. Ayolah, cok, jangan ada game 7 lah, anjing, capek, cok.
Case. You gotta get that good early, and then try, if ever you can, try to drag it out to the late game so Fury can shine later on. But not too late, because knowing that Corinthians have the far shot and also the Granger on point, so gotta have eyes at the back of your head for that.
Oh, Jesus on the show as Badon wonders with the flicker whenever it's available. You can see 3 assists on his hands already. And at this point, if Influence Rage need to slow down the game here, and that's what they're good at, right? Way they're good at slowing down the game. And Corinthians do not want that. They need to keep the pressure up.
Because once if they slip up, it's going to hard to make a comeback, knowing that how Influence Rage is just waiting on that moment, that they're just trying to win because two on that show is way more aggressive than Louise.
Oh, he gets a quad shadow. Chan, oh, but Feather Airstrike baiting on the beacon. That is good play. That's a lot of resources that's baited out on both sides nonetheless.
Aduh, susah lagi, ketekan banget influence-nya nih.
Yogi Shadow. This is looking good for Corinthians.
Well, no thought here, but what's easy?
Anjing, bener-bener dibantai, tai, cok. Goblok banget, asu. Bukannya main yang bener buat juara, anjing. Malah kena bantai 1-6, tai.
Just kicked him like a ball to the side. Didn't want to deal with him whatsoever. No, deal with him. They take it down. Get this way in the hands of Blake. And the better series, man. Bronson now is my MVP. This guy has been showing up every single.
Ini baru 1-2, enggak 3-2 udah, guys. Maksimum udah 2 game lagi sih. Cuma gue berharap tuh bisa menang, cok, ini game si influence-nya ini biar langsung kelar, tai. Kalau ke late game sih mungkin bisa menang ya influence ini. Coba beda duitnya udah goceng anjing. Tolol, cok. Aduh, anjing. Game 7 lagi kayaknya sih ini.
good swing on the side of Corinthians, but
Oh. But easy man with the recall spams. It started. I feel like Corinthians are finding their mojo, and what a better time to find it when it's game number 6, just moving into game number 7. This could be the momentum switch. This could be the swing of momentum that they're looking for. But look at Flick. He's trying to bob and weave. He has the shadows, tries to make it up, but the Ogi shadow kill committed as well. But at the same time, Luis comes through with a shield unit to try to save his jungler. Will he be able to get out of there? Yes, he does. He's escaping, and now with the play going through, he time has to. Could know it could have been disastrous for Influence Rage if it wasn't for Chino right there.
And so far, still a good collateral damage, still a good risk that they try to prevent. And even so, right now from Corinthians, they are dictating the tempo. They are trying to suppress influence range of what happened before. So they're just finding an opening if ever they can fight.
Feather Airstrike, zone them out. Frost Lava is doing an absolute beautiful job, right? With that beautiful skin as well. If you want some skins, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around because we're going to get you on some skin codes. And if you want some diamonds, of course, BNXMPL3 at Bonoxus.com. But you know what they want right now? Both these teams need the victory.
They need that victory as bad as this because if Influence Rage gets against that momentum, it's. But Corinthians, they do have a chance to prolong their breath. They do have a chance to prolong that fight because in this way, they are definitely keeping the pressure on, and which is good.
Quad Shadow, you Shadow comes out. Look at Flick. He did a lot of damage, forcing the Glorious Pathway to retreat nonetheless. And Influence Rage not looking like they're having a good game. 9K goal lead, babe. 9K goal lead in the favor of Corinthians. I don't know. It's not for Influence Rage, especially if the Holy Shields go away before the Lord spawns. It's gonna be a difficult way for Influence.
Beda duitnya udah 10.000, udah lah fix ini game 7 ya guys ya. Udah fix cok, nggak mungkin enggak anjir. Nah, ya, Enyo, biar cepet langsung ke game 7 ini. Gila, dibantai dari tadi, bukannya kayak gini, nggak bantai-bantai biar cepet, asu.
They need to find a way to do it. The Holy Shield is still standing tall. Tier 2 is already gone. Lord from the top side should be pushed back by the Holy Shields indeed. But Hesu looking to push back Influence Rage themselves. The Lord crashes.
Ya ampun. Nggak bisa nge-push, cok. Ah. Halo Bang, halo Rizky. Gila, Moskovnya baru punya 1 item, cuk.
Hesu, it kind of leaves a bit of a question mark here and there during that moment.
And Corinthians may be wounded after what happened in game number 5, but they're swinging back hard. No team goes down easy in game number 6, and they're proven that with a dominant display. This is 12K goal lead, babe. 12K in the favor of Corinthians, 27K of Influence Rage, and they made it to 38.5. That's about 11 to 12K goal lead. Corinthians putting on a clean show. This is the crisp style that we want to see. This is the run and gun play style that we've been missing. And it's coming to thanks to the fact that they let this Hayabusa open, and Flick putting on a master class on how to play the assassins as the rest of the team are following up, and now they secured themselves the Lord, and this should be the final one, the final nail in the coffin.
And you gotta finish it well, gotta finish it quick. You don't want a little bit of a misplay of what happened before going on a replay. Because if ever,
Aduh, mau nge-end aja lama, Cok. Aduh, capek banget, tai. Udah lah, nggak akan bisa defend lah, anjir.
and taking that much damage from a death Sonata ain't that good for an early game. At least there's no resources to pop up yet.
Oh, well, I can see Glorious Pathway is a big resource indeed. The mid lane inhibitor is down and out. The Lord is marching on the top side. This could be the opening that Corinthians are looking for. Hotun already had the rhythm. Flake goes to the back line onto Fury. That's going to be the target. Feather Airstrike comes through, and now they have to concede.
Sumpah.
Finally, we're going to unlock on how it goes and plays in a best of 7 series. Alright, now looking at the highlights again, it was somewhat of a solid lineup for Influence Rage, but Corinthians though, they executed quite well. I don't know what happened. All this time was just straight up respecting the ban against the Hayabusa, but once it was let out, wow, it really let loose. That beast was just let go of the leash. Right now, Flick really showed up a masterclass, as you said, for the Hayabusa. Still another hurdle before champions. Last game, both match point, and let's see how it goes in the draft.
We're going the distance. We are going all the way. It is game number 7. I told you about it, man. I told you.
Congrats,
game number 7 is what it's to be. But now it's coming down to a best of 1. Again, we've spoken about momentum, tempo so much. Yes, Corinthians have the momentum on their side now, but I don't think Influence Rage are going to make the mistake of letting open a Hayabusa again.
I mean, it was given quite easily, I might say. And again, as that point, there is a chance that that might happen. But what's the solution? What do you anticipate if you were to go head to head with this? Because Flick is quite unhinged on that Hayabusa, so he even managed to end it in with his team. Is also on the 30-minute mark, quicker than ever, but still a clean, quick game. Finally guarantees their win in this 6 games. Sorry. So right now, all objectives to Corinthians, and most of the buffs are in there. This is just again way too much of a gold lead. for influence rate to catch up. But you know what? At the end of the day, as you said, best of one series, last game, last determination. Let's see how it goes from there.
Man, you know what, man? I'm trying to give out the MVP, but there's no game number 6 in there, so I can't really give them that point. Influence Razor Corinthians taking us the distance, man. This was match point for Influence Rage, and feels like it's completely shifted, right? Everything that's happened so far, Corinthians are taking it by storm, one after another. It has been back and forth, and now the camp of Influence Rage are looking a little nervous, aren't they? They're looking a little bit nervous, but that moment of nervousness, that felt like it's because of the pressure they invited to themselves, because they were just going like, hey, we won this game, but hey, you know what? Game number 6, Chef Flick showed up. He got his prep down. He's making sure he's ready for service. And when it's game time, 403 KDA, 21% damage, it is game time indeed, because now we're going into game number 7, and he looks like he's more warmed up than ever.
Finally getting that walk hot, and a 403 KDA, which is pretty good. Kill participation not as high as you think, because he's not always there. But at the same time, it was just go to show that a respect ban is worthy up there on the spot, well, because of this. And it really shows that, wait, I'm pretty good at a Hayabusa. It wasn't taken away from Hotdog. Fine, it's okay, take the joy, but you can never take the joy out of me playing the Hayabusa. That is what happened in game number 6. They still get to execute it very well. They still can get to play it all the way. And it was a very quick game because they managed to get in all of that winning conditions. So, wait, at the end of the day, it was a pretty good show to see.
It was indeed, but we're going the distance. We're going the distance, man. But now, while the game is going the distance, game number 7, I think the teams are definitely gonna take a little moment to make sure they're getting their prep done, they're calm and ready. So in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go for a quick short break. So don't go anywhere. It's Kronos and Wade. We're gonna be right back for the final game in this best of 7 grand finals.
Rapaziada, a equipe da brincadeira e essa brincadeira vai ser completa e a fala do herói. O próximo aqui, ele vai ter uma fala que ainda tem que correr na fala. Então, vou ver se eu tenho que acertar. Eu já passei antes pelo mundo que acertar o jogo.
Gostaria de tomar um. Posição, virar uma.
Mirando el héroe con mímica y sonido con Philly y Paquito. ¿Está? Mira, arranca así. Y cuando sale de ahí, hace. Pará, bien, el Popolo, boludo. El Popolo. Es nomás parecía un perro de este pibe que viene. Solo en mímica.
Ya sé.
¿Quién era este? Imagínate, va a limpirlo.
Sí.
Amigo, este cabalito.
Manda así, vaya.
hello everyone. My name is Kronos, and I'm here to bring you a recap of what took place in the playoff weekend of MPL Latam Season 3. So let's get to it. It was action-packed, and you do not want to miss what happened. First up, DreamMax and 9Z Globant. 9Z Globant got their hands on the Yi Sun Shin, and that was the biggest mistake that DreamMax could make this entire season, because Hide Bush was absolutely lethal. Entity 7 versus Infinity. This was a battle of the Peruvian Giants to stay alive in the competition, and Infinity was just slightly overwhelming for Entity 7 to overcome. 9Z Globant versus Infinity. This was a match that went on as 9Z Globant, the Argentinian Giants, stayed alive and moved on in the lower bracket. Up next, of course, the upper bracket finals, Influence Raids versus Corinthians. Influence Raids surprised everyone by outdrafting Corinthians and making it to the grand finals. And then we had the lower bracket finals, Corinthians versus 9Z Globant, and oh my goodness, in a best of 7, Corinthians, Chimo just pulled up in a dominating fashion, not giving a single chance for 9Z Globant off the back of Upatizi's maniac on the Granger. And of course, you want to stay in store for the grand finals on the 7th of June of MPL Latam Season 3 to see who's next to take it to the MSC. We're making it. We made it. Game number 7. And to be fair, wait, is that the first break we've actually had the entirety of MPL Latam Season 3? I think it's the first time we've had a break.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I think let's not wait any longer. Let's jump straight in. Game number 7, folks. The draft is underway.
Okay, looking at Corinthians on the blue side and Influence Rage on the red. A little bit of a switcheroo here and there, but Lucas Luoyi, Fatty Kalia, I feel like there's a Hayabusa ban, a different priorities coming in from the Harris ban should commence. But probably Akibi would also be closed off. Let's see how it goes for both sides of these teams.
It definitely is looking like both these teams want to put on a showcase for the Immortals. That's what this is for, the prize for the big championship. They slot in the MSC, call it whatever you may. It's something that they need to draft at the utmost best that they can.
You gotta give your best. Of course, this is the grand finals. You do want that. A good, somewhat of a holiday to Riyadh and still competing MSC. It's kind of amazing to see it. No more Harris though. Respect that Hayabusa or no?
They got to, right? They got to respect the Hayabusa.
I mean, I feel like they want to try to respect on that. If ever they don't get the Hayabusa, because they know that they can beat the Joy of Hesu. So at least they do have that solution. But what can you do up against a Hayabusa like that? If ever you still want to try to face it up with that, what's your solution? So that's the main thing that you need to try to focus on. Because the first pick of Corinthians, though, first time ever finally getting let go, Hesu on that Phobius. Oof.
Man, this Phobius, after it's let go, it's too good of a pick, right? It's too good of a pick. And now Hesu gets his hands on a frontliner, an absolute beast of a frontliner nonetheless. And at this point, it feels like Hesu is the one that will be calling the shots when they want to pick these team fights, how they want to go for these team fights. And with that frontliner, with that tanky frontliner being present, they definitely look to make big plays.
And on the other side, they give away the chip. So that's another big hero that's been given away. Oh, the Jushin being picked up as well. This is looking dire for both these teams. They're still cooking, and we can smell it.
So far, so good though. There aren't any weird cheese picks yet, but I don't think that they're going to pull that unless it's somewhat of a secret weapon for the last game of Grand Finals. But let's see. Right now though, they can reveal if ever they want to pick up that Ranger first for Corinthians, because there's no more Harris in that equation, and Hayabusa getting picked up by Corinthians again and again. Infiltrate, what's your solution?
Oh, it's gotta be the Joy's not a great pick here. What else can they go? To be honest, Hylos not such a good option. Yes, you can dive, but they really need to find assassins. They need to find junglers, and I'm looking at the Suyo at this point just because of the fact that he is a lot slippery. But then again, it's a best of 7. You played 6 games without touching the Suyo. Do you really rely on that? You can go for the Joy. Hotun's been playing it well. The Lucas is still up for grabs. The glue is what they pick up for the EXP lane. It's not a bad option, but then again, who are you gonna grab onto? Is the Hayabusa not the best option at this point?
I think for now the main reason is just to like laning wise, you can go head to head with the Phobias. Max you can grab on is either the Granger or later on the Mage. If ever you want to go head to head with the Chip and Glue, I mean it's a good time to pick up that Farsha for Frost and Nalving. Ban out the Ferris, which is smart. You don't want to have that extended team fight up against a Chip that, well, comes in with that surprise element. And right now, though, you don't want that Frederick good sniff out if ever you want to pick up that Chip, because you're going up against Hayabusa. It wouldn't be good also, because you can't really melt down that much. But still, the same idea though. I think Jungle Assassin is going to be brought up for infiltration, because even they themselves banned out that buckshot.
It's a good pick just because of the fact that it prevents Glue from being anti-heal, rather not sustaining in these team fights. But at this point, I feel like Fredrin being banned out, and another pick gonna be the Hanzo. They have to respect these pocket picks that can come from Hotun at any given point, right? Hotun having this Hanzo in game number 7 might have just been the difference maker, but here again, I am looking at Frostonave, I'm looking at the Farsha, I'm looking at that Sicilian. These have been the difference makers in these fights. And now with this 4th pick, he goes for the Claude! Fury, what are you cooking? We haven't seen you play Claude for 6 games in a row. And now they get him on that 1 pick. Yes, it's a comfort pick. It's the 1 pick that he got a savage with as well. And see, is that Fury
right here on that Claude. I don't want to know what's the next pick for the jungler, but right now the Corinthians will close it off with probably a Moment Maker, a Badong, and a Gatotkacha is so wide open if ever. I really love a Farsha if ever they want to try to pick that up. But turns out, you want to go guns blazing in, you want to go down, melting it down with the Lunox and also Hylos, but hey, you gotta have somebody to jump into the back, securing that lane for Influence Rage at the end of the day. Kronos, what do you think? Which one you like?
Hey man, I'm looking at the draft. I'm not sure about the Ling. I don't really prefer the Ling in any given point unless and until it's unless there's a clear chance of victory. Not especially in the game number 7. He's not been in the meta for a long time.
Dari kawan pesan kerja World Bank.
final game. Let's take it away.
This is it. Game number 7. One final shot at immortality. Corinthians, 6 games of blood, sweat, and brilliance led to this moment. There's no more second chances. One will rise and one will fall. MPL Latam Season 3 champions will be decided right here, right now. Let's go into game number 7.
Okay, so far, looking at the emblems, sure they want to go fast because you have to chip a lot of shoes and plus the mobility on the link. You want to focus on for that war cry there. Deal a lot of damage against all or nothing on the side of Corinthians though. So right now it's just eyeing out a good moment. You don't want to take away that giveaway for that first blood of what happened in a few games before. But so far a good start of babysitting on everyone's rage. A little bit of scare there, but still a good start.
Yeah, this looks like a complete, complete different book, right? Both these teams are saying like, hey, it's over. We've read this book multiple times. Now let's go for a completely different draft. Both go completely left field and now put on a display of something that could be monstrous in terms of damage, as well as the fact that cross-map plays. And let's not forget the flashy ones. Hotun's looking for the highlight reel for this game. And I'm not going to lie, if we're going to see a lot of Tempest of Blades going up and down, he might just be one of the Immortals.
Let's see how it goes because in Blood's Rage, they are rotating as fast as ever. Can Corinthians keep up though? Because if ever they don't, it's just going to be a shortcut up in their faces.
A shortcut in their faces is something they don't want to see. The turtle is up, the first one of the game in this best of 7 grand finals. It's game number 7 indeed. Luis is pulling it back to his side.
Okay. Let's go. Akhirnya. Last. Let's go last. Let's go last. Let's go last. Let's go. Siapapun tolong langsung ngebantai, jangan ada late game lah. Tolong banget, aduh. Capek kali ya abang ini. Nice, ngebantai.
A good game for them today, but we gotta be careful. Don't want to pick up because Influence Rage, since they are still on that early game, you can find out lots of kills for the league because this is a very conditional. Because if they don't make it, it's going to be very hard to flip the script on this game, but they are still trying. Since Corinthians already know that the game right now.
No, Paquito went for the crash course right.
Woi gila dibantai cuk 6-0, nice banget anjing. Nice one. Makasih MP Latam udah respect streamer.
Trying to suppress Fury if ever Lee cannot excel in the game.
Yeah, they're forcing the occasion onto Fury, right? They're trying to make sure Patizi is getting as much advantage as he can. The second turtle is going to be up in 5 seconds. It's not looking good.
25.000. Jadian Jabang.
Oh niat dong, masa enggak sih?
Seen them playing season.
0. Yeah. And right now, so far, looking pretty good for side of Corinthians. One last game to see can they still stand strong or not against Influence Rage.
Oh. Beacon baited out. They get the damage onto Patisi, trying to pull him back, but unsuccessful in that process. Now Influence Rage have to use every single thing, utilize the maximum of everything. As you can see, Fury gets taken down with a quad shadow. Flick, he's an absolute monster. He's 4-0-3 on a higher boost over less than 6.
Let's go!
On them. And right now in this position, throwing everything is one of the ways you get that first kill into your
Udah 6 menit.
is again very good early. And right now, the Influence Rage, what can they respond? What can they do? Because contesting objective wise, it wouldn't be as easy as you think because Flick is on that Hayabusa. Can come in and go same as the idea, but power wise though, Influence Rage, they really need to do a lot of things to catch up to Corinthians in this game.
Oh, Pagino flickers out, trying to go for the shortcut, but it has so many time.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Nice. 12-1, nice.
Again and again, suppressing down in 2 lanes from the mid and also the top. Since then, you know right now invading to the blue, purple buff will be as easy as ever.
They cracked open the jungle. The purple buff is definitely up for grabs. And I feel like this is the problem that you face if you're playing a Ling. The moment your purple buff is under siege, you're going to have a difficult time. You're not going to be able to do quite a lot. And looking at the items as well, Hasu's going full tank. He's got himself the dominance ice. He's got himself the blade armor. And look at Flick. He went for penetration. He went for extra bit of sustain. And now, even though yes, Hotun's playing a comfort hero with the Ling, but look at the gold difference. Flick is 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, plus it's not only the shoes is not done. Only securing the Berserker Fury and also the House Claw might take a little bit of time here. And since Flick already has like a lot of items on his pocket, so it's just going to be really hard. If in the early the Link cannot carry, the Link cannot get any funnel of gold. All you need
Happy Sunday semuanya. Selamat gereja. Tuhan Yesus memberkati.
Man, they need to find a way to get a lot of gold in their pocket. Otherwise, it's going to be looking difficult because look at Flick. He's already level 14, Vey. It's level 14. Hotun only barely hit level 11 right now. Yuri's not even to the level 10 mark. And everyone from Corinthians are hitting double digits except for their roamer. And if I'm not wrong, Luis is probably get there faster than Fury. They get themselves the Lord. And now looking to invade that purple buff of Influence Rage. Yes, Hotun's going for the split, but even then, he's not able to get that one tower.
It's really a hard position because Corinthians is very well aware where he is.
Oh my god, he got that kill again. They singled out Fury. This is not looking good. The Lord is marching down the bot side. Corinthians are looking to end it all. Chimo standing tall at this point. They might just take everything away in one fell swoop.
Aduh.
try to create space. They want to try to create ways. Because right now, look, he's entering in.
Yeah, he goes for the Yogi shadow kill, baits on the
Ah, tai lah, baru Lord pertama mah nggak bakal end juga sih. Bisa end ini, Cok. Strong banget anjir. Bisa end ini, Cok. Wah, nice banget anjing. Akhirnya gua bisa tidur, coy. Yes! Yes! Terharu, tai. Gua bisa tidur, oh, cocok. Oke. Goodbye, everybody. Gue mau tidur dulu. Thank you, Spider. Seru banget ya, MPL Brazil. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations untuk tim. Buset dah. Tawuran, Cok. Hampir mau tonjok-tonjokan anjing. Oke, see you guys. Gue udah gak kuat, guys. See you.
months of blood, sweat, and tears. They ended it all. They went through. I think the Jushin was trying to buy some time, but they didn't really need that. They didn't have the damage to clear out the Lord. Chimo have done it from history in sports, now bringing it to esports, and they've taken away the MLBB crown in Latam.
Goodness gracious. Very cool to see what happened in the arena. Everybody's celebrating right now. New kings of Latam.